based on feedback from Zowie enthusiasts. Most symmetrical wireless mice on the market have straight-sided designs. U2 features a design with inwardly tapered curves on both sides, which offers a distinct and properly positioned finger resting point. This design enables a more relaxed and stable grip for the thumb, ring finger, and pinky when holding and lifting the mouse. The left side curved design, combined with the overall curve of the back, reduces the thumb angle, which stabilizes muscle frequency and also supports a faster index finger click speed. The right side curved design facilitates easy placement of the ring finger. It promotes balanced force exertion on both sides of the hand and allows for more stability during mouse movement. Regarding the side buttons, through experiments with different shapes and positions, U2's side button design facilitates easier thumb access. U2 meets the demand for agile and enduring performance. In addition to its shape, we've changed the upper half of mouse skates to a larger one for a more familiar gliding experience among Zowie users. U2 uses the now proven 3395 sensor for long-term component supply stability. To deliver a better wireless experience, the enhanced receiver offers improved stability of the wireless signal. It minimizes frame drops and stuttering stemming from wireless interference during gaming and maintains stable, high-quality transmission during wireless applications. The enhanced receiver doubles as a charging dock, preventing accidental cable disconnections while powering up using wires. This is a brief introduction of the U2. Please feel free to DM us if you have any questions. Different FPS games involve varying movement patterns, potentially necessitating different mouse designs. Consequently, Zowie incorporates sports science into its mouse development process. Therefore, Zowie analyzed human muscle activities and joint motions through EMG and motion capture system to develop the new U2 shape that aims at enabling players to maintain high-level performance throughout the game. According to our experiment's results, our U2 offers enduring performance and agility. Such intense operations may cause more strain on their hand muscles over time. We found that thumb angle affects muscle firing rate. When the angle is larger, there's a tendency for the frequency to decrease over time, indicating signs of muscle fatigue. U2's left side curved design helps players grip with a smaller thumb angle. As a result, the muscle firing rate remains stable without noticeable signs of fatigue. Additionally, the angle of the ring finger affects the force exertion on both sides of the hand. When the angle is larger, there's a greater disparity in force exertion between the two sides, making it more likely to cause one side to bear a greater load. U2's right side curved design allows the ring finger to grip at a moderate angle. This helps balance the force exertion on both sides of the hand. In addition to enduring performance, agility is also crucial. In FPS games such as Fortnite and Apex, the clicking of side buttons occurs more frequently. We experimentally designed the U2 side buttons by adjusting their position and shape, making it easier for the thumb to access. We also found that the thumb angle affects index finger click speed. This graph shows the clicking speed of the index finger when the thumb angle is larger. U2's left side curve, combined with the mouse back design, results in a smaller thumb angle, facilitating faster index finger click speed. Through sports science, we aim to assist and empower athletes in unlocking their potential and achieving peak performance. As with every sporting competition, athletes dedicate countless hours of practice in their relentless pursuit of victory.
Okay.
We are proud to announce new additions to the XL series. Both are using fast TN panels and newly upgraded DIAC2 technology. Fast TN panel with its faster native response time can reveal enemy outlines quicker during flashbang attacks. For IPS panel, more overdrive is required to enhance response speed, leading to dynamic image blurring due to the panel's inability to handle the load. These new monitors integrate new dynamic accuracy technology, DIAC2. The upgraded dual backlight design not only provides FPS players with clearer visuals at dynamic aiming and spray control, but are also more friendly to your eyes. Moreover, built in the monitor panel, DIAC2 functions independently and doesn't require any sync with PCs, ensuring no impact on game performance. XL setting to share now has auto game mode feature. Besides download, save, share your settings, it will auto apply different color settings based on your usage scenarios. Outlook of the latest monitors are refreshed. It has incorporated industrial-grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. This is a brief introduction of the new XL monitor. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions. Zowie has developed the U2 symmetrical design wireless mouse specifically for claw grip players who prioritize agility and multi-angle operation. In the past, Zowie has designed multiple mouse shapes. Among symmetrical claw grip designs, the FK mouse series is widely known. The shape of most Zowie mouse series in the past were primarily designed to accommodate significant horizontal movements, commonly found in games like Counter-Strike. In response to the growing emphasis on multi-angle and agile movement in FPS games, we began developing U2 many years ago based on feedback from Zowie enthusiasts. Most symmetrical wireless mice on the market have straight-sided designs. U2 features a design with inwardly tapered curves on both sides, which offers a distinct and properly positioned finger resting point. This design enables a more relaxed and stable grip for the thumb, ring finger, and pinky when holding and lifting the mouse. The left side curved design, combined with the overall curve of the back, reduces the thumb angle, which stabilizes muscle frequency and also supports a faster index finger click speed. The right side curved design facilitates easy placement of the ring finger. It promotes balanced force exertion on both sides of the hand and allows for more stability during mouse movement. Regarding the side buttons, through experiments with different shapes and positions, U2's side button design facilitates easier thumb access. U2 meets the demand for agile and enduring performance. In addition to its shape, we've changed the upper half of mouse skates to a larger one for a more familiar gliding experience among Zowie users. U2 uses the now proven 3395 sensor for long-term component supply stability. To deliver a better wireless experience, the enhanced receiver offers improved stability of the wireless signal. It minimizes frame drops and stuttering stemming from wireless interference during gaming and maintains stable, high-quality transmission during wireless applications. The enhanced receiver doubles as a charging dock, preventing accidental cable disconnections while powering up using wires. This is a brief introduction of the U2. Please feel free to DM us if you have any questions. Different FPS games involve varying movement patterns, potentially necessitating different mouse designs. Consequently, Zowie incorporates sports science into its mouse development process. Therefore, Zowie analyzed human muscle activities and joint motions through EMG and motion capture system to develop the new U2 shape that aims at enabling players to maintain high-level performance throughout the game. According to our experiment's results, our U2 offers enduring performance and agility. Such intense operations may cause more strain on their hand muscles over time. We found that thumb angle affects muscle firing rate. When the angle is larger, there's a tendency for the frequency to decrease over time, indicating signs of muscle fatigue. U2's left side curved design helps players grip with a smaller thumb angle. As a result, the muscle firing rate remains stable without noticeable signs of fatigue. Additionally, the angle of the ring finger affects the force exertion on both sides of the hand. When the angle is larger, there's a greater disparity in force exertion between the two sides, making it more likely to cause one side to bear a greater load. U2's right side curve design allows the ring finger to grip at a moderate angle. This helps balance the force exertion on both sides of the hand. In addition to enduring performance, agility is also crucial. In FPS games such as Fortnite and Apex, the clicking of side buttons occurs more frequently. We experimentally designed the U2 side buttons by adjusting their position and shape, making it easier for the thumb to access. We also found that the thumb angle affects index finger click speed. This graph shows the clicking speed of the index finger when the thumb angle is larger. U2's left side curve, combined with the mouse back design, results in a smaller thumb angle, facilitating faster index finger click speed. Through sports science, we aim to assist and empower athletes in unlocking their potential and achieving peak performance. As with every sporting competition, athletes dedicate countless hours of practice in their relentless pursuit of victory.
Okay.
We are proud to announce new additions to the XL series. Both are using fast TN panels and newly upgraded Diac2 technology. Fast TN panel with its faster native response time can reveal enemy outlines quicker during flashbang attacks. For IPS panel, more overdrive is required to enhance response speed, leading to dynamic image blurring due to the panel's inability to handle the load. These new monitors integrate new dynamic accuracy technology, Diac2. The upgraded dual backlight design not only provides FPS players with clearer visuals at dynamic aiming and spray control, but are also more friendly to your eyes. Moreover, built in the monitor panel, Diac2 functions independently and doesn't require any sync with PCs, ensuring no impact on game performance. XL setting to share now has auto game mode feature. Besides download, save, share your settings, it will auto apply different color settings based on your usage scenarios.
Hello everyone and welcome to GES Asia 2024. My name is Chobra, joined by Paperthin, and we will be bringing you the English coverage of this tournament, the Korea versus China Valorant tournament.
This is so exciting, man. I mean, obviously some great teams are here. It's nice to be back casting some Valorant, and yeah, I mean, what can you say? You got the world champions here as well, so this is going to be awesome.
Yeah, EDG will be joining us as one of the representatives from China. We'll talk more about the format as we've got a little fun little Korea versus China regional battle going on over the next 2 days, but we'll cover that in a bit. We want to introduce the teams first and just hear some brief words from them first. And it sounds like first up it's going to be the team that created quite the buzz over at Champions. It's going to be Trace Esports coming in. Kind of the new icon of the underdogs here in VCT.
Yeah, this is a team that shocked the world at Champions. You know, there's always one team, it feels like, that's going to kind of explode onto the scene, make it to playoffs that you weren't expecting. This was that team at Champions 2024. Played solo on the group stage, beating Leviathan, beating Vitality in 2-1s, both of the way. Yeah, when they got into the playoffs, it wasn't the results they wanted, but this team has a ton of potential.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we don't need to look too far, right? Just that alone was already breaking a lot of expectations. Yeah, and just introducing themselves as Trace Esports coming over from VCT China. And yeah, we're sure that you've prepped quite a bit, especially coming in to the first off-season event for them this year. Now, your opponents this time around will be the likes of Gen G and T1. Some big brands here in Korea and from Pacific. So what are your thoughts in that preparation coming into this event? I am curious, especially with the roster changes as well for both of those teams.
Right, exactly. I mean, there's a lot that you have to deal with going up against, especially likes of Gen G, who have looked pretty strong in their very brief appearance in the offseason, so it doesn't look like they're missing too many steps.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Obviously, yeah, we have gotten a brief look at both T1 and Gen G so far with their changes. But let's see. So we've actually played against Yeoman as well, of course, now joining Gen G. So I think we have a pretty good idea of what we're up against, and I think we're not going to be caught off guard too much when going up against Gen G. That is going to be their opening match, so that's the first one on hand. Yeah, I mean, Yeoman was kind of the big surprise for everyone, I think, during this offseason, right? We had all had speculations about Gen G's roster changes, but Yeoman, more known as an IGL, like that's his thing, and he comes in maybe more as a sub-caller, but fragging out in their appearance at the 10 Invitational.
Yeah, I mean, you know, even though, yeah, he was on Rare Atom, so there is some experience there. This is a very different beast with Gen G. I mean, you've got crazy good fraggers, you know, with Khan and Texture still there, of course. They are just outrageously good, and their individual skills are absolutely top tier.
Yeah, absolutely. And so I was just explaining that, you know, more than anything, that they feel that they're pretty well prepared, but most of all, obviously, we want to take in the experience of an offline event, a LAN event, I should say, here during the off season, to make sure you gain as much as you can during the off season. I think that's for a lot of Pacific fans and maybe even VCT China fans, now that we do have VCT China in full swing, of course, in the past year, is that we're seeing these teams really value the off season this time around.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people are learning that that's so important, especially with, there's going to be some map changes coming through, which we're going to get to see here in this event. But also, the new Agent Vice, she's got some interesting stuff. We've been seeing a lot of her being played, whether it be in the Sen City event earlier today. Things like that are going to be really important to get some real-world experience with.
Yeah, and BNK also just giving a shout-out to Gwangju, the city we're in, all the way on the southern part of South Korea, and we actually have sold-out seats for the 2 days, so people still filing in here for day one. But just giving a shout out to the fans and the city for this opportunity. This arena is an esports arena dedicated to esports, but in a university campus, right? So quite a unique setup as well.
It's a gorgeous city. This is, my second time here. I got to cast this event 2 years ago.
Oh, yeah.
When they had it. Really beautiful city. The arena here is incredible. Just all the accoutrement you could want. Like there's fan zone outside.
Yes.
So there's the teams have got their their swag setups and everything. You can come get some merch. The city itself is just gorgeous. The food's amazing. We had a chance to go out and get some food last night here, so I really like coming down here for this event.
Yeah, I was very surprised. This is my first time in the arena as well, and the setup is just amazing, so I'm looking forward to watching these players here. But we're going to be introducing the world champions, the reigning world champions of VCT. Is going to be EDG Edward Gaming, and it still feels surreal, quite frankly, to call them the world champions, but at the same time not surprising at all when you look at the players and just what they've done so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they were outrageously good as that champions ramped up. Like, they just kept getting better and better. Obviously, yes, like the elephant in the room here, Kong and Smoggy are not here, but we're going to get to see Potter and Toast, two players who we have no clue.
Yes.
What they're going to be doing, what they're capable of, who's going to be filling those roles. Really curious to see what EDG wants to try out here today.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of other teams, especially in the Pacific, kind of talk about bringing up players through their academies or whatnot, or scouting out new talent. And this is our first time really getting to see EDG say, hey, these are two guys we have our eyes on that we've been kind of training up. So I'm curious to see what the next generation of talent will be like. And just a hello to the fans, and thank you for the invite coming here to Gwangju, and thank you to the fans for welcoming them here. That's nobody, of course. So yeah, like you said, sure, two of the star players, but all five really star players by the end of Champions Finals. Even Simon, of course, joining the team latest, but he had an absolute spot on that roster supporting Kong from behind. So I'm very excited to see how this team is going to gel now with this roster.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Simon really impressed with the way that he was willing to be that role player for EDG to set up their superstars. Chichu had some insane moments. Nobody always shows up big. I mean, he's always got these explosive plays. He's really dialed it back from when we saw him a couple years ago. He's a lot more of a supportive type player with those info initiators. He's not like lurking by himself as Sky anymore. He works well with the team. So that's like these things, these fundamental things that EDG has addressed has allowed their superstar players to really shine.
Yes, absolutely. And Chichu just explaining right there that he wants to make sure that EDG finishes the year off in style. So even though it's the off season, they're not really letting off steam too much, right? They recognize that they now have a reputation to continue. And now we'll get to hear some words from Simon as well. But I mean, I'm excited to see, like, how does this look? Right now you have kind of the three supporting core coming in. And, just talking about their opponents, sure, some respect to Gen G, but, our squad, our aim's pretty sharp as well. So, everyone's going to have to watch out in this matchup.
It's going to be tough. I mean, going up against the likes of Gen G and T1, who are star-studded teams. Like, they are so stacked right now. It's going to be really challenging.
It looks like Toast giving a little shout-out to Meteor over on T1, a player that he's kind of looked up to and followed for quite a while throughout their career. So that's the player he's looking up to kind of match up against and have a shot against. So, I mean, hey, Meteor's a great player to pick out of the 10 that we have on the Korean teams.
And maybe that gives us an indication he might be playing some Sentinel-type role. roles potentially.
Could be.
And maybe that's where he's going to slot in there. I'm curious.
Yeah, I'm curious what they experiment with here. So again, for anyone watching, I know some people are a little confused. Kangai and Smoggy are not off the team. It's just that they're not at this event. But obviously, this is a sneak peek into future talent, in not just EDG, but for China, and also a good showcase of, okay, what does this core do? Like, what's their impact on their teammates as that supporting core? And of course, nobody, the IGL, just the final words here, and just saying that, once again, it's an honor to be here and to be able to kind of celebrate Valorant now as the reigning champions after such a arduous year. We're just glad to be here and to celebrate together, and you love to see that, right? I mean, you can clearly tell it's a very different vibe than offseason last year, where EDG was just grinding nonstop.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, a well-deserved rest for EDG players like Smoggy and Kang. They're great players, but they need a little bit of time.
Yeah.
They said it on the stream. They just want a little bit of time off. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, and this is a great opportunity to try some new stuff, to try some new players, to really figure out what the future of this brilliant organization is going to look like.
Yes, absolutely. And again, we kind of give you a quick tease, but of course we're playing on 9.08, so again, you can kind of tinker around with the new map, some of the agent changes, things like that, and see what other teams have been doing. So still a good opportunity to participate, but sometimes you need a little bit of a break. Now we will be introducing the next two Korean teams. First up, it's going to be T1, and I just gotta say, I'm still a little cautious. I'm a little cautious, but man, you can't help but be hopeful about this roster.
No doubt. I mean, you and I were talking earlier, on paper, this seems to be the team that will be winning Pacific, at least maybe one of the stages in the following year. But, again, it's all how does it come together. Obviously, yes, it looked good at the APAC Red Bull Homeground qualifier, but, is that going to be, the starting point for them, or is that just kind of an off-season blip?
Yeah, that's always the big trouble with the off-season, is how much weight can we really put onto it. But obviously, individual-wise, I mean, a very, very star-studded roster and some good reliability as well. But hearing from Stacks, and just saying, I think we're all very happy with the roster rebuild here. But more than anything, of course, that we all believe that at the end of the day, it's how much time and effort we put into training together and really coming together as a team, and how much work we put in. So that's our focus during the off-season.
Well, there are a few players that have grinded as hard as Stacks.
Oh, yeah.
Jeez.
One of them, of course, Meteor. Just a giant career behind him. And just saying that he feels that they have put in the work that they should be for this offseason so far, and no matter what their opponents have prepared, if they just stick to their plans, that it should come together pretty well. And another just grinder out here in Korea and Pacific is Buzz. And giving a little bit of respect to Gen G, of course, them two being the two Korean representatives, but of course, full respect to the Chinese teams that are here representing them. Obviously, very, very strong teams and players. So Buzz thinks, we don't want to take the foot off the pedal too much. We do want to give them the respect, of course. And last but not least, Izu on the starting roster. And they just talking about their victory over at the APAC Red Bull Homeground qualifier. So he feels that, okay, we had a good start in the offseason, but now we're continuing. So more than anything, we want to make sure that we continue that momentum and deliver on the expectations that the fans have. And I think that's the biggest thing, right? I mean, this team is no stranger to people having expectations but not being able to deliver. Same with all the individual players, quite frankly, even the likes of Stacks and Buzz over back on DRX.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is a team that's going to want to really propel themselves towards championship contenders throughout 2025. The team has the potential. We know that. We know we've got a player like Meteor who's actually won a Masters event.
Yeah.
You have Stacks and Buzz who have been so close. So absolutely this team is going to be a force to be reckoned with. And we saw in a Red Bull, they can frag too.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that helps so much. And that was a big part of Gen G's success this year, was the individual fragging was there as a backup plan, right? It was always there that someone was able to show up. And then, of course, they were continuing to kind of push the meta as well. And speaking of Gen G going through a bit of a rebuild themselves, We do have some big swaps on their roster coming in.
네, 반갑습니다.
Talked about one of the bigger surprises, Yo-Man, earlier. Trace Esports giving a little nod for his time back in China when they were trying to ascend into VCT China.
반갑습니다. 젠지 발로란트 팀입니다.
There's
I love how he's just taking the reins of this.
Yeah.
응원하러 오신 분들 굉장히 많으세요. 좀 깜짝 놀라신 것 같아요. 응원해주러 오신 분들이 굉장히 많은 것 같은데, 예, 깜짝 놀라신 표정인데 좀 심정이 어떠세요?
just asking, you look a little shocked at the number of fans here.
그리고
Oh, you know, it just feels good.
이제
I'm
또
just
재밌게
happy.
또 보고 가셔야 되니까.
And
그래도
more than
또
anything, we want to
재밌게
make sure that
열심히
you all
해서
enjoy the show.
준비하겠습니다.
So we'll try our best to
요맨
deliver
선수에게
on
좀
the
궁금한 점이
games.
있습니다. 요맨 선수 이번에
Of course, so just a quick
두 번째 이제
rundown on the roster. If you haven't been following,
상황이시잖아요.
it's Texture Count and Munchkin remaining from the previous year. But Foxy9 joining in from DRX and Yo-Man joining up from Challengers Korea. If you didn't know, he used to IGL Rare Adam back in the day in China, and then before that in Challengers Korea, even this year in Nongshim Red Force. And that's what he used to be known for, is his IGLing. But now he's kind of a sub-caller next to Munchkin.
Yeah, and I think this is great. I mean, for Genji to have a young player like Yo-Man who's got so much potential, so much promise that everybody in Korea has been hyped about, to see him get an opportunity on a Tier 1 team is so exciting, especially with the likes of a roster like Genji who has all this experience and winning experience.
Yeah, and Yo-Man just, we got to meet him briefly before and even just here on the interview just a moment ago, just talking about, just happy to have this opportunity, right? And looking forward to trying to prove himself more. Munchkin talking about the fact that, they've just been training as they always have, but it's his first time in Gwangju as well, so he's happy to be visiting.
광주 사람으로서
And-
이번 때는
oh.
이야기했습니다, 여러분.
Foxy9, he's from Gwangju, actually. That's what he just said. So, his family's from Gwangju, so he wants to say, well, I want to make sure that we get the wins today, just on home ground for me personally. And it's great to see Foxy9 kind of feeling a lot more comfortable just fragging out on this roster so far.
Yeah, I mean, he is a guy who brings so much now to any team that he goes to because he's got such a positive attitude, first and foremost. And he's got such a deep agent pool now as well. I mean, he can play initiators, he can play sentinels, he can play duelists, so he's a really valuable asset.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be exciting. Again, not too heavy-handed. It's just going to be Korea versus China, so we're not seeing T1 versus Genji or EDG versus Trace Esports. But we'll go through the format a little bit down the road, but those are the 4 teams. That's the quick introduction that we had for you here in the opening ceremony. There is a prize pool to this event, so we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we will start the journey for the next 2 days to see which region will be the victor.
Okay.
We are proud to announce new additions to the XL series. Both are using fast TN panels and newly upgraded Diac 2 technology. Fast TN panel with its faster native response time can reveal enemy outlines quicker during flashbang attacks. For IPS panel, more overdrive is required to enhance response speed, leading to dynamic image blurring due to the panel's inability to handle the load. These new monitors integrate new dynamic accuracy technology, Diac 2. The upgraded dual backlight design not only provides FPS players with clearer visuals at dynamic aiming and spray control, but are also more friendly to your eyes. Moreover, built in the monitor panel, Diac 2 functions independently and doesn't require any sync with PCs, ensuring no impact on game performance. XL setting to share now has auto game mode feature. Besides download, save, share your settings, it will auto apply different color settings based on your usage scenarios. Outlook of the latest monitors are refreshed. It has incorporated industrial-grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. This is a brief introduction of the new XL monitor. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions. Zowie has developed the U2 symmetrical design wireless mouse specifically for claw grip players who prioritize agility and multi-angle operation. In the past, Zowie has designed multiple mouse shapes.
Welcome back, everyone, to GES Asia, or GES 2024 Asia. We are live. Rise in red, the battle between Korea and China here in Valorant. My name is Chobra, joined by Paper Thin, bringing you the English coverage for the next 2 days. Our first match for the weekend, it is going to be Genji versus Trace Esports.
Yeah, this is so exciting. I mean, we've already gotten to see a little bit of this new, retooled, reworked Genji roster at the 10 Invitational. They look pretty solid overall, I thought. TE, we haven't seen in the offseason, so very curious, what they've been working on. Same roster we saw at Champions, though, so that's really hype. I mean, you're going to see kind of the same ideas, the same strategies that gave them a lot of success and propelled them to the playoffs.
Yeah, we'll have to see, of course, how much do they really learn and pick up from their amazing experience at Champions, really bringing in these upsets for the world to see. But as we mentioned, we do have a prize pool on the line, 40 million total Korean won, so that's about like 30,000 USD, give or take a little bit. But it is going to be divvied up between the regions. So the winning region kind of takes the bulk of it, and then it'll be divvied up between the others and, of course, the match-winning team. So even if your region doesn't win, if you've taken a match win, you get a little bit for your troubles coming all the way. And as you can see, it's going to be Korea versus China all the way down the line.
Yeah, this is so hype, dude. Like, these are such good teams across the board. I mean, every one of these teams is championship level caliber, not just in their own region, but globally as well. Like, they've got the players, they've got the talent, they've got the coaches, they've got everything you could want. Now it's curious, now the real question is what are we focusing on here in this event, in this offseason? What are we trying to bring to the table? What kind of maps and agents and things like that are we going to be looking at? Like, how are they going to be refining some basic ideas, some basic skills? I think for me, when I was watching Genji, since they're on the screen in their one off-season event, I thought overall it looked pretty solid, especially on Abyss. I was pretty impressed with a Sentinel-less comp that they were running, that they were able to have pretty clear lines of communication, pretty good rotations. I mean, it helps when you have Foxy9 on a Yoru, who can really kind of bounce around quickly between sites, cause some distractions, things like that. So I think Genji looks like they're in a pretty solid place. The firepower's still there for sure, though. That was not lacking at all.
Yeah, I think that was the part that a lot of people took comfort in, and now we're taking a look at the map bans and picks. We're going to have Ascent Abyss, and then if it goes to a third map, it will be Bind as the decider. So it's going to be Genji picking Ascent, kind of a comfort pick for them, always has been, and then it's going to be Abyss picking up, or being picked up rather, by Trace Esports.
Oh, this is interesting. I mean, Ascent was a map that Trace was really good at in Champions. Kai in particular on that Killjoy is an absolute nightmare. He's so frustrating to play against. So that's super, super interesting to me. Whereas Abyss, again, I just was talking about how Genji I thought looked pretty solid on that, but TE's got a little bit of info on that. They can kind of work on ways to counterplay against the way Genji was kind of working with that Sentinel-less comp with the double duelist, and then Bind is the decider. I'm hype. I mean, I would have liked to see some Pearl.
Yeah, or Split, right?
Yeah,
Split comes back as well. So in case you haven't noticed, obviously we are playing on the latest patch with the map changes, so we're not going to have any more Lotus. We're not going to have any more Icebox, and we are returning after a long time to Pearl, and of course Split coming back after a brief hiatus. But going over to Ascent, where we're going to start things very normal. Nobody experimenting here in the offseason, just trying to get everyone kind of settled in. Now, Trace, they did, I believe, submit a six-man lineup here for this event, so it looks like Zhao's going to be coming in to play instead of Kai. Not quite sure if he's at the venue or not. We'll have to double-check on that, but he is going to be stepping in, so that's a bit of a change, because Kai was a big part of their success on Ascent.
Yeah, I mean, I really like Kai as a player, but, whether he's on the Duelist or on the, on the Sentinel role, he's a very, very good player, so this is really curious. I mean, Feng very strong as well. He's going to be the Raze player, whereas Kai is going to be the Jet usually. we'll see. I mean, mirror comp's okay at Descent. I was curious if anybody might try Vise here. I thought this is another map where I think you can get a lot of value, especially on the defender side, especially out of the wall and things like that. And
Yes.
there's a lot of similar kind of ideas to what we're seeing on Abyss with Vise. But okay, stock standard, fine.
Fine. We'll live with it for a little bit longer. Yeah, I'm sure we will see some Vice over this tournament, though, just because in almost every offseason event, she has been popping up more and more, and teams willing to experiment a bit, try to get ahead of things, and, of course, maybe trying to use it as a bit of a counter to the Neons running rampant. But we're not going to see either of those today, at least in this opening map Ascent. Starting things normal, just getting to see, all right, what's the baseline, what are the fundamentals of both Trace Esports and Gen G looking like in the offseason of 2024.
Yeah, exactly. And Gen G's going to be on the attacker side and looking like pretty A-heavy setup, but they're going to leave Yo-Man over on his own as the Sova to maybe set up a bit of a bait towards the B side, keep an extra player pinned in over there.
Yeah, I mean, dodging the 0 point as well. This looks like it's a full commitment to a bit of a fake. At least, yeah, putting pressure onto mid, putting pressure onto B a little bit, just saying, hey, we're planning on taking over mid. We want to push mid to B. So you got to have at least 3 people on the B side if you want to be prepared for this. And it's working so far. Trace, only 2 people left on the A site.
For a good flash, but Texture's ahead of it.
Oh, man. Hey, Bay, he thought he had a timing, but he's going to miss out on it. Texture just swings out off the pop flash themselves. Gen G in with no casualties, no damage taken. Spike will get planted, and for a pistol round, this is already looking way too tough for Trace Esports.
Yeah, sometimes it's just that little bit of extra utility that you throw out in the beginning of the round that keeps players kind of curious. And Foxy9, good, but Dow good for the trade.
Yeah, now it's going to be a 4v2 still in favor of Gen G. Texture just stabilizing that shot, and just Xiao left all alone. We'll see if he can do any damage with that Sheriff. He is going to want to go down at some point, and they will be hunting him. Yo-Man going to go in for the hunt, try to get a point towards that Hunter's Fury. So Gen G spreading things across for the pistol round to kick things off here at GES Asia.
Yeah, one thing that I'm seeing a little bit of, at least in the pistol round here from Gen G, is something that in the prep for Trace Esports coming into Champions that I noticed with them is they're really aggressive on the defender side on this map. They're very happy to try to push into main. And Gen G had to respect that off the rip. That's why they were really kind of slow to push through A main. You know, make sure they got that mid information, make sure there was no push through there as well. So you're using Yo-Man, you're using that 0 point to really cover all your bases before you make that A attack. So you can already see the protocols, the ideas, very well structured for Gen G.
Yeah, and this time shoving them back further with their own 0 point on the side of Gen G. Munchkin just saying, hey, don't try anything too crafty. We're not going to have you set up under the one-way or anything like that over on A main. And then they're going to go for some slow re-clears on the Gen G side, going with their classic Guardian pickups here on the anti-eco. No big surprise there.
Yeah, this is a team that thrives last year with the one-tap weapons. I mean, the Guardians, for Munchkin in particular, even though he's not one of them grabbing it, but Karan, no slouch. Texture, I don't care what gun he's got in his hands, he's good with it. And Foxy9 with a Marshall, I like that as well. Kind of that backline player can maintain control of B main pretty easily. A push out here for Zhao, it's just shot right down by Gen G. 2 quick kills, King and Zhao down. Now they try to aggress forward.
Looking for a flash timing here from Trace Esports, but they're waiting a bit too long. They wait for that 0 point. There is the drone, and it's going to be good for 1, good for 2. BRK, that's more than you could have hoped for with a classic. Gonna find the right timing. Foxy9 not able to land the shot initially, but of course, Feng low on that armor, nothing to really guard him. So Foxy9 will stabilize that site open. But, I mean, listen, you already got some damage down. We'll see if Heibei can get away with a bit more now picking up that Sheriff.
Yeah, this is even a good quick adaptation here, though, from the side of TE. Like, learning from that last A main push, like, you know, Gen G was pretty prepared for it, so this time they throw the overflash, they're not as ready, and they get 2 kills out of it.
Oh, Texture goes for the swing himself, tries to find him off guard, almost missed on it, went a little bit too far, but he will pick up the kill. So 3 remaining main members, you've still got the weapons in hand, not so bad at all for the side of Gen G. And Trace, yeah, they'll take what they can get on that eco.
Yeah, absolutely, and already gonna snag an Odin, it looks like, on the side of Trace. Snappy shots, as always, Karan. He looked absolutely dynamite in the 10 event. He was crazy good. I mean, it's unbelievable. Like, to think how good he already was at the beginning of last year. Like, what is this ceiling on Karan? Like,
yeah, I mean, we
where
don't know.
Is it?
Yeah, we don't know. I mean, this is the ever-growing mystery of Valorant, is that how far will he go? All the way up, maybe all the way to space. We'll have to wait and see.
Because people need him.
Yeah, I mean, going just all the way. He just disappears one day.
Yeah,
We're like,
yeah.
all right, I guess that's it. That's
Yeah.
the ceiling.
He comes back with the Champions Trophy, and we're like, wow, how'd you do it?
Here.
Well, Gen G, now, of course, just with a 2 Guardian buy, they're going to have rifles in their hands as well. But the Odin out for Beyond K. Ooh, Alarm Bot just a bit deep into mid. It's not going to get taken out by that Shock Dart.
Yeah, that's a toughie there for Gen G. Could kind of allow a bit of a trap to be sprung by TE potentially, but Texture rethinks it. Clear the drone there, but too much information given over. Typically, Foxy9 is going to be the one holding down that opposite angle. However, that allows TE to kind of understand, okay, well, we saw the Sentinel.
Yep.
We can keep our 3 stack. We haven't had the Alarm Bot tripped, so this is starting to feel like A.
Yeah, they have a pretty
There
good
they
idea
are.
as well, because you just look at Beyond K's position. Again, tags only 1 on the Killjoy. It's going to be a good sign for Trace Esports. They're ready for it. Can they hit the shots? But the Paranoia,
30
good
seconds left.
timing. Counter Paranoia to push them back. And that's going to ruin the timing. Only 25 seconds. So now Trace Esports, they're going to like to believe that Gen G doesn't really have an option then to go for A. The question is are you ready for the pinch? It looks like it. Zhao's going to empty out A short on Garden. He's just going to go backwards, but there's the fragment. Pushes him out. There's too many targets. And Texture's going to find it on the entry. Lil King trying to hold strong. It's just him left. And now he's going to have some support from Fung Fung up top. And they are going to survive. Only 3 seconds. Round's already over. The matter is can Lil King also keep his weapon? And he's going to swing out, gets the kill himself.
Yeah, this is really good stuff in terms of just maintaining discipline for the side of Trace Esports. Just making sure that all their bases are covered, the utility's in good spots to avoid that early shock dart. It makes things a lot easier for them to understand the map, how to hold their angles. Yeah, there's a good fragment there to clear a player, but the reactions are really good from Luo King to swing out on the other side of Dice, make sure that that crossfire angle is covered. Everything really well thought out there by Trace Esports. Gen G just kind of left scratching their heads trying to find a way through the defensive lines.
Yeah, kind of tried to play the map a bit too much, a bit too slow, but Gen G, we know that they do that sometimes, but they pick up on their errors very quickly and they recognize, okay, is Trace going to play this patient? Then we got to be a bit more aggressive. We'll see what the changes are. Obviously, Trace took a little bit of damage on their buy as well, so it's still anybody's game here on this round to start to sway the econ just a bit. Charon trying to hide up in the one way, gets shoved off eventually, but no damage taken. And Texture deep, so it looks like they might be ready just to send him, maybe break the alarm bot with himself and see what the reaction is, or it's just going to be a fast rush into B. But look at the Killjoy setup on B. They're ready for a bit of a pinch, and even coming in from mid, because they are just going to shut off that alley and make sure that they can keep that Odin alive.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to have to be a really clean execute from Gen G. I mean, yes, they're very capable of it in the past, but with this new roster, all the timings have to be so perfect. Man, gonna set up for this recon. Alarm bot's gonna be cleared. The push is on. Odin spam to try to dissuade them a little bit, but there's just too much pressure, and they're gonna have to back off. This is really nice time by Gen G.
Yeah, they're in the 0.4 Nano Swarms early, and they get the Odin out of the hands as well. Fung Fung now left all alone. Backup is on its way, but there is a smoke trying to bar them from in. Yeoman is holding back. Fung Fung peeks out of the smoke, repositions. Backup is now coming in. Yeoman has to try to get the kills, but Fung Fung, you can't pick up the Odin in time, and they do not clear Yeoman, but he's not going to be able to take down all of them. It's going to be Zhao picking up the last frag, and Trace Esports. I mean, Fung Fung, he's done so many heroics before, and once again, brings Trace right back into the game.
That was crazy clean Guardian. Crazy clean. I mean, that is so important, because step one there for Gen G is get past that initial line of utility, that initial line of defenses, force them into both. Those aren't as favorable of angles, but he works this smoke so well. Walks into it, gets a kill, walks back around on the other side, runs out of bullets, but that's job done. He has done more than enough to basically secure that round for Trace Esports, barring some kind of miracle from Yeoman. So really well thought out, really well handled. Now the Odin and the Operator are going to be in the hands of Trace Esports. That's a great shot from Zhao.
What a flick, and ready to back out as well. The angle perfect for the tailwind. I thought he might be getting a bit greedy looking at the silhouettes through the X-ray vision, but it's going to be Zhao coming out with it. And as the scent goes, I mean, Odin and Operator, that's what makes the attacking side a bit too hard. That 0 point hitting the corner. So Hebe not getting full information that he would want. But now, therefore, they just commit and say, okay, we're going to center more around the middle of the map. We're going to clear out A short a bit. Make sure we're ready for it. Just empty out the site, right? We don't have any information. We don't want to greet it. They're on an eco. And Trace, the discipline really shining through.
Yeah, exactly. And, there is a world where maybe Munchkin pops his ultimate as well, so you kind of want to give yourself a little bit of space that you don't have to worry about that trying to, especially with the Sheriffs of Genji, you don't want to give them opportunities to kind of swing around in their advantage when you can't respond with utility or something like that. Just really make sure that you're playing this relatively cautious. So that Odin right outside of B is, once again, Genji trying to make their way over there. A little bit of utility being thrown over towards A, but Bianca just hoping, as always, this Odin's going to get some value. It's a good shot card and a good kill.
The timing's so good. What a read on just reading. Okay, are they peeking out towards our Killjoy Yuta? What else is going on? And he's still staying alive. Gets a 3K to round out that 5th round. All right, well, the Odin lives on, and B-side continues to get shut down.
Yeah, they're really, really impressive in the way that they are so willing to take A main control, or sometimes even B main control. You might see this as the kind of half wears on, is that Trace Esports is always trying to use their own bodies to get information. It's not just the utility. We've seen that. They've done a good job with that. But in the past, they'll often try to just brute force their way through a main or through an off angle or something. And we saw it a little bit, I guess, with Zhao when he got that opening kill. But they're so aggressive, and that gives them a ton of information, and they really understand the map really well. And Bianca does such a good job of downloading that, processing it, and getting his pieces in the right place. You can see it on the mini map how well coordinated they are.
Yeah, I think we're seeing them continue where they left off at Champions, and now, of course, the expectations following with them as Texture just explores the arena with their first time being down here in the Gwangju Esports Arena. But this is a tech pause over on the Gen G side. Looks like Trace also just kind of making sure everything's working on their side. BNK double-checking some things. But it looks like we had some admins next to Munchkin and maybe also Yeoman. So we'll wait for that. Hopefully it gets resolved pretty quickly so we can continue on as Trace looking good, trying to make Gen G regret this pick of Ascent.
I got a fun fact for you since we're on a tech pause.
All right, we love fun facts.
Trace Esports hasn't lost on Ascent since 2023.
Since 2023?
Since 2023.
Okay.
So this is a bold pick by Gen G, no matter how you shook it. That's why when the draft first came out, I was like, oh, Gen G surely didn't pick this map.
Right.
But they did. But that's okay. You want to test yourself. It's totally respectable in an event like this. However, the team that they lost to was Rare Atom.
Oh.
And Yeoman was on that team. That was the last team they lost to on Ascent.
Oh, okay. So that's when Yeoman was in China, right, trying to ascend. Okay, I get it.
Yep.
See if Yeoman can reach deep into his memory palace, his mind palace.
His mind palace.
Yeah, he starts opening all the doors. He's like, nope, not Nongshim. Oh, nope, not that one. Oh, Rare Atom, here we go. Yeah.
Right. If he can do that, I credit to him. I can't, man. I can't remember what I did when I woke up this morning. Let alone 2 years ago.
Live day by day.
That's right. I do. I truly do live by day.
That's going all right, I would say. Oh.
I'm still alive, so got that going for me.
Yes, that's a big plus, I would argue. And it looks like they're just double-checking everyone on the Gen G side, making sure that it's all working, making sure all the settings are as they should be. Perhaps just finding something. Get ahead of the curve while we're on a quick little tech pause. I don't mind it. Of course, full house today and tomorrow, both days being sold out. And, I mean, why wouldn't it be? Not only do you have the big brand names in Korea for Gen G and T1, especially now with the rebuild, such exciting rosters, but then you've got the world champions, EDG, and Trace Esports gain a lot of fans as well, with just the blood, sweat, and tears really shining through at Champions. It's a smaller tournament with just 4 teams, but it is absolutely a studded lineup.
Yeah, exactly. And, I mean, also, it's a really nice city. It's really easy to get to. I mean, Korea in general, if you ever come here, the infrastructure is amazing. Trains go everywhere, so it's super, super convenient. There's an airport, too, of course, in Gwangju. It's actually a pretty big city. I had to look it up because I'm like, man, this city's big. And it's 1.5 million people. I'm like, okay, so this is like I got from a pretty small state. This entire city is 1/8 the population of my home state. So, it's
Yeah, but just in case, for anyone not from the U.S., the states vary a lot
it's huge,
in America.
Yeah. And each state is it could be like 3 Koreas that has 100,000 people in it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But yeah, I was, because I think I've been down to Gwangju when I was a kid, when I was still living in Korea back then. But obviously I don't remember much. It's just for vacation or whatever. So now coming back, I'm like, okay, yeah, I didn't realize that it was that we had a lot of stuff going on here, a lot of people. I mean, we came in during rush hour. There was an absolute traffic jam. The gridlock was pretty bad. But we are back in the game. Just a couple replays to catch us up. That was a quick flick from Zhao on his way out from a short, and then Bianca with the Odin. We're all used to how that works. But I like what Bianca's doing is that he's not just spamming through the first 40 seconds, but he's really trying to play these mind games, constantly repositioning, just fishing for a reaction out of Foxy9.
Exactly. It is really, really smart stuff. They're trying to punish him there, but Foxy9 pretty wise to that game. A duelist himself, kind of reading that play very, very nicely, but you do at least clear the turret, so you've got that going for you as Trace Esports, and it makes it a lot tougher there for that Gen G player. Trying to get any more damage done initially is, you can just see, again, they've got already pretty decent A main control. It's going to be a lot of heavy lifting from Heibei with that KO. Try to make sure that you're keeping these pushes in check. Now a bit of a mid crunch being set up here by TE. They love to get aggressive.
Yeah, and it's the Odin kind of jiggle peeking for the operator. I love to see that. You're not really expecting, but Trace Esports has a good idea that with Gen G would normally, their style would be to re-clear everything because you don't know where the op's gone now. But Gen G says we're just going to wait. We're going to pile on through A side. A good read coming out from Munchkin, coming in with the null command as well. So none of that util, and Foxy9 takes this opportunity, the Killjoy afar. None of the util there to detect him. Can he get value out of this? We'll see how long Gen G can stay alive, because Foxy9's going big. He's going deep in the paint. Finds one, gets the headshot, tries to get the set, but he's done his job.
Yeah, that's really, really smart there, knowing that it's probably the op that you're going up against from stairs to just back right off. Texture waiting. Oh, he's so clean.
Yeah, I mean, he was pre-aimed on that one. Munchkin swings out of the smoke as well, but he's just buying time to allow Texture to reposition, stay alive in the site. Foxy9 finally taken care of, but Spike has been taking down. Texture finishes off, gets the reset once again, and Fung Fung now spotted up top. It's just a matter of time to spam through from Charon, and Gen G stabilizes for a 3-3 scoreline.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the respect that no command really offers, for you as an attacker, and really good utilization of it here by Gen G. I think if they're able to just break through to the site, just get Texture up on that high angle, make it so difficult for Zhao to react. And this lurk is beautiful, gets past the utility. It's hard to draw it up much better than the way Gen G played it. Yeah, maybe we'd like to have a few cleaner kills here or there, but that's A-okay. It's just the blade sword nearly goes down, and yeah, you got health control, and you've got control of A main. Crossfires are really, really good. And now we're seeing a good timeout. Well, it wasn't a tactical timeout, but, off of a little bit of breather, Gen G's been able to reset.
Yeah, now going fast again, trying to change up that pace. That's something that Gen G really commanded well throughout the 2024 season. It's just being able to change the pace back and forth. It's going to be a double swing. Is he ready for it? Zhao, Bladestorm at the ready. He knows there's one more. Not quite sure which member it is, but soon enough they'll go through the process of elimination. Now mid has to push out. Otherwise, there's not much of an option for Gen G. Their position's all told, but Munchkin finds that crack. Starts to break open into A, so now you're not sure. Is it mid to B? Is it mid to A? Trace Esports a little bit spread out apart.
Yeah, it's so hard to read this right now. Usually you would expect maybe Munchkin trying to be backing up that push, but Yeoman's going to win that duel against Liu King. Oh, the Odin's so good from Bianca.
Yeah, he's trying to swing. He knows that there's going to be another one. A great read from Bianca, and now it's going to be just Yeoman all alone. He does have the spike, and he knows that there's one more. Not quite sure if he heard the drop 100%. Now he knows, but he has to win this fight. He knows they're pinching in. Needs to draw it out. Is there another? He just has no idea and can't win it. Trace Esports takes the lead once again.
Man, that's so well handled by Trace. That's such a tricky round to understand what Gen G's trying to do, but everybody just kind of maintaining their position. And then again, that re-aggression towards mid by Bianca is so powerful there. This opening kill huge as well, and the fact that Yeoman can't get in a comfortable position to trade it is really, really painful for Gen G. If they're able to trade that op out, it's a very different round potentially, but hold strong. Fung Fung really clean with that shot. Now Gen G back down to an eco with all those ults in hand as well. The ult cycle has been really tricky for Gen G to really get into full effect. Yeah, sure, they had the round where they used the Blade Storm and the Null Command to get themselves a nice round win, but it is the El Clasico technical pause.
Yeah, I mean, you got one, we get one.
Yeah, exactly.
You got to keep it even.
It's only fair.
Yeah, hopefully not too much, but we'll see. Looks like something just double checking with Heibei, but he's putting his headset right back on. That's usually a good sign. And you start to pick up on these tells, right? Like, are they sitting up or are they leaning back? You know,
Is there
like,
someone at the desk with them?
yeah, is there someone at the desk? Like, does he have both sides of the headphone on? Is he like adjusting his mic, or is he just, you know, keeping his hands warm? Like, there's some tells you pick up on
the
these
tech
teams.
pause meta.
Yeah, the tech pause meta. You got to get the read. You got to become the IGL of the tech pause.
Yeah, exactly, dude. Yeah. It wouldn't be a Valorant event without a tech pause. At least one. You know, every time there's somebody's audio is like not feeling right, or
Yeah, audio is always the
that's
tricky
the one. That's the
Yeah.
one that always gets me.
I mean, especially just because you realize that they have to have their own comms, but for a lot of events, obviously the refs have to be listening in, and you might have replays with comms, and then you've got all these other audio signals. So there are a lot of cables crossing. But that looks like that was a very quick fix. And now a beam heavy setup here for the start of the round for Gen G. A bit different. They've always started heavier on the A side for the most part so far on this attacking half, and then tried to figure out where to go. But now back onto the Sheriffs. Now these are the ones you have to watch out, right? The Gen G Thrifty. They like to open up that thrift shop and start rolling forward. So Trace Esports giving them a lot of that respect. But Zhao on an island, over and wide with the operator. So this is just like one-shot bail. Like, you just have to get out of there.
Yeah, let's see if Gen G can read this. I think when he shifted down to that position, it wasn't identified earlier.
It's going to be a swing. Is it a good double, though? No, not at all, but he misses the shorty. He thinks they might charge him. He's absolutely trapped. And Gen G, they will not only get Zhao, but also Luke in good coverage from Texture, being aware that there has to be someone guarding that jet. And that is sight wide open. Could be disastrous here for Trace.
That's just classic Gen G there with the protocols. So well disciplined. Such a good job by this coaching staff to get them prepared for scenarios like that. And all the players know their role. Under Fury for Yo-Man, gets one tag. Quick drop down. Oh, yeah. Got it.
Finally gets it on that third shot. Texture with a nice peek out, dwindles the numbers. Those rifle in hand now for Texture. He's still the Guardian now for Yo-Man. Munchkin with the Sheriff. Good to see him back with that. And that's going to be the round for sure. But Feng Feng, can he get out alive? They're going to start to hunt him down. Yo-Man's already behind. Trying not to get tricked by the alarm bot. Can't break it, but he just needs one shot. A little bit rushed on that one. Can't cover him too much, but he's done the okay. Some aim training. But Texture will clean him up.
Yeah, that's such good stuff from Gen G. Just go to B main, see if there's a push out, see if you can maybe, collapse on them if they try to go for an aggressive play. You kind of just sense, if you've watched TE at all, that they're eventually going to try something like that. They're kind of prepared for it. Doesn't happen. It's a really quick decision. This is something that Munchkin's so good at, is changing up ideas on the fly, really implementing decisive strategies in the heart of the moment, in the heat of the moment, excuse me. And this time around, okay, Feng Feng gets some nice kills, but round's done and dusted at that point. Now you have Foxy9 with his lockdown. Oh, this spam. Oh my god, Texture almost fights the dust there.
Yeah, and he's trying to get all the way down to the origin of the Tracers. BNK, he'll get some damage, but won't find a kill for his troubles just yet. However, that does give time for the lockdown to come in. Texture, he's trying to avoid it, runs to the wall, but he'll stay alive for now. Yo-Man counter spamming across the site. Will pick up a kill himself. The Nano Swarms keep Gen G trapped. Texture is already low, just a scratch, and he goes down. Lil King not quite cleared, still alive on the switch. Feng Feng now there, it's triple on the switch. And you still got Heimei coming in. Paranoia to open up the site here for the retake before the spike goes down and planted. And it's going to be Karon. He just bails, wants to reset.
Yeah, this is a really smart play by Karon. He's so good about being adaptive on the fly. He's even going to get aggressive towards stairs, but let's see if that's the angle that all three players of TE are going to really try to push for.
It sounds like he definitely heard at least one of those footsteps when they got close enough. Heimei just being the shield there with low health. Karon going to just go for the drop. Kind of mistimed his own fake out there. He finds one, but he can't get the transfer over to Zhao in time. And Trace Esports, they'll continue leading on, but let's be honest. I mean, look at the scoreline. Gen G already doing decent on the attacking side, so it's Trace really pressured to continue to push forward.
Yeah, absolutely. This is just really good back and forths overall. Even though this round was very close in the long run for TE, they did such a good job with those deep nanos. That caught Texture, who had taken so much damage on the way in. He gets taken out. Again, it takes Karon just showcasing his tremendous individual skills to really give them any hope in this round. But yeah, I mean, I'm having a good time. This is fun.
Yeah.
That's all I got. It's
I mean,
just
it's, honestly, it's kind of nice to start easy on Ascent, you know?
Yeah,
Like,
right.
we kind of know what the reads are. We know what the teams play like. We're getting just some good gunplay. And we'll see Munchkin Null Command back online. So is Haybase. Let's see if Trace Esports tries to get ahead of this Null Command. It looks like they want to shut down any sort of fast push all the way through A short. And if it's a Null Command on site, they will just back off after an op shot. The setup is there.
Now this is a crunch play for sure, but Haybase hitting himself in the corner. Texture's still able to best him. I don't know how.
And he's still alive as well. Dashes in, creates space, tries to go for the counter peek, and he's too low. Texture with a double kill, and Karon now swinging out alongside Yo-Man. Again, this is just Gen G. I mean, like you said, the protocols to timings on swinging off of each other, but Texture also this time kind of single-handedly creating so much space on that entry.
Dude, he's so good. He's so smart. The way he reacts, like Haybase in a great position. Texture doesn't really get the jump on him. Haybase has an opportunity there. But Texture able to out-frag him and then gets ahead of the door close with the dash and catches them off balance and gets another kill. I mean, these are the plays that set Gen G apart, set Texture apart as a duelist in 2024. His instincts are outrageously good.
Yeah, if there's a difference between Texture and some of the other world-class duelists is that he doesn't make it look like he's always pressured to do that, right? But when it comes, like you said, when the time calls for it, on just a quick snap, he says, okay, well, I guess I do have to just go in on my own and create space, and I can still do that, right? Normally, yeah, it's all about team play, it's about my off and things like that. But if he needs to do it, he'll do it. And that's a flawless. That one hurts a little bit for Trace Esports, as they're the ones who wanted to keep a big lead in the first half on the defensive side. But now already tied 5-5. This means no matter how this half goes, Gen G has a pretty decent shot in the upcoming second.
Absolutely. I mean, to build on what you're talking about, Texture, I think he's always been, in my mind, like the most well-balanced duelist. Not like in Korea and Pacific, maybe even the world, but like in terms of just he can do everything well. Like there isn't really a big glaring weakness in my mind to Texture's play. He can be aggressive, he can play disciplined, he can op, he can do everything that you want. You know, he's got great Sheriff, he's got great Blade Storm. There's very little that he doesn't do well, especially on Jet. His Raze, I would say, is the weaker of the two main duelists that he plays.
Sure.
But he's still pretty solid at Raze too. I mean, we've seen it on Lotus in the previous year.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I would say that maybe because of that, and also just because of the way that you usually play Raze on certain maps, he's much more of a space creator on Raze than he is a fragger per se. But I like the way you put it, right? He's not a bit of a all my eggs in one basket type of duelist, but he is very much a team and system player. Like, you can plug him into any team and he'll still get the job done. And Karon jumping across, he'll stay alive. It is an eco on the side of Trace, so they don't want to give up any weapons. Gen G, they're going to make sure that they can get out of this safely. Drawing out so much util too. I mean, Trace, they just want to know, should we stick around or not? And that's so much of BNK's arrows all thrown. Now all the darts are gone, just the drone on his side. Not sure if he wants to invest that even on the eco. That's a lot of credit investment already.
That's a fantastic micro play from Karon to really bait out all that utility, absorb a little bit of damage, sure, but gives him an opportunity. How does he even... He's looking the wrong way and he's just ready to react. I mean, Texture is just so good, man.
Yeah, he's looking very comfy today, right? He doesn't look panicked at all. Doesn't look like he's forcing any of these fights. He's just playing good old Valorant, clearing the corners, nice and calm. And that's just going to be a 3K as we talk about it. And the spike will go in 10 seconds, but they will get the plant down nice and safe. Low King, the only one alive, door closed. Only has a Sheriff. I mean, listen, yeah, you can try to get some damage in, but also on the Omen, the last-minute ultimate isn't going to be the biggest game changer. Just looking to do some damage, and if not, just go down to the spike, I guess. But he will get a fight whether he wants it or not. Low King, nice jump in from Yo-Man as well, not giving up that headshot to the Sheriff. Love to see it.
Yeah, this is one of the things that I really like about Yo-Man is he's so smart in a lot of different ways, and it's not just his IGLing, it's his individual understanding of the game, of situations, of how to make the best, statistical percentage play, and that's just a microcosm of what he's capable of. He's not going to blow the doors off of you with his fragging. He's not a Texture, he's not a Karon, he's not a Munchkin. He doesn't have that same level yet of fragging, but he's got the brains, he's got the hard work, he's got the work ethic. Like, this guy is so highly thought of in Korea, and I think all of us expect him in the next couple of years to just be an absolute superstar IGL, like one of those players that we're talking about, going to internationals, competing for titles, and being really, really smart and effective along the way. And what a mentor to learn under with Mike.
Yeah, I mean, if we can see him grow, right, under the likes of Munchkin and then, of course, HSK and Solo, that would be huge because just to add on to Yeoman's reputation so far, for those of you who watched Pacific Ascension, you know that SPG just looked absolutely dominant. And that was the story in Korea. Like, everyone knew SPG was going to Ascension, but Yeoman leads a team of rookies on Nongshim all the way to a map 5 in that grand finals, right? They grind all the way up there, and they take them all the way to the end. And a lot of that, again, was his decision-making to set up the rookies with their mechanics. That's Zhao. That's an easy op shot. Munchkin kind of waltzing right down mid, no support. So they get info on the operator. But now we'll see. Yeoman Hunter's Fury online. We've been praising him in the previous round. Can he do it? Texture gets taken out in the sky. And Lil King also balancing out with a nice trade off of that as well. So site shut down, spike down. Information gained from Trace Esports with all 5 members alive. No command activated as well. Last round of the half. And they're just waiting. This is just walking into the crosshairs of Trace Esports. Looks very likely to be a 6-6 half. Unless Karon refreshes his greatest highlight ever. He gets one for it. Oh, he almost gets 3. Wouldn't have gotten the round either way, but eventually taken down by BLK.
Yeah, solid half for both teams. Saw some good adjustments across the board. The start for TE looked like they had really good protocols, really good discipline. But Gen.G, again, that really good play calling that you get from Munchkin, he has zero fear. He'll call aggressive plays. We saw it, even if it isn't going to necessarily always work, but he makes really good decisive adaptations. And what's wild about him and what's wild about Gen.G on this map on their attacker side is as a KO, he's running around by himself half the time, and usually a KO doesn't do that. So it's really hard to get reads on what Gen.G is doing. And that just goes to show you how much confidence that Gen.G has in all of their individual players, their individual skill, that you can send your one, other than the paranoia, your one flasher out there to try to just create space, get info, find picks, things like that.
Yeah, I mean, Gen.G was one of the teams that really established the fact that info has changed, right, when it comes to Valorant. As we take a look at the full house here, Guangzhou showing up. I'm pretty sure we have some fans coming in from China as well, and since this is on a campus, we actually ran into some exchange students as well. It seemed like coming over from China. They're already attending this university, but they're here to watch the games alongside some of their Korean friends, so lots to watch out for. But going back to Munchkin, establishing the fact that you're not as reliant as you used to be on just getting every single timer in terms of util and info. So now you can be a bit more aggressive on throwing this stuff out there and say, hey, firepower at the end of the day is king. It is an FPS. And Gen.G, I mean, they got so much success off of that in 2024. And Trace answering back in the very last round of the half.
Yeah, it's just this last round, really good holds from Hebe and Lil King. Even though they get kind of wrecked there by Karan at the end, the round's basically over, so that's whatever. But the way they set up the edit angle, the shooting as well, very clean there to take texture out of the air. Really, really nice stuff to be able to react like that. Get that aim labs practice in for sure. And even though texture 16 and 7, a big piece of this puzzle. I liked what I'm seeing from Zhao. I want to talk about him a little bit since he's kind of this player that's stepping in, and we saw some really good stuff. The operator looked pretty clean for the most part. A few hiccups here and there where he just kind of got out-dueled by texture, but you know what? That's basically every player in the world, my friend, so nothing to feel bad about there.
Yeah, I mean, that's a tough one if you want to try to get it done here during the offseason, but he does look like he's found his place. Not as explosive as we're used to from the likes of Kai or Feng whenever they play duelists on the squad, but we'll see if he warms up to it throughout this weekend. And that's just a 4-man wide swing into Tree here from Trace. They want to take that over, ready for the pinch, but Gen.G knows this now, and look at Karen's position, hiding in the smoke. Surely you suspect it, but can you clear it as Texture drawing so much attention from Evan, and Karen still gets a kill as well. They just cannot pick their targets on the side of Trace, and Gen.G, a nice and safe hold with 4 people alive.
I mean, it's a shooting gallery for Gen.G there. Just let them come through that door, and you've got 3 players watching it, with ghosts and other things, and it's just good luck.
Yeah,
good luck.
I mean, you got Tree, but now you've kind of shown your entire hand, and the problem is Karon kind of hides into a very, very forward smoke, so they can't spam him out of there. So you have to go into the crossover to Textures and his teammates, and if you can't take them out immediately, I mean, that's tough luck to you.
Yep.
So Gen.G now leading. This time a bit of a change, valuing that Ares here, the Yeoman flavor coming in, not just the Guardians. Still the same bullet pen. Just getting that spam down. We've seen that a bit more towards the end of the year, I would say, where people would say, instead of an early Odin, we'll just start right away on the anti-eco with the Ares. It still gets some of the similar value, nice and early on. And 2 Bulldogs as well for Karon and Foxy9.
Yeah, they're doing a good job there, working together to clear that turret, to make sure that it's taken care of. That they have the ability to put a little bit of extra pressure on TE if they so choose, but looking a little bit similar. Kind of a stock standard A main hit. Leave your Killjoy on the other side of the map. And just Munchkin getting ready to throw that 0 point to check the Cubby. But it's a rotate here from TE, so throwing a little bit of a curveball at Gen G. I like this idea. Trying to buy a little bit of extra time and space. See if we can find another angle to work with. Sure, the old man gonna be checking this, and that's a dink, and Fung Fung all but dead there.
Yeah.
Just barely got out.
Yeah, now you've kind of shown your hand a lot, especially with the alarm bot going down. Texture, he's not going to go for the spam. He just wants to provide backup. They've made the call. Gen G's going to fill the site. The two members are going to anchor down, and Texture already ahead of the smoke. And once again, another shooting gallery coming out for Gen G. 4 members alive once again. All the weapons retained, and 8-6 is the lead.
Yeah, that's just really good stuff from Gen G. Texture in particular, so quick to react to that scenario. You know, as soon as they realized it wasn't A, he's immediately over there towards Alley to get that extra angle to really help out Foxy9 and Yo-Man to make sure that all the entry angles are covered. Yeah, he gets taken down by a straight classic headshot, but at the end of the day, you're very happy with the way this is going as Gen G. This defender side starting out basically exactly how you'd want to dial it up, only losing that one gun. Well, you don't even lose it, you're able to pick it up. The end of the round, get another rifle into the hands of your star duelist. Looking for a little bit of info. Yo-Man now going for an interesting angle with the Ares there, expecting the player to potentially be in tiles. See if he can go for a bit of a spam battle, but Bianca.
But can they push out B main? The setup here, right? Trying to give that faith that it might be a tiles crunch and then spamming through with the Ares, which, by the way, a lot tougher to do at that distance compared to the Odin, but he still stuck it through. No actual damage done, but that gives him control of B main now. So now you can start to reposition if you want. We'll see if Texture decides to push out or if they rotate out. They've already kind of given up mid. Sure, alarm bot is there, but you might get pinched any time. So it looks like Gen G's ready to push out of B main should it become a pinch. Texture, he's waiting for info, but Foxy9 down. Texture, he's on an island. He's got to pick and choose. He's just going to decide to go deep. He just wants to stay alive. Over on the alley, he's trying not to get pinged. He hides from the recon, but it's a tough angle. He's going to get spotted from too many. Dashes right into the crosshairs of Zhao. Liu King also on the lurk. Gen G can't make up their minds. 2 members now stranded in the middle of the map. Don't really have a choice. They're just going to wait for maybe some pickups. If they can get upgrades, great. If they can take away the other weapons, even better. And Yo-Man following through. Not going to spend too much time. Upgrades to the Vandal. They know that that was the lurker. So now they are going to try to pinch in onto the remaining 4 members. See how much Gen G can get done.
This is going to be tough. Basically round probably about over unless something miraculous happens. But Munchkin waiting. That Guardian, good shots. Can only find one before he's taken down by Zhao.
Yeah, but he'll still get 1 away, and Yo-Man deciding to save this one nice and early as well. He'll still go for a peek or 2 now, knowing that they're exiting. Oh, gets, yeah, right at the end of that scan. So he's just going to save it. Not too bad of a choice either. Obviously, coming in on the bonus, you get a free upgrade from the Ares. It's not going to be too bad. I'm sure they would have liked to at least take away 1 more weapon. That would have really felt like it was an advantage for them despite losing the round. But it's just going to be an even footing on that one.
Yeah, absolutely. This is just really good stuff on the back of an early pick by Fung Fung, outdueling his counterpart in Foxy9. That really just breaks open the space. That shot right there is so good. That's the go signal that they need. The lurk is great from Liu King. Yeah, sure, there's a late counter lurk. Whatever. Round's basically done and dusted at that point. So, okay, you got the round you're supposed to win. That's TE. Good God, Texture already has 21 kills.
Yeah, he's been, I mean, kind of
crazy.
Quietly but surely fragging out, like, non-stop. Still getting these double triples very consistently. So we'll see where he ends up, because round score-wise, this is still looking like a pretty tight game. The Odin continuing on the attacking side for Bianca. Yo-Man now picks up his own as well, giving over the Vandal to a teammate.
Yeah, let's see what they want to do with this. They're backing off. They don't like it. They were maybe expecting some kind of, you do see this with, like, Texture where, he'll push right along that wall, and there'll be a flash from, either the Paranoia or the Munchkin flashes, whatever, to try to break open that angle towards Gelato, excuse me. And this time around, it didn't happen, so they just kind of pull back, wait out the 0 point, and now they're going to reaggress that angle. Sure, the one-way's there, but they can disrespect it this time. Did they tap that orb or not? I didn't hear.
No, not yet, but Karon, he safely backs out, decides he's not getting that second kill, just trying to stay alive. You already have Texture back here as well, so it's a 3-man setup. You know you have a stack. here on the A side, so they're just going to stick it through. They're going to try to stay alive in the site. Karon trying to fish for it, can't find it. Munchkin can't stabilize either. Too many targets, but Texture continuing for another. Dashes out, buys time, knows that the last member is on the site with the spike. Backup has arrived. Fung Fung, he knows that Texture should be low. Just going to try to bait him in. Nanoswarm already taken out. Trying to bait them onto the drop, and Texture goes high! That's so much time bought on that crosshair displacement. Yo-Man picks up the kill.
I really like the way that Karan plays this execute. He gets out ahead of the players just enough, gets a kill, baits out the paranoia. He eats an entire paranoia. He can just TP away to safety, and that's a big part of that execute, taken out of the hands of TE. That allows Texture to play a little bit safer. Some of the other players as well kind of understand that they can push these angles a little bit more aggressively. Munchkin going to be able to tuck himself in the corner, get a big kill, but it's just a great play to set up the guarantee to make sure that that crosshair, there's no way in hell he's ever coming back to get more than one kill out of that.
Yeah, exactly. Not greeting for it on the side of Texture, just saying, someone will get this kill if I can stay alive this long in the sky. And that they did. Yo-Man picks it up. Odin continues over on the B side. Killjoy set up a bit more forward and mid as well. Same with the Nanoswarm right at the entrance of B. Ooh, oh, okay. Damage quite a bit traded on both sides, but I would say BNK taking a lot before he can even get any info. It's the tough side here, and that's a swing off the flash. Stinger coming in big for Zhao. That should be an upgrade. Dashes in, already space created. Paranoia should be relatively good, but he's not able to find a clean target right away. Eventually gets traded. Texture not stabilizing off of that tailwind.
Oh no, Texture ran into something there. Didn't get the tailwind to go the way he wanted. Foxy9 with a good headshot. Takes down Luo King. Has the opportunity to finish the job. Only one player left here. BNK stuck. Spike down on the site. The door is closed in front of him. This is going to take a tremendous outplay from the side of BNK.
Now they know for sure. I mean, they already kind of knew because he was spotted over on the side of B. But now it's 100%. 30 seconds still. You do have some time. So BNK doesn't have to rush, but he does have to find a kill.
Ooh, he might have caught the angle here.
Oh, yo, man, just a quick little spam. Good inklings as well. As they just say, okay, we haven't checked the back too much yet. It could be time that he's rotated around. That's a good read from Yo-Man. We've praised, again, his individual decision-making on top of the overall meta decision-making, and shines through once again.
Yeah, that internal clock is ticking there for him to recheck that angle at the perfect time. And yeah, finds a nice fadeaway shot there, but it's a good idea in the beginning part of that round for Trace Esports. They get that flash, they get the kill onto Munchkin, and that looks like it might break things open. But again, Karan, his reactions are so perfect. I mean, the protocols that he has built into himself are amazing. That paranoia and the fade out to the back of dice to buy extra time there for players like Texture and other to step up and start covering him is so good. It's so hard to teach that kind of stuff. And he is just, every time, it seems like he's just making the right decision when it comes to what he needs to be doing in the heat of the moment with his utility, with his movement, with his spacing. It's just unbelievable how good he is.
Yeah, I'm very curious. Again, like we mentioned before, can he grow even further is the big question for me now, right? I think we've already seen why Yo-Man is a pretty good player, and that goes for pretty much everyone here on Gen G. But similarly, maybe even Foxy9 as well. We know that he took a big step forward this past year on DRX, especially when he was given that chance to shine on the Sentinel. Now, how much further can he go, right? Are they going to follow the path of Karon, where we just continue to see potential unlocks back to back to back? Or are we going to say, okay, pretty good player, now this is your spot, this is the role you fit into on whichever roster you continue to move on to?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you would expect that someday he's going to take the reins of a team as an IGL again. It feels like that's the one thing I would say, Korea doesn't have a ton of, is really strong IGLs, and we have some for sure, but the depth there isn't probably where people would like it to be frank.
Sure.
So having players like Yo-Man is incredible, and for Gen G to snag him, to have a player that could be the future of this roster potentially, is really exciting in one way or another. Whether it's just him being a sub-caller and a info gathering initiator, which is something this team desperately needed, to have that extra, line of consistency. Yes, Lakio very good for most of last year, but bringing in a young player like this, it really just shows you how dedicated Gen G is to the future of this team, of this organization, and they don't look that different to me in terms a lot of the way that they play and the way that they're thinking and the way that they're reacting. It's still just kind of, you still have that core there, right? You still have Texture, you still have Karan, you still have Munchkin.
Yeah, and I mean, Yo Man, again, I actually didn't get a chance to double check, but if I'm not mistaken, he's also finished his military service, I believe. And I mean, he's actually been around in Challengers for quite a long while as well, so while he hasn't been up to Tier 1 as we watch Munchkin just spamming through, that's the pop flash. He spotted him on the way out of the smoke. That's 2 members down. The entry shut down, and Trace Esports, Spike stranded. They have nowhere really to go other than mid to B, and it looks like Gen.G is very well aware of this. The one-way coming down to Market Door, but Fung Fung would be the difference maker. Finds that opening, baits out the off shot, gets some damage in. Paranoia to go in, but not much time. 15 seconds. Gen.G just has to stay alive, and that's exactly what they're looking to do. But Fang Fang, once again, another one. Peeks in, he once again dodges the bullets, weaves in and out, and he wraps around with the classic. What is this man?
Spike planted.
Just walking all around the site.
It's bonkers.
He just matrixed his way all the way through 100%.
So good. Just the timings on those peaks and those other things to keep Texture completely off balance. We didn't get to see it on our screen, but he was dueling with them pretty early on. Yeah, you've got an Odin here for Yo Man. Some spam coming through, some weak players. We're just out of Trace Esports. There's an opportunity here for Gen.G.
Yeah, they haven't quite found the kills they want, but they spot one. That's a good ping over on the recon. Now checking all the close angles one by one. They know exactly where he's at. You know he's low. Munchkin jumps in, not baited out by the turret. He tries to swing off, he's trying to spray, but the weapon swap. It's too much time given over to Fung as he gets an ace to bring Trace back up to 8.
Unreal stuff from Fung Fung. Oh my god.
Holy.
What can you say? He just plays that round just about perfectly. In every situation, he's making the right read. He's using his util properly. Puts the turret out. Yeah, it doesn't ping. Then he's ready for the re-aggression on the angle. I mean, it looks like this round is done and dusted. This Munchkin 2K, you're like, okay, good job. Gets the spot right as he's changing the smokes. But that quick shot from Fung Fung, able to find Texture. Good TP here from Karan, but he gets bamboozled. They're coming from 2 angles. He can't really guess correctly. Now the knives are going to be popped for Zhao. Thinking about making a push down towards mid. I mean, Karan's pinged it out. They're ready for this. They're able to get out of the way. Still, he's in trouble. Yeah, he's done.
Yeah, he's chased through. They spotted him. They know 100%, and they are pushing through. Understanding that it should be a relatively weaker buy. Now, it is a bit of a mixed buy over on the side of Gen.G. See if Trace Esports is taking that into account. Shorty in the back. They're aware of it. The Odin spam, but they haven't spotted him yet. Oh, still gets it. The headshot right there with the bullet spam coming through. Fung Fung not stopping where he left off in the previous round. 2 more to his name. Zhao gets the double as well. And a flawless, the tempo swap from Trace Esports brings the momentum right back. And I have to say, wouldn't be surprised if we see a timeout from the side of Gen.G just to cool things off.
Yeah, I think now might be a good chance for that. They are really starting to heat up. You know, you're seeing Fung Fung, you know, kind of pop off a little bit there on stage after the ace, and now you're getting the players laughing. They're having a bit of a better time. You know, they've almost brought this right back to an even score line. Yes, it's going to be weapons back in the hands of Gen.G. You're going to have Texture with that op again, but they did such a good job keeping him off balance. I shouldn't say they. I should say Fung Fung did such a good job of keeping Texture off balance. A flash there, Munchkin's going to eat the full thing, so that's going to back him off. A little bit of A-main control being contested by both squads, but it seems like TE doesn't really want to mess with it too much right now. It's just going to be rotating or setting up for another B hit, but these are scary, man.
Yeah, I mean, look, right now they're going to have to set up outside of B main, right? So they still have to clear a lot. Then you still have to deal with the nano swarms. You have a very forward operator in mid from Texture, and then an alarm bot if you went for the pitch. Now, they aren't going to do that. They do have a Hunter's Fury. Can they go for the null command? No, they're just going to actually go for the spam with the Hunter's Fury, planting in Zhao deep. Texture gets one, but it's only Fung Fung. Zhao now taken down, Low King there to trade. So sight still in favor of Trace Esports as they've closed the door. Now they know Texture, he's broken it, but the smoke there. You slow things down, you can get the spike plant, try to reset enough time for the 3v3 fair fight on the side of Trace Esports.
You've got so many flashes here as Gen.G. You've got the Paranoia just got used. You still got 2 more. Okay, well, forget that. Munchkin's on the ground.
Yeah, no command's still going off, but you're not going to see the flashes come out, and that is not going to be a tradable fight. Texture, he has to wait for them to peek, but they have no reason to. Discipline shines once again for the side of Trace. The recon coming out. Munchkin eventually goes down. No res off of that no command, and just going in with heroics. Texture can't swing around fast enough.
This is huge. They're playing out of their minds right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is an absolute momentum shift, right? It's fully back in favor of Trace. Now tied 10-10.
This is crazy. I mean, they're so good. at these executes. You know, they just line up, they get ready, making some good map reads as well. And now you're right back to an eco for the side of Gen G. Looks like maybe a judge going to be grabbed here for Karan. A couple sheriffs, Hunter's Fury into lockdown available potentially. Do have that null command to consider for Hebe, who's having a bit of a struggle, but that's okay. The rest of the team's picking up the pieces for him for sure. Early check with the knife. Texture, good with that sheriff. Takes a shot into the wall. That's no hope of that ever hitting anything.
Yeah. Just a warning shot.
Just let him know. Yeah. Hey, I'm here, guys.
Yeah, we got sheriffs. Yeah, you know how good they are.
Yeah. You want to come this way? Yeah.
And, I mean, Karan with the judge, I love that he's not above that, right? He's saying, it's the judge in the game. I'll use it whatever time I need. And he's found great success with it. But I think we've seen it too often now that you have to start to get a little suspect when you see Gen G on lower econ, that you might see that controller with that judge. So Trace, they're playing things calm. They're keeping their distance. Zhao, he's got backup, so he'll get out just fine. Tailwind, not quite going to be used all the way.
He did like Yeoman there, so Yeoman very, very weak. Getting a little bit of info off that knife. Karan, trying to dodge himself. Caught by the 0 points.
I mean, they're doing so much to try to hide this judge, right? You see the spam coming in from Texture again from behind him. He's trying to say, hey, you want to come in? It's a little empty. But Trace does not bite. They get the read. They're trying to jump through, but they jump through without information. There's the Trace back and forth. Texture still alive, but Bianca, a nice swing out. They can even maybe get the res. He's trying. Oh, he gets him right near the end. KO. Yeah, hasn't been come up just yet. Oh. Okay. And now Feng Feng just going to pick it up as well. So a bit of a miscomm there, but either way, somebody picked it up. But they are spread out. Karan, he has no idea really where Lil King might be coming in from. But he has an inkling, because you saw that from the shadows. Karan with a nice swing out, resets, gets that shot. He wants to swap over to the Vandal. A little bit more of a comfort weapon, 1v1. Feng Feng, currently the protagonist of Trace Esports, brought them right back into this game, this map one. With that ace, he swings out and Karan's ready for it. The timing absolutely in favor for the superstar rookie of 2024, now one of the core veterans on Gen G.
Just unbelievable. I mean, this round looked like it was done and dusted, and then a judge spam through a smoke, hearing that the res is being attempted, able to find that kill, and then, like you said, some miscommunication there. For Trace Esports, cost them dearly. His push through, tucked in a corner, gets an extra kill. Yeoman, even after being dinged up, found to kill himself as well, and that's so crisp from Karan. I mean, his mechanics are just otherworldly sometimes.
Yeah, he's so consistent with it, right? That's the impressive part. We've seen sparks from a bunch of rookies, but he was very consistent for the most part of 2024, and again, I think a lot of us agree, Texture trying to go for that shot on the jump peak. A lot of us agree that we haven't quite seen the ceiling for Karan yet. But Gen G barely holding on to this lead. They want to wrap up their map pick of Ascent as we are playing best of threes, try to get that lead in this series.
Yeah, there was the catch just a little bit on the Zhao through the wall there. That op, so he's beaten up a little bit. He's going to try to be leading the tip of the spear with that operator. See if maybe they drop guns over if they do try to make an execute.
Yeah, surely when the time comes, yeah.
But he's been just pushing angles with that operator, trying to, it's been a lot of mid control being attempted to be taken by them. Shock dart just to keep Texture a little bit at bay, pops the dash, and at least can clear the turret. So got that going for you, but this is all a bit of a ruse maybe. We'll see. It still feels like TE is trying to figure out exactly how they want to set up onto this. There's still that lockdown to consider. There's still the Hunter's Fury, trying to find ways to isolate players, maybe find this pick with the operator, but yeah. Gen G so disciplined.
Yeah, I think you're right. They really want Zhao to get that opening pick from long range first before they make their choice. No way. Are they going to go for just a double swing in with the recon, with the operator, but it's just going to be the operator left alive. This was not what was meant to happen. Zhao still gets one, but eventually gets spammed down through the wall. And now the intention all but broken as Lil King trying to stay alive, but it's just too many bullets raining down from heaven. And the original intent is that Zhao's supposed to draw the attention as your teammates go for the trades, but they just get spammed out. Gen G doesn't even mind the jet flying in.
Yeah, you can just see the disrespect. I mean, they're just standing out in the open waiting for it, understanding that, they can just cut them down as they come through. Yeah, there might be the op shot if it is Zhao that comes through. Sure, you can absorb one of those hits. You've got the resources there that you can just spam that angle. It's really smart stuff from Gen G. I mean, the whole way through, anytime there wasn't a smoke at the front of that door, they're hiding behind the box, they're hiding behind Gen, they're making sure they're not giving the opportunity for that operator to find any opening damage, find that opening pick. Now you've given yourself a really good chance here on map point. Close this out. You've got some huge ultimates in the back pocket you can rely on. You've got that Hunter's Fury. You've got that lockdown still. Yeah, there's a lockdown for Fung Fung, but you've got the counter to it. You've got that Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, a bit of a risky, and now you're actually going to show Munchkin.
Please clear, Munchkin. Please. Help me.
Yeah, well, now you know that both are there. So Zhao ready for the repeat. And that does seem to be the big, the big part of Trace's game is just hoping that they get that first pick. But if Gen G doesn't give it, what's your next answer? As we see them rushing into the scopes of Texture. Texture peeks out for another. He's reset. The backup is there, and now he's ready for a third. He's pushing out. He doesn't care. The disrespect comes in against the lockdown. Texture with a 3K, and now it is going to be the last kill going over to Charon as Gen G leads this series 1-0 on their pick of Ascent.
What a round by Texture. Gets that opener, just moves to the other side, knows that he's got Foxy9 coming to cover his angle while he reloads. So smart from him. And then he just does what he does. I mean, Texture is just outrageously talented. Talked about it. We saw it with just about every possible gun utility opportunity. Texture delivers time and time again.
Yeah, and just such a comfortable looking game here from Texture. Sure, the rounds started to get really close throughout most of the map, but Texture the whole time looks just very comfortable. Looked like he was confident that they were going to finish up the map in style by the end as Gen G crowds around discussing the stats. It looks like Munchkin, I think, wanted to just double check something. You know, well, maybe we'll get a look at it as well, but Gen G, 15 first kills, so definitely taking the lead and the advantage, right, the initiative on most of these rounds, knowing that it's their map pick of Ascent.
Yeah, it's just the huge advantage that Texture can give you in a lot of those rounds where he's going to be the one getting those first kills. You know, obviously Foxy and Munchkin, Karan, all of them really quite good at it. Those are going to be the players that you're kind of looking at to call upon for those situations because, again, Munchkin likes to lurk around as a KO, so sometimes he's going to be the one finding those first kills. But yeah, Fung Fung had a great map, a 30 kill bomb for Texture.
Yeah, and only 15 deaths, so without even the assists, you're at a 2.0 now for that KD, 8 of those being first kills as well. So more than half of the first kills for Gen G from this map coming in through Texture, and everyone else still holding their ground. Yeoman continuing to frag out as well. That was a big question a lot of fans had if you hadn't been following him, but 18 and 12, very respectable for that info initiator. And, you know, Foxy9 and Munchkin kind of just holding the rear end whenever they really needed to on certain rounds. So that's going to be Gen G taking map 1, but this is going to be a best-of-3 series. So we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we will be going over to the second map, which will be Abyss, chosen by Trace Esports. Don't go anywhere.
Enemy remaining. 30
We are proud to announce new additions to the XL series. Both are using fast TN panels and newly upgraded Diac2 technology. Fast TN panel with its faster native response time can reveal enemy outlines quicker during flashbang attacks. For IPS panel, more overdrive is required to enhance response speed, leading to dynamic image blurring due to the panel's inability to handle the load. These new monitors integrate new dynamic accuracy technology, Diac2. The upgraded dual backlight design not only provides FPS players with clearer visuals at dynamic aiming and spray control, but are also more friendly to your eyes. Moreover, built in the monitor panel, Diac2 functions independently and doesn't require any sync with PCs, ensuring no impact on game performance. XL setting to share now has auto game mode feature. Besides download, save, share your settings, it will auto apply different color settings based on your usage scenarios. Outlook of the latest monitors are refreshed. It has incorporated industrial-grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. This is a brief introduction of the new XL monitor. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions.
Welcome back, everyone. We are live from Gwangju in South Korea with the 2024 GES Asia Invitational. Korea versus China is the name of the game. And we started off with Gen G versus Trace in a best of 3. Gen G takes their map pick of Ascent, but it wasn't necessarily easy.
No, not at all. It was a very close fought match because you had some tremendous plays from both sides. He got off to a hot start with Zhao for his first appearance with Trace this year, and he looked really good. But at the end of the day, Texture just kind of said, no, I'm actually the better Jet, my friend. And there were some great plays along the way from Karan and some of the other players. Yeoman as well getting involved in the mix with some nice outplays of his own. So things like that are really kind of coming together for Gen G. It just looked, kind of just Gen G is normal, pretty smooth sailing for the most part. I mean, yeah, Feng's ace, absolutely one of the better plays you're going to see. No matter what.
This was just the reads that he had and the mind games outplaying each other as much as possible to get that ace. And let's be honest, up till then, sure, it was a little bit close, and then Gen G started right away, and that ace would allow Trace to try to catch up. But of course, in the end, it's going to be Gen G who comes out on top. Yeah, wrapping things up with this operator play as well from Texture. Just the disrespect to continue peeking out, as he often does. And that's what you get when you have someone like Texture who now has proven himself on a world stage and knows that, okay, I am one of the best in the world, so I don't have to be scared, right, of almost anybody, no matter who I'm going up against.
Exactly. And that's the hard thing about Texture is when you're going up against him, it's really hard to know if he's going to get aggressive on you or not, because he changes his own play style on the situation so effectively. The comms were really good there with Foxy9 in that last round as well to make sure that he had the backup, that he could get aggressive in case there's a flash, there's somebody to play to cover him and things like that while he's reloading to keep pushing those angles. So really, really smart, efficient play as Texture just stares us down. He's like, I found the camera, guys.
He's like, you think it's this one? Like, you think it's looking at us? Like, do you think my face is going out on TV?
Yeah, they got it.
Oh, Texture. So Gen G going to continue with what they showed us at the 10 Invitational with Foxy9 on the Yoru, and this is the value that someone like Foxy9 can bring, right? I mean, similar to Meteor, where he can flex around a little bit onto those duelist rows. He actually has to flex a lot when he was on DRX anyway, and Trace will continue to stick with what they showed at Champions. Now, at Champions, it looked pretty rusty. You could tell that this was a map they didn't train much on, but obviously, time has passed since then. We'll see what they've picked up.
And they went against a tough opponent in DRX, who seemingly were the best team on Abyss at Champions. They were one of the teams that leaned into Abyss, that really wanted to have that in their back pocket, because a lot of teams were wanting to ban other stuff, just hoping that nobody would pick Abyss, and they could just float it, and it would just go through the next phase of bans. Instead, DRX was very happy to take this map and really did a great job with mid-pressure, mid-control. Now, I don't see a ton of that with Gen G. I was watching, and it was like Karan kind of flirting with some mid-control.
Yeah.
He doesn't really get deep. He's more just making sure the other team isn't able to pressure that angle as much. So that isn't going to be as big of a concern unless, Gen G's had enough time to kind of work in a few new strategies and things like that. But it is going to be Gen G on the attacker side once again, seemingly wanting to make their presence known towards A. But yeah, the Yoru is the really big part of the equation for Gen G here. It's keeping your opponent off balance. A lot of flashes committed, the deep push, and they've already. Oh, okay. Well, hold on. Okay.
Oh, and that kind of ruins the plan for Foxy9. He's not able to actually wrap all the way around against Feng because he wants to trade over for Texture. And that entire execute now just falls apart for Gen G as Trace Esports warm-up completed. Hitting all the shots, now pushing deep into mid as well. Oh, a bit of a crisscross. Fates intertwined. So we will see Zhao get spotted. And that's going to be the call for Karan to come back. Munchkin just waiting for Karan to clear the site, but now he's going to have to deal with someone up on Evan. He gets one kill, and Habing doesn't get the comms quickly enough. Karan with a nice double. Site opened up. Spike will be going down.
I just add lurking to Karan's abilities that we know. He's just, he's so smart. He's so good. And now all of a sudden, Gen G has a shot. They have a chance in this round where it looked like it was just a really good read in the early part for Trace Esports.
Now that plant location a little bit tough to defend with just some pistols right now, but Karan gets 3. How many more is he going to get? They're hitching onto him. He gets 4. He's almost off for the ace. He goes down, but Feng versus Munchkin, both at 100 health, both with a ghost. It's a headshot battle, and Munchkin just buying time, forces Feng to have to go out into the open towards the spike. He knows he's gone all the way through. Munchkin starts to stomp towards him. He knows Feng has to get off of it. He knows he has to respect it, and Munchkin just gets the read on him. Plays absolute time and gets the kill as Gen G pull out the rabbit from the hat and take the pistol.
this is what just makes Gen.G so challenging to play against, is they have individual players who will just take rounds over. This round is Karan. I mean, this is a great read off the rip here on this pistol. Beyond K just finds the perfect timing. Let them dump their util, step out of the smoke, pick up 2 kills. Beautiful stuff from him. But then Karan, like you said, slipped the net. He got past the defenses, and all of a sudden, you know, they have to pop a smoke at main for Zhao, and that alerts them that there's probably a player still on site that maybe Karan missed. He's able to swing back, pick it up, and then pick up a couple more kills. Heibei not able to really react in time, and all of a sudden Gen.G's got a plant down in Munchkin there. The timing on all of that. The timing there to start making footsteps to make him pull off before half as well. That's so good.
Yeah, and just the full faith, right? I mean, hey, if you want to read through this, sure, you take the round. I mean, I'll take that. So Munchkin just playing with a little bit of that confidence. Now, sometimes it bites him back, but that is what makes him such a charming IGL, is that he's willing to take those gambits. Now waiting for any type of aggression. They don't see it, so it's a slow clear towards B from Gen.G. But they still do have Karan waiting for a push out of A. See if it's going to be a committal from A site so they get a full read that it's empty on B. They're not seeing it, so Gen.G is going to be cautious around the B site.
Yeah, you got to be really careful against these setups of Trace Esports. With a Cypher and an Astra, makes it really difficult to go for some pushes through narrow choke points, because there's a lot of util you have to contend with. Potentially Pop Flash here from Foxy. Didn't even need it. He's just dominating.
Yeah, just goes out right over the smoke there, gets the peek in, and it's just a slow clear, but absolutely pristine, clean from Gen.G. Not losing a single member, some damage taken. Karan only a ghost, but he'll still win the fight as well. And it's just down to Heibei with a classic. I mean, at this point, going down this spike seems pretty good from Heibei's point of view. He'll try to fish for something, see if anyone tries to creep into the smoke. But Gen.G is not a team who's going to do that. If anyone's going to do it, it's going to be Karan, right? Low health with a ghost. Oh, they've shoved him in. He doesn't have any vision, and he peeks in a little back too late. Heibei absolutely corralled into the corner, and Karan getting all the way up towards his ultimate.
Yeah, this is so important for Gen.G. A lot of what you're going to want to accomplish on this attacker side in terms of, yeah, you've got great side execute, you've got a lot of flashes, you've got a lot of, deep control with the Astro, things like that. But it's going to be Karan who's really under pressure to make sure the flanks are accounted for.
Yes.
That you're not allowing for those lurks, for those mid pushes. It's a lot of pressure to put on him, but from what I've seen in this very limited amount of time in the offseason from Gen.G, he's looked good. That's not surprising, because he looks good at basically everything he does.
Yes, that's the benefit you have with a team like Gen.G, where, yes, is it risky? Sure, because you have to rely on your aim and your frags to make sure that a certain part makes sense, but you also have players who can do that. So now you have Astro, who's got that global utility, who can still be, the anchor, the lurker, things like that. And, 9 times out of 10, he's going to win his duels. So this is working out great. Now we're going to see the Cosmic Divide set up for a plant onto the bridge, but Heibei's going to be ahead of it. They've already gone past it. They know that that's going to be the clone now falling off into the abyss. And Heibei holding close. Lil King ready for a trade out. Heibei gets one, but Lil King, he was already in to his Astro form. He can't peek out quite yet. Heibei left all alone past the Cosmic Divide, and Spike goes down.
Yeah, and it's a quick TP out there for Munchkin as well, so they can play from main. The spike's planted for it, and all this control that TE was trying to establish is just ripped out from underneath them because of this Cosmic Divide. So powerful on this map, especially with these tight angles that you can get these setups in.
Oh, and look at these positions.
Oh, this is horrible, dude.
Yeah, I mean, Yo Man waiting for the jump around. There's Gravity Well, but he's been
blocking it.
Yeah, and Gen.G has no idea. They don't even suspect it. Oh, how many times have we seen this? Oh, that one hurts. Just full faith that the Gravity Well was going to work. And look at that, Trace just laughing their way to the bank as they get away with robbery. Clean block, too. We've seen teams getting better and better at it. We saw it a couple times with DRX as well. But this time it's going to be Gen.G, who just too much faith, right? He thought we just have to cover the kind of odd angles here and there for the wraparounds. But nuh-uh, it's the full defuse.
I love it. I love it. It's so good from Trace. Yeah, it's so many times DRX did that to teams at Champions. They just had no answer for it. So sure, the plant, the execute, everything really good for Gen.G, but learning the hard way that, yeah, you can still body block that Gravity Well. So it do be what it do. We're going to funnel a lot of ult charges into the Yoru, as is tradition when you have a Yoru on any map. Want to get those dimensional drifts online. Such a powerful ult, no matter how you slice it.
Yeah.
Still, though, pretty good firepower here for Gen.G. He had to cut back a little bit, Bulldog and a Guardian, just to make sure that you got enough to buy into the next round. But looking like Zhao trying to hold this angle, and you are going to have that dimensional drift.
Yeah, and he heard the orb, but he respects the Euro. Now trying to get away. Does he get spotted at all? Oh, that clone going to get the full flash onto him. Foxy9 chases him through. He decides against the flash, just wants to push them out. And I don't mind that at all. Just get the space. You want to secure the spike plant first. Don't necessarily have to get the frags. Now Foxy9 deep into enemy territory, just trying to buy time. The flash will give him exactly that. Now he backs off, and he's got a TP out as well. You love to see that. Texture low health. He's just going to be the scout on the site. See how much time he can buy on his own. Karon watching the flank again, and he's good with the headshot. He could even lurk all the way back around if he wants, but Texture going down early. That's going to cut down a lot of that timer for Karon. He has to start running. They've got to get all the abilities going right now, but Munchkin buys the time that Karon needs. Clean 2 headshots with the Bulldog. Now pushing forward. They know they need to get clearance for Trace if they want to stick the defuse, but it's not happening. And Zhao is stranded on a literal island here on the ledge. Nowhere to go.
This is just done and dusted at this point. So, tried to go off the map, and Yeoman takes him out of the air.
Oh my gosh. So Yeoman spots him, and Karon peeks out, I believe, or Munchkin, one of them. I mean, what a play there as well. Yeah, he's just trying to float off, trying to survive.
I love that Yeoman's having some fun. Like, obviously, we were always kind of watching the player cams in between rounds and stuff. And at 10, Yeoman was like, just dialed in, right? Like, he is just ultra focused. Like, the rest of Gen.G's laughing around, having a good time, joshing around, and he's like laser focused. But this round, even he knew, like, okay, I kind of got away with a little bit of a cheeky play there. Caught you when you were trying to jump off the map, maybe, or just float before the timer ends, right? And so really, really good stuff there. Heads up plays from Gen.G all around. The way that Foxy9 played that angle towards Link as well, dude, that was so smart. He bought a ton of time. He pre-fired that angle. He almost caught Fung Fung.
Yes.
That was like, he was just so aware in that situation.
And I think that starts to show the growth and comfort of Foxy9 as well, because this was a player where everyone knew that he had the mechanics as Gen.G just barrels through mid against the eco of Trace. But everyone knew Foxy had the mechanics, but he kind of overshot his shot a couple times. He used to overheat a lot. But now, just knowing exactly what the limits are, as we see Munchkin pushing forward in mid with the spike, you know, as IGLs often do. But it's just Fung Fung left now, so we'll see how much he can get away with it. He's going to run right into him, actually. Fung Fung, does he go for a timing? Just going to wait it out. Doesn't want to take the risk.
And just doing whatever he can to scrape some extra damage out of this round. Who knows? Maybe he'll even get a pick here there. Nope, just going to be shut right down by Munchkin, ready and waiting outside of his own smokes. Really well played there, but anticipating that mid pressure nicely. Gen.G able to react to it very quickly, very efficiently. You know, you'll see this on this map. Even though it's really long in mid, the Sheriffs can do a lot of damage, of course, if you get those headshots. But so they're really good, actually, in mid. I've seen teams just kind of break rounds open where they get a couple picks, and then they just storm through mid, and all of a sudden the team on the attacker side is left backpedaling in their own spawn, trying to figure out what the heck to do. But Gen.G gets ahead of the game this round. Now let's see. I'm really curious about the Cypher setups. This time around, it's going to be a heavy B. I've seen some, you know, cameras and other things being put in mid by Trace Esports, but again, Gen.G doesn't really mess around with that part of the map too much on their attacker side, at least so far. So now they're committing those resources to B to really make sure that if they're going to try to push through, we can really lock that site down.
Yeah, they're actually using the Sova drone just to clear out mid, and they get full info. But during that, Texture gets ahead of Zhao, gets that pick. Zhao, no backup available there. And now Hebei holding from far back, looking up from heaven. See if that's enough. The 0 point, I think it might have caught Texture. Yeah, there it is. So one spotted, the duelist still there. They confirmed that. Nobody else, you know, that doesn't really tell you much. They could have just been hiding. Doesn't matter. The recon goes down. Fragment to buy time, and it will buy some, but the Euro already across it with the gate crash. And now Huntress Fury coming in. Munchkin just already ahead of it, holding for the backup. Gets a clean double. And that should be the site and the round in favor of Gen.G.
Munchkin's almost on for another ultimate here. This is one of the maps where the ultimate of Omen is so impactful because it's such a huge map. There's so many spots where you can TP2 to hide. He actually used his first ultimate to make sure that they weren't defusing a couple rounds ago, which was super smart as well. But the way that this map opens up for Omen is so great. Obviously, the paranoia is good no matter what map you're on. The smokes are good no matter where you are, but really the TPs are really tricky to deal with because there's so many angles, so many corners you can hide in, and that also plays into the Yoru here for Gen G as well. So it's really difficult to keep track of who's where, who's when, who's why, and then there's like a Hunter's Fury, you know, setting up there as well to kind of keep everybody off balance on Trace Esports to make sure that Munchkin can get into that angle and just essentially end the round.
Yeah, I mean, so much deception and distraction here from Gen G. So we'll see if Trace can wrap their heads around it. So far, it's not looking too good, but see if they can pick up on it. Now, I like that you mentioned that Trace seems to have a good read on Gen G not using mid too much, right? Because I was afraid that maybe in that, 2 rounds before that, Gen G has that fight in mid and Trace gets scared. Maybe they start to overinvest in mid. I mean, sure, they used the drone, but it was nice and early. I mean, they were just getting info just to make sure they could rotate. But during that, Zhao is just one step too far ahead of his team. No one there to trade, no exit for him as he was already past the wall over there on the entrance of A main. And that really starts to open up the site. So that calls for a timeout from Trace. See what they can remedy. And I wonder if this is where we start to see maybe some Cypher changes, right? Where you can really start to just empty an entire part of the map and start to overinvest, maybe push out like you sometimes do on Ascent to get some better information on the defensive side.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, I think that's kind of one of the ideas that Trace is trying to lean into a little bit, that they can invest in the frontline defenses because they have the Astra and the Cypher to really lock down sites, but they haven't been able to accomplish that. That's going to be tough against this Gen G comp, so it kind of rips away part of the strength of the Trace comp from itself because you have so much control in terms of space with the utility of the Sentinel and the Astra, that Gen G can just bypass it with the TPs and with the other things, make it really, really difficult, or at least have enough flashes and enough space clear to make sure that they're able to clear the trips, get past the stars, things like that. So TE might have to rethink this. They might have to invest a lurker potentially, or do exactly what you're saying, really overstack one side or the other and make sure that Fong Fong knows, okay, if they come to your site, whichever one you're at, if you're going to overstack your utility, peace out and wait for the rest of the troops to arrive before we really commit. By the way, Munchkin hasn't died yet.
Yeah, I was looking at that. I was going to mention it, but 10, 0, and 2. The fragging IGL continues here for Gen G. He's leading the charge on that Omen, another interesting part that we saw back at the 10 Invitation as well, but continuing on here this weekend as Karon moves over to the Astra. So, that Omen is going to be a bit more of that initiator, right? A little bit more just setting up space, creating things like that alongside the duelist, and that's exactly how Munchkin's playing it. That's how he likes to play Valorant in general.
Yeah, it's really awesome for Gen G that you have Munchkin and now Foxy9 as well that have a fair amount of flexibility. Munchkin can even play the Viper. We've seen that too, where he's very solid on that. So you can really lean into a lot of different comps and make minor tweaks like on this map where you can go a little bit off meta.
This is another team now that could play the triple duelist if they wanted. I mean, they could have last year as well, but
That's
Munchkin
a good
used
point.
to be a duelist.
That's a really good point.
Going all the way back on Crazy Raccoon as BNK this time takes out Texture, so they're still holding on to Heaven, and they're going to start to flood right back in. So this is the tempo change that Trace called for during that timeout. Let them use their util, come in, and then we try to retake against the site, right? We go for this counter util and immediately answer back as we do see Trace. They're just keeping them at bay. Karon coming in and all the way around, but they should have good info on that with the Cypher ultimate. And so the Neural Theft gives Zhao a bit of an inkling, and he's actually going to get that headshot nice and clean off the rope.
Wow, that was really nice there from Zhao. But yeah, just, again, this time you're able to lean into what this comp should be good at, and that's really gumming up the works at the front of a site. Just throwing everything in the kitchen sink to buy time, to make them expend utility. Don't let them get past your front lines, because if you do that, that's where things get really tricky, really dicey, because it's hard to keep track of the Gen G players compared to what TE is going to be running. A little more stock standard on this map. You don't even have anybody who has a TP on this,
No.
So exactly. So it's going to be a lot tougher. Bianca standing up nicely in the front again, getting a big double kill to really secure that round. And now you've got some big ultimates in the chamber for Trace Esports. You've got some tools to kind of help propel you back into this match to really turn this half around potentially. You got the No Command, you got the Hunter's Fury, you've got the Cosmic Divide for a retake or whatever you want to use it for. You just got to make sure that you can get into those positions. Hey, playing an aggressive position. Zhao already taken down by Texture, but he's right in. Oh my god!
Gets the next one as well. Heybei not able to exit in time. Texture, he loves to ride just along these walls on some of these maps. Same thing with Ascent. Now here on B main, over on Abyss. Just hides from one angle, really slices up those angles to make sure he's down for a 1v1, which he's very confident in. Now he gets 2 in a row. Site opened up again. Karen watching the flank again. I mean, there is not really a good answer for Trace.
No, and they yeeted a Hunter's Fury into nothing here. I mean, they might have hit Foxy 9, but so what? Like, you delayed the plan, I guess. But at this point, like, round was basically done and dusted. So kind of some head-scratching decisions here from Trace Esports. Don't really want to dog on him too much, but you know, Hebei trying to get out of dodge just gets caught by Texture, just not really anticipating the pressure that Texture can create with that early pick. It's just the gas pedal gets pressed to the floor for him, and he takes out that player before they can even escape to Link. I mean, it's just that's Gen G, man. Okay.
Yep. Oh, there's a second one as well, but it is Feng Feng. You got to give him some respect. He'll still pick up the double. That should mostly, be the stop here for Gen G. Okay, we shouldn't greet it too much. Still leading by quite an amount, though. 6-2, 4 rounds ahead in this first half on the choice of Trace Esports here on Abyss.
Yeah, it's tough going up against this team when they're just firing on all cylinders like that, when Texture is so hot with those opening kills. I mean, yeah, he's only 3 and 5, but just breaking that space open is so brutal. You know, the post-plant discipline, incredible for Gen G, as we saw all of last year. There's very rarely big weaknesses, and even if there are, again, the individual play will get them over the line half the time anyway. So, yeah, you're going to have to really dig deep here as Trace Esports. Again, I wouldn't mind seeing a bit of a lurk, but it doesn't feel like anybody on Trace is really comfortable to try to kind of find a way to sneak through that mid area. You're going to have to kind of you're going to kind of have to tip your cap because you have Astras, right? So the stars are going to be the ones that's setting up the smoke. So it's going to be a little bit obvious unless you really find a good timing to get through there. And I just don't know that this comp on the defender side is really going to actually square up very well against Gen G. I mean, I could see this being A4, 9-3.
Yeah, it could
Gen
be.
G.
Yeah, I mean, you know, as we're talking about that, what are the options really for Trace? Yeah, you could have someone like the Cypher or the Astra go for the lurk, but as you mentioned, you're also relying on their util to stay alive for the whole round, especially on defense. So then you're down to the Sova, KO, and Jet. And Sova, you're probably waiting for the timings and the counter darts and things like that. So that's really just the KO and Jet. And quite frankly, at that point, it's probably KO setting up Jet for the lurks, but you got to go fast and you got to go in just deep into mid and pressure Gen G, because if you're starting late, you know that Charon's waiting. We've seen that time and time again in the first couple of rounds. So all around, it's very tough, but Gen G has the right read that Trace is trying to maybe over-rely on their util, you know, the passive util a little bit, and Trace just not able to find the tempo.
Yeah, spot on. It's been a rough go of it, but we'll see if they can turn it around. G is just definitely feeling it today. You know, like Fox and I was saying, this is his home city, so he really wants to get a big win here. So they're pretty fired up. You know, even just talking to him before the match, good spirits. Everybody's having a good time. You know, happy to play some matches in Korea, of course. And, you know, really give a show for these hometown fans. Try to show them that coming into 2025, 2024, yeah, that super team that they had put together, that won Master Shanghai, they can still repeat some of that performance. They're still going to be a threat. Not that I don't think anybody would have considered them out or anything going into next year. I mean, they're still going to be one of the probably top 4 teams in Pacific, like coming into the year, just in terms of what this roster is, who is on it, and what they've done in the past, and what their coaching staff can do as well, like the way they prepare them for matches, the way that they prepare their team for these maps and these comps and things like that. So all the pieces are still there mostly for Gen G. I mean, it really doesn't feel like these changes have, at least what we've seen so far in limited amounts of events, don't really feel like it's hurt them.
No, I don't think so. I mean, now it's just a question of, okay, can you continue to grow that potential, in my opinion? And of course, the other side of the coin is definitely, I think everyone around the world agrees that almost every single Pacific team has had some very, very solid upgrades. Like, they're very apparent upgrades. So Gen G, even if you're consistent, doesn't necessarily mean they could repeat the same success. But, okay, you have a couple fresh faces. So now how does that grow? Maybe you take another step forward as well and reclaim, you know, that title as the best in Pacific. And it's going to be an exciting year. And so far, it's looking very promising, right? We still haven't seen T1 this weekend. We got to see them at the APAC Red Bull Homegrounds qualifiers. And the T1 delivering Texture. It's not like Yeoman's never been on camera.
Yeah,
like,
dude. He's
Challengers has, you know, a broadcast too. Come on, give him some respect, man.
Trying to help the kid out. He's like, that's the camera.
Yeah, it's like Yeoman's not a stranger. Like,
yeah.
He's been around a little while. I actually don't know. It's funny because I always forget just in general the age of the Gen G players because like Texture always seems younger because he's always goofing around, but he's actually a bit on the older side, right? He's been around for a while now as well. And Yeoman as well, because while he hasn't been up to tier 1, he's not exactly like a complete, like Foxy9's a complete youngster, right? Like he's still just a kid, same with Charon. But it is always just funny just because of the way they interact. They're always just goofing around. Yeah. And it's kind of hard to tell exactly where everyone sits on the hierarchy there.
They're almost going to be the Boomer team coming into Pacific.
I would think so, yeah.
Other than, I mean, if Jesse Vash is still around for teams, Team Secret.
Well, he single-handedly skews it.
He skews the average pretty high. But other than that, I mean, yeah, I think most people don't realize, I think 2 or 3 of the Gen G players are above 25, right?
Yeah, and I think same with T1, right? They should be on the older end now,
That's
too.
true, yeah.
Or they should be getting there. I don't know.
Buzz.
Yeah, but Buzz is still pretty young, too.
They're both like 24, I think. 23,
Yeah.
24.
So they wouldn't be quite as old. I think Gen G is still older. And then DRX continues to still be one of the youngest teams ever. So they'll continue to hold that title. But speaking of Jesse Vash as well, while we're waiting for this tech pause, I believe now Team Secret is the only team where we haven't gotten like any official confirmation on what their starting 5 is, at least for the offseason. Right?
Yeah.
We all assume it's the same roster. Everyone else is actually announced, like, this is our starting 5, at least for now. You could still make changes depending on how the offseason goes. But DRX, of course, just announced officially that they're calling up Ethan or Atan, I think they're going to go with, because it's supposed to be shortened from Leviathan, because that's how you would read it in Korean as well.
Yeah.
It's going to be one of those names where you mess it up in English all the time, but he's officially been called up as well. So that was one of the missing pieces. Global Esports just announced a very exciting roster as well. And now just waiting. All right, Team Secret, like, is it the same? Are we seeing changes? Not quite sure.
Right. I'm curious about Team Secret. I mean, so close to going to Champions last year.
So close. But always.
It's always.
But they're always so close.
I know. I have.
It's
so
just
much
like
hope.
RRQ is always so close to beating Gen G.
That's true.
You know?
That's
well, I
true.
guess
Well,
they
they
did beat them, but not in the match that mattered.
Yeah.
So. It pains my heart.
Yeah, man. I was like, that was the one match. I'm like, you did it.
Oh, man. Yeah.
I think RRQ is going to be a force. I mean, that's the whole thing. Like you were saying, in general, Pacific has leveled up. I mean,
Yes.
even more than last year. Like last year was a great year for Pacific. Finally got an international win. Everybody looked competitive at the global stage, but it's even more competitive now. Who knows? With like some of the teams sticking with their rosters, like Callan, Paper X probably, Team Secret maybe. It looks like all of that's kind of them just relying on saying, hey, we have these core 5, we're going to roll with that, and we're going to try to, let that synergy kind of bring us over the line. That's worked for some teams in the past. You think about like the Fnatic run that they were on when they kind of kept mostly the same team. Stuff like that really does work, and building that time and synergy together, as long as you don't end up, kind of resenting each other, just like family and spend enough time together. Sometimes it doesn't always go so good.
Like some teams. Like some teams out there.
I'm not calling anybody out.
There's more than one.
I'm just saying in general. Yeah.
It just happens. It just happens with organizations.
Look, you spend enough time with another human, eventually you're going to have some kind of difficulty.
I mean, most people usually fight the most with their family, right?
Yeah.
That's how it goes. So it's not too surprising. But we should also mention, as we continue to wait, that of course now we have 2 Ascended teams in Pacific as well, and both look very exciting, right?
Yeah.
So curious to see what, can they actually fare well against, the Pacific teams? I mean, we've heard so many rumors or leaks or reports about SPG, beating these best teams in the world that came to Korea for Champions. But does that translate onto stage? I mean, we're about to find out in 2025.
I'm excited. I'm really happy that DOS9 got picked up for Bloom, by the way.
Yeah, big pickup.
What an impressive player he was in the Ascension tournament. I mean, I know their team didn't go super far, but like on Revenant, he looked so good. So really happy Boom was able to pick him up. I think Boom's obviously going to be a force to be reckoned with. We saw what they did against SPG in the final. We saw their kind of resilience, that mental ability to just stay with it. Yeah, sure, you're on your home ground in Indonesia, and it helps. And gives you that extra energy. Sure. But still, to be able to do that when you're down 2 maps against SPG, we're heavy favorites to win that thing. Like literally, most people were like, 3-0 for SPG, and they're just, they're already Ascension champions before it even happened. But I'm really excited for Boom, too. Both those teams, I think, are going to be really, really strong. nobody's going to be able to really rest on their laurels coming into 2025.
Yeah, not at all. I think that's the exciting part, right? Even the top dogs, we're not really quite sure who's on top anymore, and T1 now really trying to convince people that they should be part of that mix, right? That it's not just the three that we had this year of Paper X, Gen G, and DRX, that T1 really should gain that respect with the new roster. And of course, then the middle of the pack doesn't seem that far behind, and who could really punch above their weight. But hey, that is enough for the roster discussions as we now jump right back into map 2. Gen G currently leading 6-2, and of course they already won the first map, so just 7 rounds away from closing out this first best-of-3 series of the day.
Munchkin did end up dying, so there's that 10-1 on there. I know, it's over now for Gen G. What are they going to do? No, they're fine. Lil King flirting with a little bit of mid-control, but again, these smokes kind of give it away, and there's that immediate response from Yeoman with the shock darts to make sure that space is clear, to make sure they don't even have to really think about it too much. You can see they're giving it up. They're not even watching it.
Yeah.
I mean, Karan's all the way back in spawn, just getting ready to pop some stars or something, and he's chilling, he's fine.
Yeah,
vibing.
I mean, that's the confidence, though, right? Is that, okay, you can push through library, but unless you push all the way to spawn, you don't have the information you want. And they're able to just leave Karan in spawn. Texture gets the opening kill. Sight mostly opened up. Feng Feng will not greed for it. So that's the good news this time for Trace. This time it is going to be a 4v4, and onside it will be a 4v3. But is this the round where Karan goes for an early flank? He's starting his movement, but he's just going to go through main to join up with his teammates. Yeoman getting a nice kill. Texture just baiting them out. He's drawing out the crosshairs. Yeoman good for 2 in a row afterwards. So much time bought. Lil King, don't know if you have a choice to go for the res. You don't, as Yeoman gets a 3rd to keep Gen G in the lead.
I didn't even need Karan. Just Yeoman was there just to shut it all down. He's having a grand old time, dude.
I've never seen him laughing that much.
I know. He's having a blast today.
Yeah.
I love it, man. That's good. Get in that Gen G vibe, man. They are all just, jokesters.
They're a bunch of trolls, man.
They really are, dude. The texture is
in a good way. In a good way.
Yes, in a good way. In the fun, not mean-spirited way.
Yes.
In the positive way, absolutely. But yeah, that execute again so good. Again, Texture able to get past. They clear that first tripwire, and he dashes right up into the ropes above it. Bianca is left after just using some of his utility, barely getting his gun out, just gets shut down. I mean, the pressure and the pace that Gen G is able to put on you when players like Texture and others are so comfortable like that, it is so tricky to react to for anybody. It doesn't matter how good you are at the game, how many times you played this game, your internal senses, your internal instincts are telling you that, okay, well, he probably dashed up on top of the box or something, and they're just taking site control. And even good players like Bianca aren't ready for it. Yeah. What are you going to do there?
Yeah, and Zhao, I mean, just has that sheriff in hand. So this time he says, okay, well, I only have a sheriff. I'm going to try to push out to get information. We didn't see them really react to any of the util initially, so maybe we can clear out B main nice and early, but Texture's still waiting. And then it's Texture. So now you're like, well, is that the main force? I didn't really see anybody else, but it is the Jet. And this time, another curveball thrown from Gen G. You still let them hear the Oath Orb as well. Dimensional Drift at the ready. This could be one of those cases where he goes in, depending on what Foxy9 finds, do they make the choice? No, they're going to go for the stack here onto A. They're committed. Now, the only difference is that the Cypher has changed up his setups. It's going to be the tripwires here on A. Foxy9's going to get that information, and Feng Feng will get pushed all the way back. You still have it. Whoa, no way.
My God.
He almost gets it. What a ballsy move, but Feng Feng right back in the site. Spike does get planted, though. So now Texture and Munchkin, the 2 vets, part of the core of Gen G. Can they fight against 3? 2v3 Cosmic Divide online for Trace Esports, but don't know if they're going to have time to use it. A nice jump out off of the flash from Heibei, and that's going to open up the angle for Feng as they clean up the site and win that retake.
Well, the good news is Feng Feng's always good for just incredible plays. That was such a tough situation he put himself in, or not he put himself in, that he got put in, I should say. With that Dimensional Drift coming out right on top of him, and he's able to react to it and still get the kill, even with the shorty right in his face. That's not easy, folks. That is so tough to find your crosshair quick enough before you get taken down there. Okay, you get the early pick. You're just like, yeah, Gen G's chilling. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, my God.
Yeah, I mean, right behind him, too, and the jump as well. So Foxy9, I mean, yes, is it a bit aggressive? Sure, but he did everything correctly that a hero should do. But Feng's just very quick on the swivel. He's able to get that kill before he goes down.
There's nothing wrong with what Foxy did there. That's the right play. He got outplayed. I mean, that happens sometimes. That's part of the game. So, credit where credit's due. You got to give Feng Feng his flowers because he is so furious sometimes. Oh, Bianca! Oh, he only gets one.
Yeah, he really wanted more than one there. but didn't have the angle for the spray down. So now Foxy just going to safely clear Heaven. He does have the spike in hand. So it's going to be his task to dive onto the site. They suspect Funk could be in the back of site once again, so the paranoid to try to push him out, but he sticks around. He's waiting. He wants to make sure they secure the space to make sure that Lil King can also flood the site. Site not safe right now for Gen G. And Foxy9 goes in with the shorty. The jump and the swivel through the smoke. Doesn't let himself be seen until he's ready to take the shot. And that will be site cleared for Gen G.
It's great understanding of space there by Foxy9, knowing that he can't tuck into the corner without revealing himself. Great shot as well. Didn't get the spike down, but only one player left, and it's dealt with by Karan. It's going to be 8-3 for Gen G, but really Foxy9 again playing really well on this Yoru. Even though, you know, last round didn't go so good with his ult, that's okay. He just bounces right back, makes a great read on the edge of that smoke, anticipates the pressure while he's trying to plant, immediately ready to get that kill. This is so encouraging for Gen G to have players like this, okay? And he's the one who kind of counteracts Beyond K. It looked like to me that might be a free double kill.
Yeah,
Beyond K, but Foxy's able to step up and knock that down before it gets started.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those cases where it's not all about frags, right? I mean, are you doing your job as a Yoru? You're meant to be the distraction. You're meant to help go for the round-to-round adjustments. And now here we go, a fast, aggressive push-out. We see that a lot, of course, with the Blade Storms and the push-outs. But Zhao this time, just with the Guardian, he's not going to be able to find anything, so they have to back off. And Karen's going to go for the re-clear on mid as well. So Gen G, once again, will have eventual control of mid in the postman. Texture's deep in the site with an operator. And he's got two members next to him as well. The flashes at the ready. He gets two. Ready for a third one. They can't just keep peeking him like this. Foxy9's on top. Doesn't get a second one, but Texture gets a third. And now it's all down to Zhao. All alone, picks up the Vandal. But so many members not ready for another member in the back of the site. And that's going to give Gen G 9 in the first half.
This is just kind of a difficult round here for TE. Gen G able to just sidestep any pressure that they were putting towards mid. You know, Zhao immediately just pieced out. He didn't see anybody, went into the smoke, and then just turned back towards the A site. Instead, it was a B hit for Gen G as they're like, okay, let's just rush B and let's just see what happens. Texture's got an operator. He's going to get the place. The one thing that I was kind of curious about with the formation that Gen G had set up was they didn't really have good heaven coverage. So they just had a smoke. They just had Munchkin smoke up there, and then they let two players watch Link, you know, Texture with the operator. And then I was really keeping my eyes on Yeoman, but he was looking for a push out from mid. So had TE kind of found their timing a little bit better there, they could have swung together from Heaven and Link and collapsed onto that defense of Gen G and had a decent chance to maybe break it open, but they didn't have that timing, that coordination quite there that round. So it just kind of, you know, makes it a little bit easier for Texture and his operator to just knock him down.
Yeah, I mean, Gen G, I think, just continue to have a better understanding of Abyss as well, but also the tendencies of Trace, where Trace still seems to be playing a little bit safer, a little bit simpler here on Abyss, kind of hoping that the other team respects your util, right? That they waste their time, things like that. But we'll see if that changes on the attacking side where you are given a bit more initiative with the spike in hand. And of course, usually the numbers advantage on site as well. Fung continue to lead the scoreboard for Trace, but everyone else needing to pick up a little bit more slack.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. You know, this is the side of the map where you might suspect that Gen G is a little bit weaker. No Sentinel in the comp, so you double duelist, but they were really good in 10, where they were really reactive to what their opponents were doing, and so much of that, again, is on Foxy9 to make sure that he's got his TP set up properly, that he's able to be that Johnny on the spot to shift his weight to either side of the map. And look at this, already aggressive push out. That smoke is going to cover this.
Oh, and they know. Foxy9 caught a glimpse of him as well. Texture watching for him, and Yeoman covering the upper angle. I mean, there's so many members here that Trace also probably doesn't want to commit to this too hard just yet. You don't even know exactly how many people are watching from Gen G, and they could reposition. This is what you've been talking about the whole game, is that there's just so much trickery. Oh, Fung, how do you get both on that? A 1v2 peek with the Sheriff.
Unbelievable. It was a really solid start for Gen G. They baited out a shock dart there as well after the TP from Foxy9. And Texture's turn, he answers, can't find another.
Yeah, Zhao able to answer right back. It's just too many targets bunched up together. Zhao took a hit, but not enough to bring him down. Foxy9 is here nice and early, but he is all alone. Nice flash, but doesn't get the kill off of it. If he had gotten it, maybe there's some hope. But now, Yeoman all alone with the Sheriff. Zhao and Hebei are one shot, but other than that, it has to be headshots back to back.
Clutcher kick.
Well, we'll see. Yo, man, this is your real trial. He gets one. Hey, weak, goes for the headshot. Trace, they just need to peek together. I mean, we always say this. It sounds very simple in theory. But sometimes you get a little antsy. Sometimes the opponent's just too quick.
You got to grab well, too, though. This is...
Yeah, time-wise, the round should be in favor of Trace. And I love that early swing out off of the util. Instead of letting him take the initiative, go for it, and then you still have the double peek out for the trade as well. So Trace secures a round, and according to Paper Thin, Yo-Man is now kicked.
Yeah, he's sorry, brother.
All right.
Yeah, that 1v4, a nearly unwinnable 1v4, you know.
Not quite the Lockheed of Valorant.
Yeah.
Gotta work on that a bit. Oh, we'll see.
It's okay. He'll get there. He'll get there. I believe in him. Still, though, I mean, to get 2 years, it's pretty snappy. That second shot was nice, but, yeah, look, when you're going up against that angle and there's an Astro with a gravity low, and you're the only player, it's literally
no flashes,
impossible.
right? You just have the recon. There's not too much you can do. We're just joking around a little bit. Lil King is going to get pressured by a lot of members, and Foxy9 already close on the wall. Lil King gets one, though. The flash, does he get 2? He does! Foxy too busy jumping, trying to dodge shots rather than taking them. And Hebe swings out as well, over from mid, on top of the rope. Drone comes out. Munchkin wants to get a kill, but he knows it's just too far. He can't swing around past it, and Hebe's just there for another free double. And that is a nice and easy flawless thanks to Gen G's aggression.
Yeah, okay. Good start. Able to keep things pretty well in check overall. Pistol was not bad, and then this follow-up is flawless, so you're going to be coming in with a pretty good bankroll into this bonus. You could buy a couple rifles. Yep, a few Bulldogs, Phantom in there, so you've got a little bit of opportunity now to maybe really make this a match on this attacker side, really put Gen G on the back foot. Let's just see what they want to do. I'm just really keen on the setups of Fong Fong and how he wants to try to manipulate this map. But Gen G, we saw aggression on the pistol round towards mid. Let's see if they want to maybe try to dial up something again. I mean, I'm watching Foxy. He's there, but he's just mostly gatekeeping. He's trying to keep him at bay, but that's going to be the vents just completely taken over here for TE.
Yeah, I mean, the pinch in from mid as well, along with the dash. Good timing from Trace Esports to make sure that they have full heaven control. Now Foxy continues to just put pressure on there with the decoy, but he gets taken down immediately, so no chance of that working out. Sight is clear. You still have some mid control in the favor of Luo King, and that should be Trace catching up to 6, potentially with all weapons in hand and some upgrades to boot.
Yeah, this is crazy good. This is just exactly what the doctor ordered. I mean, you're able to kind of use that middle area now. You're able to kind of activate Fong Fong and others to take control of that space to make sure that you're the ones creating these flank angles, these crunches onto Gen G where they have to make tremendous outplays to really respond properly, and they just can't in this scenario. It's perfectly executed. This is what we were looking for from Trace Esports. And the other 2 players of Gen G just going to save those guns, grab a few extra for themselves for Trace, and get on out of dodge. Yeah, that's exactly what you need to do. I mean, that's going to be something that Gen G also, like I said, on their attacker side, they don't really pressure mid much.
Yeah.
It's also the same on the defender side, and that's something that if you could take advantage of, they will have some things to do to adjust.
Yes.
Whether it be just setting up for just pure retakes or faster rotates, whatever that may be, but that round, it ain't it.
Yeah, and we saw it on the pistol, right? I mean, that's the style you kind of want to see from the Euro, just every now and then. Doesn't have to be every round, but push up, create a distraction, then you can get out to safety. Just make sure that they have to waste util a mid to try to re-clear that. But for now, in that previous round, it was going to be Fung Fung's spy cam just way back, in the very beginning of B main, just spotting to see if it's a fast push out. If not, they knew that they could just go all the way to A since no information given on the B side. This time it's A being watched with a trapwire and a fast hit onto B. They want to try to keep up the momentum against the weaker weapons, but Texture has a Vandal in hand, and you got to respect that one. Lil King will trade at least one. Heybait gets him through the smoke, I believe, so Texture down. Oh, Lil King ready for the headshot. I thought he might have just been stuck on that ledge.
Yeah, I thought Yo-Man heard the footsteps there and was just going to knock him down, but perfectly ready was Luo King to shut it down. He was expecting the peak. Crosshair was right where it needed to be. Well, it looked like it might be Gen G finally able to kind of right the ship here. Just down to Munchkin with a judge. Karan with a, well, Munchkin's gone, forget that. Karan with a sheriff. That's all there is left in this equation here. And Trace Esports looking really, really good on this attacker side. Yeah, no hope there. Heybei's going to take Karan down. And in we go. That's 4 in a row to start this
Yep.
attacker side for Trace.
Yeah, it's looking real solid, and Gen G's the one who's going to have to readjust just a little bit. Try to make sure that they stall the advances of Trace Esports. Now only 2 rounds apart. Not quite the lead that Gen G had coming into the half. They felt very safe and cushy. But now, 1 round, if you lose this round again, the econ not in your favor. Meanwhile, Trace Esports, everyone is just rolling in creds. So they could risk, losing 1 or 2 rounds, and they'll still be able to bounce right back, tie it with the ults, in fact. Should be looking good. No command already online in this one.
Yeah. This is tough now. Is Foxy still trying to maintain that mid control? That 1 round where Vents was taken by Trace. Last time I was watching Munchkin, he was on with that judge under Vents duty. Now they're trying to use Foxy to do it, but these smokes make it pretty tricky, and that's going to be control taken. Now, is Munchkin going to be able to respond? Waiting for the door to be broken. Fung Fung's going to take his time. Just kind of wait this out, wait for the rest of Trace to get into place before he tries to spring into action. Again, my eyes really onto Munchkin, who's now left that spot, so that's going to open up that flank unless Foxy is going to be the one to move in, try to address that angle. He is. Okay, so...
Yeah, a little bit late, but he's still there. The door hasn't been broken yet, right? So no
Yep.
audio cue. So they do have their angles covered, but at the end of the day, it's a situation where each of them still have to win the fight. And now they're just going to ditch Heaven and go through since the door still hasn't been broken. They know that they'll get an audio cue if it's a pinch in, but still no sound, which does allow Texture to start to rotate towards me. He gets caught by Fung, who was, in fact, still hanging out in the vents in mid. Just
30
kind of
seconds
missing
left.
that piece of information for Gen G.
This is huge.
Oh,
no.
boy. Yeah, that bow's a little big. Man gonna get spotted and taken out. Lil King is starting to fire up here on Abyss. Another 2 kills to his name, putting those frags on the board.
This is just great play calling here from Bianca. The way that they're working the map right now is beautiful. Like you said, not breaking that door. Those sound cues never given over. So Fung Fung's position hidden in the entirety of the first half of that round. And Texture gets caught, trying to check his angles in mid. And there's just too many to really know about. Hey, you might get one. Nope. Zhao just going to shut Munchkin down. And it seems like the steam is running out on this Gen G train.
Oh, boy. I mean, if it becomes 8-9. So I'm starting to get the feeling that Gen G's just not really planning on calling timeouts. Like, that's the feeling I'm getting, right? Just kind of get them to rise up from the flames and the ashes. And as far as we can tell, we only saw HSK walk out onto the stage, say hello. So maybe this is one of those events where, Solo is taking a break. In fact, he probably is, because his good friend Termy got married today.
Yep.
So that would make sense now, doesn't it?
Probably a Termy's wedding.
Yeah,
That's a
the
good
puzzle
point.
comes together. Yep. Okay. Yeah. Now it all makes sense. I mean, HSK is a good friend too, but Gen G will call a timeout. Now, HSK has always been very active in the timeouts as well, so obviously he's going to be able to share his thoughts. We'll see how they're able to adjust.
Yeah, I'm really curious how they're going to want to address this. You've seen thoughts put into dealing with that vent control, but they haven't really come to fruition. Either it's just T ignoring it or T just outweighting you, finding the better end of that patience. And now all of a sudden, look at the Gen G players. They're not feeling it as much right now. At 9-3 app, all of a sudden in the rear view mirror, basically.
Not so funny anymore, is it? They're probably all thinking like, oh man, like we can't lose, man. What's Solo gonna see when he comes back? Oh, the whip's coming back out. Like Solo, he's gonna turn into old Solo again. The new turn Solo will return.
That's right.
Oh man, it's so funny that Solo, talking about the Gen G coaching staff a little bit, Solo, and he's spoken about this publicly as well in interviews, where he's really had a change of character, right? He used to be the one that kind of led with an iron fist, whether as an IGL or as a coach early on for D plus Kia. But then he's realized that that's not always the way to do it. And, sometimes you have to respect the player's opinion. Sometimes you have to accept that you don't know the game, all the way through. And I think HSK also being a big part of that, maybe bringing in some different ideas, different flavors, and gaining that respect. So timeout was called from Gen G. See what the adjustments are. Not much to work with, but you do have that Hero Vandal on Texture because he's going to have that Bladestorm in the next round. So banking on Texture being the main force, and they're going to support him on this push out.
Yeah, they're just going to try to get aggressive. And you do have Luo King watching the same angle that we saw on the anti-eco. He's still going to win it. Oh, okay, Foxy 9 though, able to trade.
Yep, and he picked up the weapon. That's the important part, right? So he gets to trade, and he keeps the Vandal alive. So Trace now has to respect the fact that there is a Vandal somewhere. Now they're going to go for the reclear. Did the Euro fully leave on the B side or not? Trace wants that information. They do hold control of mid. Hebei watching that from afar. He does get spotted, so he's going to have to back off. No command online, but not quite in a position to use it. You're going to see, of course, the neural theft come out. That's all the information Trace needs to make sure that the site is clear, and Spike will be going down nice and safe in the back.
Spike planted.
Got a retake coming. Okay, use the clone. Try to peek off of it for Foxy, but Smoke Strong gonna lead the way. Flash in, get some players, but he can't get the shots in time.
Yeah, too many targets. Kind of hesitated on which one to stabilize on and couldn't find either one. Munchkin gonna come through, but now the weaponry not quite there for this retake. Karon with a Sheriff. He's done so much in 2024 with it. It's going to be a duel. He gets another headshot. 1v1. Hebei with a Vandal, not quite spotted on the jump across. Karon, he knows how this works. He's going to get past it, and now he's just trying to bait him and knows he has to peek it.
Diffuse.
Ahead of it, and the fragment comes in, and the spam. Hebei absolutely securing that frag to make sure that things are tied up.
Yeah, Karon has to hit that shot because of the timing on the spike that was left. He has to hit that last one on Hebei, but Hebei able to dodge it, and then has that fragment, knowing that if he gets it on the mark, there's nothing that Karon can do but try to stick. Decent idea now. We're starting to see some pressure on the map. That right there by Foxy. If he'd gotten that kill, got at least one of them.
Yeah.
It's been a very different round there.
Absolutely.
Tries to do some heroics, but just not much left that he can do in that situation. Now you're finally going to get the operator for Texture. You're going to get 4 Vandals, so this is tied up 9-9, and a very crucial round here for both these teams.
Yes, especially with the investment from Zhao as well into the operator, trying to counteract that. You know, maybe partly a read on Texture's operator timing. Also, we've just noticed that he really seems to favor this weapon, even on the attacking side on Ascent. So now mid-control, once again, mostly in favor of Trace. Not full information, but you're the one who's really denying that information from the defensive side. Gen G, you've mentioned it time and time again. Oh, doesn't hit that shot. Some information given. Drone to clear close as well.
Here.
But this is, this is great for TE. You're getting a lot of that information utility out of the equation early, and all you've shown is that Zhao as an op, that's all they know. They have no idea what's going on the rest of the map. So they're guessing correctly right now with kind of their a little bit heavier commitment towards A. Bladestorm is going to be popped for Zhao, but let's see what Karon and Munchkin can do.
Oh, Zhao not able to get the first kill. The rest of the team now stalled with the Astro utility. Can't quite get through. No command already popped, though. Trace Esports, they have to make a choice. They don't have much time. They're just trying to barrel through, but it's a choke point that they're walking into. Foxy and Munchkin, good for 1 each. Lil King wrapping all the way around, but only 20 seconds. You don't have time to go all the way to the B site. You have to stick this through, and Gen G knows it. The only other option is us all getting wiped out from behind. Yeoman has him covered, and that is the round closed out. Only 8 seconds on the clock. Spike nowhere to go, and Feng Feng will have to save with 1 singular digit of HP.
Yeah, man, that was a good read from Gen G, even though Trace, got to give them a lot of credit that they really made it difficult to figure out exactly what they were doing, but Bladestorm gets popped, and they're able to, again, just keep that entry point onto the site completely blockaded to the point where there's not much that Trace can do, and they invested a couple ultimates into that round, too, the Bladestorm and the Null Command. So you're able to kind of get yourself into a position where you've got some ults to cycle, you've got some tools to play with to maybe just shut this map out. And it's going to take a couple more rounds, of course, but you've swung the momentum enough that you're forcing another timeout out of Trace.
Yeah, we'll see Trace if they can adjust back off of it. So far, the timeouts have seemed pretty decent on both sides. See if they can get a good read. Because here's the thing, you now have all ults online for Gen G on the defensive side. That could be the momentum changer for Gen G to make sure they get 1 step closer to not only map point, but match point in this first best of 3 here at the 2024 GES Asia Invitational.
Absolutely. Let's see what Trace wants to do now. I really don't mind at all what they did in that previous round. It's just Gen G kind of guessed a little bit better. Like that's really what a big part of that was, and started hitting some shots, had some good crossfire setup that TE was never really able to break. So I don't mind the mentality there at all. Just a slightly better execution from Gen G is what gives them that round. But in general, I think now you start kind of dipping back into that, oh, let's take vent control. Or at least try to. Let's keep Gen G off balance. Let's make it so they have to really be on point with their communication and their rotations, or else we're going to find those extra opportunities. We're going to find those extra angles that they aren't going to be able to and try to exploit them. Of course, you have the whole kit and caboodle for Gen G with their ultimates. It's literally everything.
Yeah, literally everything, right? Full buys, operator, all ults online. You do have the Hunter's Fury and the Cosmic Divide, so for Trace, still very good ultimates to try to break through, but it's a matter of how much can you draw out of Gen G ahead of time, because otherwise that retake is looking pretty spicy.
Right here.
And now Trace just trying to use their actual members to scout out mid, take control of it a little bit, pressure and draw out some util, but Gen G's not biting. Nothing that's not going to cost him any credits is being used up for regaining control in mid.
Yeah, you're sticking Munchkin and Vents. Him and Yeoman were combining to make sure that there was no presence through mid. Using that recon dart as well, just to really make sure. But you have a tough combo to go through. Foxy with those flashes, Texture with the op to try to get through here. Dimensional Drift available as well. Drone is going to catch Foxy. It's going to be the Hunter's Fury, and he's able to TP out of there. Really nice protocols. Seeing if you can bait for this op.
Yeah, they don't know quite yet where Texture is, but he's not going to hit the shot, but he will get out alive as well. Foxy9, meanwhile, trying to support a little bit too much in the open, gets taken out right in the middle of the site. So now a 4v5 for Gen G on the retake. Euro down, but Texture once again just finds that timing past the Cosmic Divide. Early Hunter's Fury, knowing that they have the ult advantages right now, trying to just force them away from the plant. That's going to waste time away from the Cosmic Divide as well. Texture trying to get ready for a peek out, but Munchkin not ready for it. Smoke coming up. BNK will get that kill. Texture still watching from above. Can his teammates get in? The Cosmic Divide comes up. Everybody from Trace Esports is filling the site. 3 already on there. 4th coming in. Over there. And Texture up in the air. Gets one. Yeoman with a shock dart as well. Zhao trying to stay alive. Texture does. Oh, he gets him in the back with the right click. Op back in his hand. BNK going above. Ring around the rosy. Texture swaps out. He's not quite sure if he's above. He does find him in the last second. But weapon not drawn in time.
Oh boy. That's very, very close. A sigh of relief on the face of Trace Esports, as that one way closer than they probably expected. And Texture just so good with those timings with the ops, so clean at those peaks through the Cosmic Divide. Gets a little help, of course, from Yeoman. That timing there from Munchkin just a little bit off. BNK really having a good sense of when he can step through that Cosmic Divide, and Texture just misses his timing, looking for that final player. He's like, oh, I can get him if they're trying to get up that box, but BNK had just gotten out of his vision, and it cost him.
Yeah, I mean, he had the right read initially, but once you don't spot him at all, you're just wondering, right, is it a wraparound on the ground floor? Like, where are you coming from? So he's trying to bait him out with the tap. Unfortunately, Trace able to tie it up. And now Texture with another op in his hand. He's going to be tasked with just holding that B site. You do have some close support in the form of Foxy9's Yora and Yeoman's Sova. And the drone being used to re-clear mid again. Right at the 1 minute mark, Foxy9, does he push forward? No, they're still so cautious. Gen G as well.
Well, there's so much attention being paid to mid here by Gen G. They have like everybody. Texture tried to wait a little bit longer to go for this shot. He is in trouble.
Way. He's stuck here, but he's been pinged, but so have they! Trapped in there with Texture. Zhao eventually clears him out, but enough time bought for backup to arrive. Yeoman has secured B-Link, and the rest of the team can now come in. Dimensional Drift to get some information. You see one in the back of sight. There's the Paranoia. Lands perfectly on him. He doesn't quite hear it. There's the flash to secure, and it's a double 9'd up, and Foxy9 resets. Calm aim. Only Lil King left alive with 17 HP. It's not looking good. I mean, the spike's so far away from you. He's just going to have to go for a save, but can he even get out alive is a big question. Defuse finishes, and no one will greet for it on the side of Gen G.
Beautiful setup there. Great on-the-fly retake from Gen G. Dimensional Drift, getting a ton of info, and then they're able to use that Paranoia to allow him to pull out of the Dimensional Drift, set up his own flash. The way he bounced that flash, I love that too. Threw it, bounced it off the wall, it landed behind him, kind of almost like you would use a Phoenix flash.
Yep.
And then he just swooped in and got 2 kills. I mean, this is so well handled. Texture, the fact that he didn't just die before he got a kill is insanely impressive.
Yeah, and just stabilizing there for the double to make sure, right, rather than a panic spam. I mean, either way, he probably would have gotten it, but just good positioning, good decision-making from Foxy9 as well. Gen G shining through with their strengths. The operator continues, but this time another forward position here from Texture, just waiting for anyone to try to get tricky around that one-way. Immediately re-clears. They heard the ult orb, so they know. No command most likely online, but they've already cleared out A main. So this is going to be a B hit. Whether it's meant to be or just B is a big question now. Mid information, once again, absolute nil on the side of Gen G.
Yep, exactly. I've been watching Fung Fung this entire round, and he used his cam just kind of keep track of what's going on in mid. He's able to tuck himself in behind this box. Okay, the drone's going to come. It's going to clear him. That's nice work there by Yeoman. Now the real action is going to be on the site.
Yeah, Zhao just needs to stay alive, try to create space, but he's not able to make the cross fully. Charon catches him through the box, getting that spam across. Hebei will get a trade with the fragment, so Sight somewhat in favor of Trace, but not quite safe. Two members already past B Link, one watching from heaven. Yeoman the Sova up there watching the flank as well. Charon, he's waiting for them to peek out, and they just keep doing it. 3 kills for Charon. Hebei finally gets the trade. 2v3 in favor of Gen G on this retake. Trace, both of them stuck on the site. No exit. Bianca gets pinged in the back of sight. Hebei not spotted, so they have a pretty good inkling. Bianca, nice timing to try to go for the trade, but it's too many members, and Gen G will take another round, bringing them to match point.
Yeah, I really like the way Gen G is starting to play this. You know, okay, you're giving up some space in mid, but you're generally making sure that at least Vents is under control. And now you're being a little more diligent when you have to re-clear that space to shift your weight from one side of the map to the other. You know, Yeoman's using that drone to make sure that he's clearing mid, making sure that Fong Fong isn't going to find that free pick. And then these executes have been really, really good on the retakes. They're setting up for these, you know, especially if you have Foxy9 in there to allow that Yoru to throw all that util in the face of his opponents, as well as Yeoman there to get that extra ping to give you that little bit of extra information to set up those really nice retake executes. That's something that we've seen when Gen G has finally found success on this half that has given them wins.
See if Gen G can wrap it up nice and clean. 3 members pinged outside of mid. Yeoman's recon dart really getting value right off the rip on this potential final round between these two teams. As Texture's already passed the one way as well. Fung very curious. The cam not able to spot anything. He's already passed it. I mean, there's just no way you really suspect that for the Jet to be all alone out there with the operator. But if it's Texture, you can never count it out.
Yeah, it's like, look, just because we try to do that with Zhao doesn't mean that our opponent's Jet is going to do that, right? But Texture's so good with his positioning. He understands his opponent so well and what he can get away with. Never really giving up any sound cues, anything. There's no util being thrown. Even in the previous round, when him and Yeoman were over there, there was no util. It was all just silent, slow walking, try to take space, and it makes it so tricky to understand where and when Texture is going to be.
Yeah, now they have to use the drone nice and early to try to clear out the entrance of A main, right? That A lobby here. And Texture just going to hide away from it. Eventually, he's trying to get past it, tries to get the Jet, and he lands it right on the landing of the tailwind. A Jet knows best where a Jet lands, and he'll get that one. Foxy9 now hidden away. Texture but what the heck is that last kill? What? You know, just for safety, swings around.
He just tapped in there. He's like, oh, maybe. Why not? Miss every shot you don't take.
Oh, well, this is not how it ends for Trace. Surely not. But what can Little King do? Walks right into the scopes of Texture. Has Gen G closed out of this 13-10, winning the best of 3, 2-0.
That is the most Gen G finish,
yes,
I have ever seen. Just absolute shenanigans. You know, early pick for Texture into crazy, just how do they even know that somebody's going to be there stuff. It just, yeah, that's Gen G for you.
That's what you get when you get just 5 talented players now continue to work as a team. I think for Gen G fans, it just seems like Foxy9 and Yeoman, as the days go by, as the rounds go by, they continue to gel better and better with the core, which is very promising. And now, let's be honest, I mean, Gen G, again, used to be called one of, if not potentially the best team for the most part of 2024. So for Trace to put up these close games, we shouldn't count them out at all, but it did look like on Abyss, maybe even on Ascent, still playing things a little bit safer, a little bit more standard, a bit more readable, one would say, as Gen G takes that first win for the Korean teams.
Oh, you'd be insane to count out Trace Esports after what they did at Champions last year. I mean, there's too much talent on this team. When they're on the same page, they look really, really good. But I'm still seeing some disjointedness at times, especially here on Abyss, where I thought if they had kind of taken a little extra moment to kind of be like, all right, let's do this together, guys, 1, 2, 3, go. You know, then they could have won a few more rounds. This might have been their map, but they had some of those moments where they kind of were a little bit off balance. They had some great reads at the beginning of this half, obviously, on their attacker's side, looking really strong. But, you know, as time wore on, Gen G was able to start putting the right pieces in place to counter it. And it's tough to go against Gen G no matter who you are. Look, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, sure, they had an early exit out of Champions, but that doesn't mean much when the core still continues to remain so strong. Texture not quite a 30 and 15 KD, but still leads the scoreboard with 7 first kills, 8 in Ascent, 7 here on Abyss. So really leading the charge as that primary duelist, as that main entry here for the Gen G squad. Feng once again the top scorer on the side of Trace. And this time around, I mean, very similar story for Gen G, right? You've got a couple members still putting up positive KDs, backing up Texture. And meanwhile, you are going to have Foxy kind of being that role player on that Yoru.
Yeah, I think, you know, obviously Gen G is more or less a known quantity with all their players except Yo-Man, if you haven't been watching Tier 2 scene. But he's still very, very good. But Feng, man, I gotta tip the cap to him. He has been absolutely incredible today. What a performance from him.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, we will see more of them throughout the weekend, but right now we will be getting ready for our second match of the day. Once again, this is Korea versus China, so the next 2 refs will be the rebuilt T1 going up against the reigning world champions EDG. We'll be back after a short break.
We are proud to announce new additions to the XL series. Both are using fast TN panels and newly upgraded DIAC2 technology. Fast TN panel with its faster native response time can reveal enemy outlines quicker during flashbang attacks. For IPS panel, more overdrive is required to enhance response speed, leading to dynamic image blurring due to the panel's inability to handle the load. These new monitors integrate new dynamic accuracy technology, DIAC2. The upgraded dual backlight design not only provides FPS players with clearer visuals at dynamic aiming and spray control, but are also more friendly to your eyes. Moreover, built in the monitor panel, DIAC2 functions independently and doesn't require any sync with PCs, ensuring no impact on game performance. XL setting to share now has auto game mode feature. Besides download, save, share your settings, it will auto apply different color settings based on your usage scenarios. Outlook of the latest monitors are refreshed. It has incorporated industrial-grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. This is a brief introduction of the new XL monitor. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions. Zowie has developed the U2 symmetrical design wireless mouse specifically for claw grip players who prioritize agility and multi-angle operation. In the past, Zowie has designed multiple mouse shapes. Among symmetrical claw grip designs, the FK mouse series is widely known. The shape of most Zowie mouse series in the past were primarily designed to accommodate significant horizontal movements, commonly found in games like Counter-Strike. In response to the growing emphasis on multi-angle and agile movement in FPS games, we began developing U2 many years ago based on feedback from Zowie enthusiasts. Most symmetrical wireless mice on the market have straight-sided designs. U2 features a design with inwardly tapered curves on both sides, which offers a distinct and properly positioned finger resting point. This design enables a more relaxed and stable grip for the thumb, ring finger, and pinky when holding and lifting the mouse. The left side curved design combined with the overall curve of the back reduces the thumb angle, which stabilizes muscle frequency and also supports a faster index finger click speed. The right side curved design facilitates easy placement of the ring finger. It promotes balanced force exertion on both sides of the hand and allows for more stability during mouse movement. Regarding the side buttons, through experiments with different shapes and positions, U2's side button design facilitates easier thumb access. U2 meets the demand for agile and enduring performance. In addition to its shape, we've changed the upper half of mouse skates to a larger one for a more familiar gliding experience among Zowie users. U2 uses the now proven 3395 sensor for long-term component supply stability. To deliver a better wireless experience, the enhanced receiver offers improved stability of the wireless signal. It minimizes frame drops and stuttering stemming from wireless interference during gaming and maintains stable, high-quality transmission during wireless applications. The enhanced receiver doubles as a charging dock, preventing accidental cable disconnections while powering up using wires. This is a brief introduction of the U2. Please feel free to DM us if you have any questions. Different FPS games involve varying movement patterns, potentially necessitating different mouse designs. Consequently, Zowie incorporates sports science into its mouse development process. Therefore, Zowie analyzed human muscle activities and joint motions through EMG and motion capture system to develop the new U2 shape that aims at enabling players to maintain high-level performance throughout the game. According to our experiment's results, our U2 offers enduring performance and agility. Such intense operations may cause more strain on their hand muscles over time. We found that thumb angle affects muscle firing rate. When the angle is larger, there is a tendency for the frequency to decrease over time, indicating signs of muscle fatigue. U2's left side curved design helps players grip with a smaller thumb angle. As a result, the muscle firing rate remains stable without noticeable signs of fatigue. Additionally, the angle of the ring finger affects the force exertion on both sides of the hand. When the angle is larger, there's a greater disparity in force exertion between the two sides, making it more likely to cause one side to bear a greater load. U2's right side curve design allows the ring finger to grip at a moderate angle. This helps balance the force exertion on both sides of the hand. In addition to enduring performance, agility is also crucial. In FPS games such as Fortnite and Apex, the clicking of side buttons occurs more frequently. We experimentally designed the U2 side buttons by adjusting their position and shape, making it easier for the thumb to access. We also found that the thumb angle affects index finger click speed. This graph shows the clicking speed of the index finger when the thumb angle is larger. U2's left side curve, combined with the mouse back design, results in a smaller thumb angle, facilitating faster index finger click speed. Through sports science, we aim to assist and empower athletes in unlocking their potential and achieving peak performance. As with every sporting competition, athletes dedicate countless hours of practice in their relentless pursuit of victory.
Okay. Okay.
We are proud to announce new additions to the XL series. Both are using fast TN panels and newly upgraded Diac2 technology. Fast TN panel with its faster native response time can reveal enemy outlines quicker during flashbang attacks. For IPS panel, more overdrive is required to enhance response speed, leading to dynamic image blurring due to the panel's inability to handle the load. These new monitors integrate new dynamic accuracy technology, Diac2. The upgraded dual backlight design not only provides FPS players with clearer visuals at dynamic aiming and spray control, but are also more friendly to your eyes. Moreover, built in the monitor panel, Diac 2 functions independently and doesn't require any sync with PCs, ensuring no impact on game performance. XL setting to share now has auto game mode feature. Besides download, save, share your settings, it will auto apply different color settings based on your usage scenarios. Outlook of the latest monitors are refreshed. It has incorporated industrial-grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. This is a brief introduction of the new XL monitor. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions.
Welcome back, everybody. We continue with the 2024 GES Asia Invitational. Korea versus China, as we see two teams representing each region facing off. The very first match of the weekend was Genji versus Trace Esports, and Genji closed things out 2-0.
Yeah, really interesting battle. I mean, I think Trace really put up a good fight, but Genji just kind of, in the long run, had a little bit more firepower, a little bit more adjustments in their back pocket to be made. Trace came in with some good ideas on the second half of Abyss. Ascent looked okay overall, but Genji just still a little bit stronger in terms of a lot of the kind of preparations and adaptations that they're making, but that's kind of what you got going up against a team that has won a international event. Yes, again, different pieces, and as well, you don't have Kai here.
Sure.
You have Zhao subbing in, playing effectively on the jet role, but a little bit of a change up there for TE might have caused a little bit of imbalance, and yeah, it was a really fun match though. I mean, got to see some really awesome plays. Time and time again, Texture was stepping up, and Pong Pong was incredible all throughout. So yeah, it was a real treat to get to see this match.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, I think you hit the nail on the head, is the fact that Trace you know, they played well, they just played a bit more standard, right? Not as many curveballs, not as many surprises, not as many adaptations, whereas I think the good news for Gen G fans and Pacific fans would be that, okay, is Gen G going to maybe kind of sit on their laurels a bit, or maybe they have to readjust with the new members, they go back to square one, but no, it seems like they're continuing to advance and kind of accept the fact that, okay, maybe we fell back on the meta a bit too much towards the end of the year. Now we have to continue advancing once again, and it looks like they're ready to get in gear for that one. So that was an exciting look at both of those teams, but now another exciting look for Pacific fans as we get our second look of the offseason for the new T1 represented by Sylvan, Meteor, Stax, Buzz, and Izu.
Yeah, this is such an exciting roster. The firepower is tremendous on this squad. I mean, you have players like Buzz and Meteor who are known longtime fraggers. Izu has really been stepping up in the last couple of years. Stax is IGLing again and getting him back into that comfort role. And then you got Sylvan, who's, you and I talk about him a lot because we've been casting him for a long time. He used to be basically the second best controller in Korea. Now, you know, he's had some time where he's been kind of bouncing around trying to find a home, so we'll see if he can really start to step up, find that role again. And of course with EDG, yes, no Kong, yes, no Smoggy, but let me put this out there. There's some good players on this team anyway, and also the new players, who knows, you may be looking at the next, you know, up-and-coming superstar.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll have to see how they perform and what the upcoming talent looks like from China and under the EDG banner, as they do have the map bans and picks. T1 picking Ascent similar to Gen G up against EDG, but this one makes a bit more sense. This is not a map that EDG traditionally likes to play. They like to kind of skirt around it, although they have done well with it, especially with Kong and his operator at all times. But EDG picking up the split, and then both teams saying, all right, if push comes to shove, let's face off on Pearl. It's been a little while.
Yeah, I love it. I really hope it gets there. I'd love to cast some Pearl again. It's been far too long, so it'd be really exciting. Get to see some of the maps we haven't seen in a little bit. And yeah, split is a known quantity for sure, but could be a very interesting matchup. And, well, this isn't interesting.
You know, listen, I'm actually one of the big advocates of Ascent. I know everybody hates it. I know everyone says they're sick of it, but I like Ascent, and I don't mind the traditional comp. Like, I think it's just such a good gauge of, is a team good or not, or are they great or good, rather, right, at the highest tier. However, yeah, watching it, you know, 2-3 times in one day, yeah, maybe that we could do away with, yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
So I'm not blaming this on Ascent. I'm blaming it more on T1 for picking it. Let's go that way.
There you go. There you go. I would still like to see somebody maybe try Vise on this map just to see. I'm just curious. Although I feel this way about Ascent with when most new agents come out. I'm like, yeah,
Sure, yeah.
Like Deadlock. I'm like, yeah, that's an Ascent. That's an Ascent agent. But then I realized I was saying that about every agent except Harbor. But even some people prove me wrong about that.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, Ascent's like just the base, you know, the best like standard map, you know, out there in Valorant, I feel. So everybody kind of hasn't figured out, so it's kind of tough to throw new wrenches in there. But hey, this is an off-season event. There's an opportunity.
And we've seen T1 experimenting quite a bit at the APAC Red Bull Homeground Qualifier, so I was hoping we'd see some of that, but not on Ascent, maybe when it comes to Split. But of course, jumping into this first map, it is another best of 3. And while we're getting ready, Chober and Paper Thin here bringing you the action on the English stream, but just want to remind you that this is a Korea versus China event. So tomorrow, these teams are going to swap their opponents, and then we'll see which region comes out on top. There is a tiebreaker match scheduled as well if it's a 2-2 scoreline. So hopefully plenty of more fun to be had in the upcoming weekend. But T1 starting on defense, EDG starting on attack, and it's a full 5 stack over here on the A side.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit tricky. Sylvan already being like, yeah, you know what?
Yeah, spotted, I think, the legs. Yeah, just a little bit. Not sure of how many, but he doesn't want to find out.
Yeah, it's a lot of people. That's more legs than one.
Yeah, Buzz trying to get a peek, waits for the Util to come through, but another late flash, and Potter's already through. Stax getting a nice double, but Potter gets another one to equalize that. Potter holding on to the site. Meteor seeing if he can get a peek. They get the ping, but it's a little bit too late. Door already closed. That's enough time for the spike to get planted.
Yeah, now it just has to come down to the bullets for both squads. Potter holding a good angle, finds a headshot.
Yeah, very good pre-fire. As soon as he caught a glimpse of the shoulder, he just keeps spamming it right on that crosshair placement. Chichu very low, scared to peek out first, gets a little bit of information. He's not going to go for it again. Toast has to get at least one kill here to open things up for Chichu on that cross angle. They heard the drop. Toast trying to reposition. He doesn't want to get pinched. He's trying to find one. Chichu has to peek out with him, but they won't find the timing. Meteor still holding the angle as well. And Izu and Meteor close things out for T1 to win that pistol round.
Yeah, a tough spot for Sylvan to be in. Does what he can with it. Already getting the T1 spray spam. Very
well trained.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, even though it's pretty funny because I talked to Indigo, one of the new coaches for T1 very briefly.
Yeah.
A guy I've known for a long time.
Yeah, you would have known. Yeah, for a
Yeah,
long
going
time.
back to when I was casting PUBG, and I've known him. And he said, stepping in as a coach, there's a lot of stress, there's a lot of pressure, but, he feels like the team's coming together nicely, even with only a limited amount of practice. They haven't had a ton of time to prepare and practice, but they've already won, APAC home grounds, and now they're here again getting even more practice. So they feel like they're in a good spot despite it being so early in this team's iterations. It's really encouraging to see what T1's been able to put together so far. Also, we were curious about what the roles were going to be for Potter and Toast. Now we have our answer. Potter's going to be your stand-in, it looks like, for Kong.
Yeah, it looks like it, at least the primary jet. We'll see if things change up over on Split.
Grounded.
But Buzz, not one to miss. He's really been training. I mean, all throughout 2024, I think he proved to everybody that there should be no more doubters when it comes to his outlaws, his opping, things like that. And the secret to it was just playing a bunch of DM with the op, right? Just non-stop grinding, and it starts to show. But of course, it's just going to be an eco year for EDG, so not expecting anything too crazy. You would have to pull out some heroics out of the hat, but we'll see what kind of conditioning, what kind of info they can gather. You're starting to see the Killjoy set up on A. Once again, we'll see if that continues. Eventually, you expect it to switch to B. That's the default here on Ascent. Sylvan, a nice timing on the pinch. And that's just going to be calm share shots from Meteor. You can take Meteor out of the Gen G, but you can't take the Gen G out of Meteor.
That's well put. I like that. Yeah, I mean, he's such a talented player. I mean, you could make a pretty strong argument that he might have been the MVP for Pacific last year if you include like the international events and the whole shebang. Like Meteor is so consistent. Buzz as well, I think you can make a decent argument for him. So you've got two absolutely superstar players with the way that Izu as well was looking at the Red Bull qualifier. Like, this team has firepower to boot. But you saw some good things there. Potter was able to get some good kills on that pistol round, so you're seeing some things from EDG that give you a little bit of hope that they're going to be able to hang with this T1 squad. It could be a little shaky, but playing on a map like Ascent, keeping things a little bit simpler. Split and Ascent in particular, pretty as straightforward as Valorant can get, I would say, in terms of the map. So
that is true.
Yeah, we'll just see what they got in store for us. But Meteor now going to be the one holding mid, trying to keep a little bit of pressure, trying to keep that alarm bot in place. A little bit shifted to the side there, trying to make sure they can avoid early detection or an early clear with a shock dart. There you go. Catches Potter, so that's a nice find.
Yeah, I mean, he gets away scot-free, so that's a big one, right? They invested a shock dart, drone, and a scout, and nobody still waits for Meteor to peek out. Make sure that Potter can get out safely as well. Nobody, of course, that veterancy now coming in, especially now as an IGL. He's had some time throughout the later half of the year, won champions with that role. So truly now the leader of EDG. And with that, mid's wide open. You imagine if the Killjoy's watching mid, who's watching B, right? I mean, we're not hearing the Odin spam. We're not really seeing any of that happening just yet. Here on what is meant to be the bonus round for T1. Buzz can't quite land it, quick enough to get two. Only gets him down to 10 HP. Simon still able to win out that trade.
Yeah, this is looking really, really strong right now for EDG. Potter as well getting involved. Takes stacks down. Easy with this Odin, being very cautious, trying to dodge that spam as much as you can. You're going to want to keep that gun.
Yes.
For sure. So I think at this point, Sylvan can go and try to steal a few guns away from the side of EDG. You can look at their creds. They're very, very low. So if you can find some of those exit frags, that would be very, very impactful for T1. But again, yeah, a good pickup here on a round you should win for EDG. No bonus going over to the defender side team on Ascent. You see that, frankly, fairly often. So to avoid that kind of early quote-unquote mistake is a very good sign. They're able to find these openings, be patient, playing around mid, and break through. So gotta tip your cap so far. It's looking pretty solid.
Yeah, just look at how careful they are as well, right? Understanding that this is a save, where are the exit frags potentially coming in from? They're not going to overextend too much, all staying grouped up in case there's a peek around the corner. And T1 will respect that as well. So Simon just wants a fist bump, man. All he wants is a fist bump.
He got it eventually.
Yeah, it took a little while for nobody.
Yeah, nobody's really dialed in there. I mean, he's IGLing, so he's busy, man. Like, give him a break, give him a break. But really though, this EDG squad is still a fearsome. I mean,
Oh,
especially
yes.
with Chichu there, who was tremendous during the grand finals at Champions. You know, obviously everybody's going to remember some of those hero plays at ConCon, but really Chichu was stepping up big time in that finals. I mean, he was right there neck and neck, you know, whether it be playing controllers or Sentinels. He can really do a lot of damage. Played 4 different agents during that grand finals and 5 maps, so a tremendously valuable player who can really change things around for you in a couple of rounds, like we saw with Feng Feng.
Oh, and that flash a little bit misplaced there. Doesn't go quite deep enough, and that's just going to be a team flash instead of going all the way deep into Marcus. Now they have to go in blind, but nobody. How does he win that, even with the pre-fire from Izu on the Odin? He's spot on onto the headshot. Meteor can't quite connect onto the second, so Potter still opens up that market. Picks up the spike as well. Now, not enough backup to enter the site confidently. Simon going for a little bit of delay and a little bit of information. He realizes now they know with the turret that there is a peek out of A short, but that means we're going to rush into B. Stacks just trying to fill the site. Back up nowhere in sight. He has to stay alive long enough. Fragment to push him in. Sees the drop. Trying to win that 1v1, but can he stay alive long enough? Sylvan has now arrived, but he's already tied up from main. A dicey situation for Stacks, and he just has no idea that Simon's already made it past the boxes. Thinks he might still be in the center of the site. And now it's just Buzz with an operator. Does he go for the save? I mean, he looks like he wants to go for kills, but if he cannot find one from main here on this angle, you gotta just back off.
Yeah, I agree. Stacks doing everything he could there to try to buy some time using his utility, but it's going to be really, really difficult. Buzz still considering this, maybe just making sure that EDG doesn't have an option to leave and that they're going to have to pay the price. But instead, no, he is piecing out. Okay. And this turret was a big reason why it took so long for Buzz to get there. It was keeping track of him, and he was trying to sneak underneath it, but by that point, Stacks was heavily under pressure and was taken out, so he couldn't really get there in time. So a little bit of disjointedness for T1 here.
Yeah, just a bit of unfortunate there from Market as well. I mean, EDG, a bit of a mix-up on that flash, and yet still T1 not able to hold on long enough. Potter looking like he's really filling in the shoes for this event just fine, as he is able to lead the charge for EDG, bringing them up to speed 2-2.
Yeah, he's looked clean. He's been there for some good trades and some important moments on the execute so far, and that's what you need out of that duelist. He's already 5-3, so got to be happy with what you're seeing out of this new player for this squad. I mean, very little information, if any, on Toast and Potter coming into this, so to see them just kind of, in my eyes, looking perfectly comfortable. I don't see really anything that would indicate jitters or anything like that. That's good to know.
Yeah, well, we'll see, of course, when pressure ramps up a bit more, but so far it looks like they're slotted in just fine. And so we'll see what nobody can do with the tools he's been given. Now Swarm cleared out, and EDG, no signs of slowing down. They know it's a weaker round here for T1. They should know about this operator as well, so that's the only thing they need to worry about. The ping not staying on long enough before the door closes, but it's just a giant old mess on the site as T1 holding on. Buzz able to get a shot off through before he gets traded off. Meteor still staying alive with the Sheriff. You have to respect these Sheriffs. And T1 now, they have him surrounded. The spike is down. Potter can't collect it unless he fights through everybody.
This is very, very difficult now, especially with some of the gun upgrades that are going to be floating in for the side of T1. They also have some vision on this spike. Is it going to be picked up or not? Oh, there you go. Meteor just playing off the angle there. Very nicely done. T1 holding such a good angle. Like, again, Stacks steps in at the right moment. I mean, you know, Stacks doesn't always light up the scoreboard, especially when he's IGLing, but in this round, he uses his fragment very nicely to buy extra time for Buzz to get that door clear, because the door is shut on him, and Stacks' response is to use his util to buy some time for them to get that door back open so they can get that operator involved. Sure, Buzz gets cleared, but everybody else is hitting their Sheriff shots, and yeah, this is like, if you have a team that is good Sheriffs,
I mean,
dude,
it opens up so many opportunities.
Exactly.
So many ways to catch up, so many ways to stay alive. And now EDG having to give some of that respect. They'll slow things down just a bit. Once again, staying alive, just barely missing it all the time. And with that, T1 now have a bit of interest in mid. They want to re-clear this. Potter is trapped. They're very well aware of this. They should, I mean, with everyone here, yeah, they should. Oh! Buzz waits patiently until the very end, finds him on the float. Izu eventually goes down, but no space quite taken here for EDG, and Buzz, Wen gets him right through the edge of that wall and finds out on that second peak that he will finish off and secure the kill. Sylvan now waiting for it, 0 point spotted, gets ready for both. And that's the cleanup here from T1.
Yeah, seeing some early coordinated play here from T1 in that round. There's a paranoia at the front to keep Potter backed off as well. You have Izu there with his Sova utility to try to set up Buzz's op. Now, EDG's able to dodge that and make it an even round, finding some good picks. But this shot from Buzz is outrageously good. And that practice you were talking about, Chobra, came into play right there. I mean,
yeah. I mean, just the calm patience, right? Just waiting until the end of the dash rather than really trying to greed for it. You'll love to see it from Buzz. Eventually getting a second kill as well. Now continuing with that operator, the Odin returning as well into Izu's hand. And T1 looking like they're in a good position for that defense. EDG will have another round of a couple rifles here just to share for nobody, but Buzz gets Chichu again. And Chichu just not able to create the space. No corner clear here for Potter. Just completely unaware that Sylvan's holding that switch.
And Sylvan able to use that paranoia to make sure he can safely get into Gen in case the execute was pushed by EDG. And they are, I mean, this was a quick reaction from T1. As soon as that 0 point came through, oh, another nice shot from Buzz. But as soon as that 0 point came through, it was like all hands on deck here at A. Like, they read that hit very nicely. So that's good preparation from the T1 staff.
Yeah, and EDG now aware that too much time has passed. We're going to be cornered here. Whether we save or not, we have to start to expand a little bit with 50 seconds still on the clock. And look at Izu's position. He's been holding that for the past 20 seconds or so, where you can just get information no matter where EDG goes. You're able to hear the audio all around mid. He's holding a good angle to check if it's a wraparound to A. If it ends up going B, you still have a 4v2 on the retake. Izu, he's already heard a couple of those last footsteps. EDG, they try to mask their sound, but it's a little bit too late. Just hoping that T1 bites on this and overcommits over to B, which they will be doing. And only 20 seconds left, EDG going for the save.
Yeah, this is just a really good read off the rip by Stax and T1. Again, that goes to the coaching staff, that goes to the preparation. They shut that down, that round down before it really even began. So really, really good stuff from them. And EDG going to take this time to, take the freebie timeout, essentially, and, talk things over a bit, get nobody in there, and see if they can come around with another round win here, because it's 5-2 now for T1 on this defender side. But, defender side copium, if you're EDG,
sure.
Right? Yeah.
I mean, EDG, the only problem here, is going to be the econ, right? It's still going to not be fully stabilized here. Not everyone can buy full armor and weapons. So they will go for that timeout. They need to find some crack against T1 just to get around a little bit of a breather, a little bit of econ stacked up if they want any chance of trying to catch up in the first half. So the timeout will come out. We'll see what the adjustments are from the Chinese squad.
But it's scary when Buzz comes out with an early operator and is already hitting. That makes it so much more difficult. That's such a big win condition on a map like Ascent. On the defender side, to get that early op and get it fired up. Take control of mid typically, but in this case, just a good read, a good reaction to get over to A in time. And yeah, I mean, EDG throwing some quick punches and nothing really connecting too heavy just yet. So it looks pretty stock standard from T1. I mean, they're making good reads. We've seen a little bit of cool util combo in that one round, but
sure,
it's Ascent. I mean,
I mean, how much more can we really?
Yeah, guys, like
we can't keep going deeper. Like, it has to stop at some point.
No, there's only so much depth.
We'll see. We'll see. I mean, I think, obviously, like you mentioned, I think Buzz's op right now is the biggest thorn in EDG's side. They're trying to find these timings. Chichu gets picked off. So, if you want to try to push them off, you're going to have to invest more util. So then are you ready to go for these executes without util? I mean, that's a choice EDG has to make. But for now, it looks like 0 point and a push out on mid. So they want to try to shove out the potential operator in mid, take control of that, clear the alarm bot first, and then pick and choose. Is it mid to B? Do we go back to A? Trying to open up their options a bit. And T1's answer to this is just shoving out B main and peeking down mid. Shuts down all sorts of possibilities. A good read off that timeout. Almost gets a second as well. But he's still holding that back line. Meanwhile, Meteor gets a trade for one, but eventually gets taken down. So it's going to be Izu all alone. Buzz is ready. Now, what a well-placed fragment. Pushes him off of that early angle. He's just going to have to wait for the cross. See if anyone actually dares to take that leap. Oh, one does, but Buzz gets scratched up. He's going to have to back off. Izu all alone with the Odin. The Odin's a good weapon to have here, but he is all alone. You're not going to have the greatest support. No command at the ready, but no flash drives for stacks. So they have to jump in, and Izu's just praying and spraying as he stays alive. Silva now coming in for that backup. Chichu takes him down 1v1. Bladestorm at the ready. Chichu, he'll fall off of his sneeze, and Buzz gets it with the Bladestorm, and eventually gets that clutch.
Yeah, it got pretty close there for T1. It got a little bit dicey. EDG able to fight and claw their way onto the site eventually, but that extra layer of firepower, that timing on Buzz on that first kill, so good. I mean, T1 here, the protocol's looking really strong where they're going to say, okay, we know when we're giving up a little bit of extra space. We have good reads on the timing. That's when we're going to start peeking and looking for those shots. Sylvan there, just he got him so weak, down to 7 HP was Chichu. And that gave Buzz the confidence just kind of swing on in there. You have a ton of ults on both sides as well to play around with, so got the counters with the Hunter's Furies to the lockdowns, got the no commands. And it's just kind of down to that tic-tac-toe, like who's going to be able to kind of outguess who on when and where you're going to use those ultimates in this round, because T1 didn't have to really use any other than the Bladestorm in the previous round, which is definitely not as big of a piece to the puzzle as some of those other alts typically are when it comes to the getting the round win equation.
Yeah. I mean, just kind of the table turner, right? Didn't really see that heavy of an investment from T1. Now, EDG, this is really the do or die here with 3 members at 100 or less creds. So even with the half armor, things start to get a little bit dicey if you want to go for those rifles. And it's not looking like a good start. Nobody gets just pushed out and right into the sight lines of Buzz. That's an early kill, but that's the Silva trying to back away after using Yuto. So T1, no reason to go for these over-rotates. They suspect, okay, for the next 20 seconds, it's still an A hit, and they would be correct. We are going to see Silva stuck in hell, but he's going to get the kill, so he's still alive. Stacks with the cover from Evan, and now Buzz in the site as well. Just nowhere for this spike to go. It has to be another save from EDG, surely.
Yeah, I would think so. I don't really see any world where they're going to want to try to make a go of this. That's just, again, really good timings from T1. Like, they've got such a good read on the map right now. They're aggressive when they need to be. You know, Buzz this time a little bit patient and eventually reads that, okay, we're not getting any pressure in mid. Nobody's trying to clear the alarm bot. That might mean that I have some space to work with. He takes full advantage of it, catches a player out in the open, and EDG's protocol's a little bit off balance right now. You're going to have to address that mid control. Make sure, you know, something that they've been focusing on throughout a lot of the first couple of rounds here, where they were like going mid or pushing mid or at least clearing that alarm bot or checking for it. This time around they leave it completely open, and T1's Buzz is so aware, so keen to take advantage of that.
Yeah, now EDG is starting to fall off on the firepower as well as the armor. Half armors across the board, a Sheriff, a Stinger, and a Guardian next to these Vandals. You still have those ultimates, but so does T1. And EDG, what's the choice? Because if you let this slip, it's already an 8-round lead here, or, you know, on the scoreboard for T1. So maximum, it's a 4-round gap that you'll be able to close it. And even then, it doesn't look very promising. So see if they throw everything they have at the wall. Drone pushing out mid again. They're going back to, you know, what they thought was working, at least for the first part of each round. Trying to scout out this alarm bot. Trying to disrupt the positions of T1. You're not seeing the op peek out yet. They're waiting. They're waiting for Buzz to peek out. They think they'll get the pre-fire. But Buzz just is nowhere to be seen because he's sitting right in sight on the A side.
Yeah, this is a pretty good opportunity for EDG if they can get the read that actually mid to B would have been a pretty good option, but I think they're still suspecting that that operator's over on that side of the map.
Yeah, they think maybe it might have been a B main push, and they're going to walk right into him. Buzz, he's ready for it. He's ready for another, but here's a dash. He sees him with the shorty. He gets one, but it's a little bit too late. Already the distance closed in from EDG, and they'll start to push in. Simon with a nice hit. Izu does clean up nobody with Hunter's Fury. Lockdown now coming up from Meteor, just trying to buy time, allowing for Izu to get here with the Odin. Spike will still get planted. The Meteor just wants to defend that lockdown, wants to push them out of the site, put them into an uncomfortable position, but Simon has, and sometime, picked up the operator, and he gets a 3K total for the round.
Yeah, that worked out. I mean, I think T1, all according to plan there, just the timing's uncomfortable for Buzz. Good job by EDG to keep him off balance. I mean, that early dash by Potter really made him confused. The Cloudburst as well kept him really off balance. He couldn't find the right position, and then he bumps into Potter, has to switch over to the shorty, and everybody's doing a good job here on EDG, pressing this advantage, coming from a couple different angles. Great shots from Simon with that Sheriff as well. snags the op and secures the round. Really solid stuff there. That was frankly one of the tougher options that EDG had to go through in that setup, and they got through it pretty nicely.
Yeah, absolutely. Just masking their advance and just closing that distance a bit more, and this time they'll continue to ramp up the pressure all the way to 11, going for the tempo play, but can't quite get in yet. The fragment holds him at bay. They're not clearing their quarters just yet, but Meteor just cannot track him across his screen. Toast comes in for the trades. Izu will continue to hold, but for how long? Just long enough for that kill through the wall. Chichu falls. Now operator in the hands of Izu. He's trying to keep them at bay. It's going to be a 1v2. Operator going to be the weapon of choice for the time being from Izu. There are some Vandals right in front of him if he so chooses, but wants to find a pick.
Spike planted.
Clearing out one angle at a time. There's too many options. Recon Bolt gives him time to switch out weapons. Knows there's one right close by. Damage done. I mean, nobody's job right now is just to buy time. Doesn't need to actually go in for this fight. Nobody jumps a little too far, but he's still alive. That's what matters. As Toast, almost 0 health on the site itself. Izu gets the read. Does he get the call about the 4 HP? Surely he does. Izu waiting. Will he peek out? Doesn't go for the spam just yet, and Toast is ready on an off angle right outside of the boxes. Gets the clutch for EDG.
Man,
Last round in
what
the
a nice
half.
hold from the youngster. Such a tough spot. I mean, I was wondering if Izu was just going to spam the box and get the freebie, you know, but spammed away with the Odin. I don't know what happened here. I don't think I've ever seen a whip like that from Meteor. That was uncharacteristic, to say the least, but you know, not everybody could be that great all the time.
There's something about Korean Killjoys and B-site alley on Ascent and not being able to track their opponents. Not going to name names. It's been a little while, but yeah, there's one that stands out in my memory. Well, hopefully Meteor can shake that off. You're right. We've almost rarely seen that. Like, we've seen whiffs every now and then, but not like that where the tracking just not able to follow through. He's not even getting shot at that point.
Chichu.
I mean, Chichu's been having a rough game, to be honest. His positions are just getting read like a book by T1.
As soon as he cleared that dart, it was instant identification for Izu on where that spot would likely be, because of where that recon dart lands, you know that the only place it can be cleared from below is right next to that box, so it makes it easy for the spam. There you go, Meteor.
Yeah, Meteor's going to be able to find that one, but Toast quick on that trade. EDG, nobody as well, swinging out from B main. Now only 2 members remain, though, for EDG as he took that first hit. Their duelist died before he can actually reach the site. Izu, once again, buying time. Survival duty for the rookie of 2024, now trying to fill in that initiator position for T1. And Toast, the only one left. He gets one, but he cannot possibly do a 180 in the last round of the half. I always get scared after Lakia used his Nightfall over in, what was it? That was Master Shanghai, wasn't it?
It was on Lotus, yeah, it was at Master Shanghai.
Yeah, when he used it on Lotus. Every time someone does it, I'm like, wait, are we sure that it's like the last round of the half? But it was.
Now I'm always questioning it. I'm like, wait, is that half?
Yeah.
Sure. That was like one of the all-time Lakia moments. Like
it was, because it was a great round, and then it was such a Lakia moment to follow as well.
But then they won the next round too. It was all okay.
Yes, that's what matters. That's what matters. He laughed about it on his stream as well.
Yeah. I have to say though, I'm impressed with Toast and Potter. I think they're hanging. They're holding their own. They look like they're kind of making good reads, making some solid plays. The aim looks perfectly fine. I think you have to be happy if you're an EDG fan with what you're seeing from these 2 new players that were called up for this event. You know, get them a little experience, get them a little bit of, land, not just experience against a good team like T1, but land experience as well in front of a crowd. All of these things coming into play, and in my opinion, they look like it's just another day at the office for them.
Yeah, I mean, mechanically definitely seems gifted, right? We can see why they would be talent that EDG's had their eye on and trying to develop. Now, obviously, and then team-wise, you get this type of experience every now and then, and you start to really grow into your own. So hopefully more people will be interested in their future ventures. But for now, they will continue to play the next 2 days in the place of Kong Kong and Smoggy. We'll see if it's enough to bring EDG back on this first map. T1's pick of Ascent. T1 now on the attack with a 4-round lead.
Yeah, very important pistol round for EDG. Really want to start this defender side off on a positive note. Make it a lot harder for T1 to just kind of run away with this half, but 8-4 is definitely doable on Ascent. You know, again, one of the more defender-sided maps. So just got to get that ball rolling nice. Simon considering a flash, an early shock dart there, but no damage done. T1 dancing around this utility pretty well so far, but are they going to be ready for this 3-man stack that you've got?
Oh, EDG, they don't spawn anyone, so they're just going deeper with the flash, and he actually still finds one before he gets out. Good for the second, and now he's stabilized. Nobody's there for support, and Potter gets out free. Takes some damage, but he's still alive. That's what matters. He's still hunted down. That's for the 3K for the youngster. Being called up for the EDG squad. I mean, sure, it's an off-season event, but it's still so much pressure to be representing the world champion brand. But he's delivering on the second pistol.
Yeah, he's looked good on the pistols, that's for sure. That's a great setup for him, too. I mean, you know, EDG doing a good job of using their util to put their duelist in a position to succeed, and he does. And that's all. That's teamwork, that's coordination, that's skill. All those things come together there. Meteor trying to find some way in hell to get this plant down. He's going to get spotted and isn't able to find that early shot. Trying to use the turret, but it's cleared off with the smoke. I mean, nope.
Yeah, the smoke was there too, and I mean, he's just waiting.
30 seconds
And he's
left.
good with his shots, but it's just too many. Potter with a 4K. And yeah, like you said, it's a good combo of a mechanically gifted player, but also a team that knows exactly how to set up a star player. And the setup comes in, Simon adjusts his flash all the way into deep B main, and Potter's ready for it. But I thought, honestly, with the number of targets he spotted, he might not get a kill. But he instantly just picks one, you know, threads the needle right through and then backs off safely, ready for a second one.
Exactly, and I mean, you know, he went from, you know, 6-11 to 10-11. That's what I'm saying. Like, you can see with your eyes that he's pretty solid. He's got good identification of, you know, how to play situations.
30 seconds left.
You know, tough spot to be in going up against a team like T1, but again, he's holding his own, no problems at all. And EDG is so good with their coordination. That's one of the big hallmarks of the things that they changed from 2023 to 2024 that got them in a good position. Okay,
Yeah. Buzz just trying to make use of his shorty there, trying to push him away outside of a tree, but not going to be able to find the value he originally wanted. They will still get the spike down, and they will still have control of the site, but the weaponry is where they will fall behind. You only have that one Sheriff on Meteor, everyone a bit scratched up. Meanwhile, Outlaw, Spectre, Stinger here for EDG. They could just run and gun and clear this site. Simon already gets one with the fragment. Stack stuck right below in hell. Nobody just swings out with the Stinger. It's just a spray down here for EDG. And Meteor gets one, but it's still traded off. 3 members still alive, holding on to their weaponry for EDG.
Yep, reasonable stuff from EDG for sure. Even, I think, able to grab a Sheriff or something in the corner there. All right, now T1, now you've got your buys, now you've got those rifles. What are you going to be able to do with that weaponry? Still going to have one player on half armor, but see here, that catch from Buzz, I mean, yeah.
It's a Hail Mary.
Yeah, exactly. It's an eco round, you got to go for big stuff or, you know, it's not going to go well usually. So it's totally fine. It's part of the job. Meteor's going to be the one on half armor, so just has to be careful of that Outlaw. Other than that, you should be okay for T1, you would think. Just how well coordinated is this attacker side really? Like, what kind of executes do we have in store with these players? Obviously some synergy with, you know, the likes of Stacks and Buzz on this map for years, playing together on this map really effectively. Too many overtimes maybe for their liking.
Yeah, they played a lot of rounds on Ascent together, that is for sure. And we'll see if that pays off dividends here. We saw some good timings there on the entry in, but EDG had already emptied it, but they just wanted to clear out mid. They cleared out the courtyard. They cleared out B main. So EDG now holding the positions they want here for the retake, but a well-timed null command is going to deny all sorts of util. So now EDG just have to come in, guns blazing, and the guns aren't looking great. Buzz gets a little bit aggressive, just trying to shove them off, right? Make sure that it's not a flood in after the first target. But there was some risk involved as that is a rifle given over. Stacks will still be able to clean up Potter. So now all eyes trained on to Heaven, and EDG surely you're not going to be able to find much success. They'll just start to dive in, do whatever damage they can, but at this point it's not looking very promising. Stacks with a 4K on Ascent. He'll be able to continue to bring the lead back for T1.
Yeah, it's a really nice round for Stacks in a lot of ways. The null command is used, and then he's getting kills on the bet. He gets 4 kills after popping it. Going to be right halfway back to getting another one. So really good cycling here for T1. I think the only thing I kind of question about this round is this. Other than that,
Yeah.
it was a really nice round. Really well held. Kind of found the open space in the EDG defenses. Now you've got to deal with the operator and the Odin for EDG, so things get a little more tricky. Sylvan as well, only as a Guardian.
Oh, he's been spotted, and they must have heard that dash out as well. So T1, they know they have an opportunity, but how large of a window is it going to be? The 0 point in just to make sure that there aren't any extra members actually in the site. Right as the smoke clears, they're still able to avoid him. They get flash Simon with some good counterplay. Delays him long enough for Potter to go for a repeat. And then there's Toast walking out of the smoke. Gets a double kill. Spike stranded at the entrance of A site. And this should be another round for EDG.
Yeah, that's great play by Simon and Toast to hold that door. That was the key piece of that execute. Because if they can get that door closed, if they can prevent short A from being a problem, then there's really not much that Potter can do. Maybe he gets the one and pops the dash and gets out, but that's kind of like the best case scenario if T1 is able to take control of that space, but they can't. So yeah, geez, Simon, Toast, really nice, and Meteor left trying to save a gun. Well, you got some time to think about this one.
Yeah, 40 seconds. We'll see if he can stay alive, in fact. I mean, most members on EDG pretty low on cred, so I can't imagine they'll go on a grand old hunt.
30 seconds
Maybe Chichu with 1,300, but it doesn't seem like that's going to be in the books for EDG either. So both teams happy to just say, okay, we accept the ending of this round. That is how it is. Let us discuss the future. And T1 going to have to maybe make some adjustments to want to keep this lead because it's starting to slowly catch up to him.
Yeah, and also
10 seconds left.
the timing, you could argue, was a little bit off. The flash landed just a bit after Buzz got in on the site. So Potter had enough time to take a shot, which is not the ideal result in that. But it didn't actually end up being the bigger problem there for T1. So again, going back to some of the things, I was talking with the coaching staff for T1, it still feels like, that practice, that synergy maybe isn't 100% there. Even with Stacks and Buzz, who played together for so long, they're a little bit off. Still trying to get everybody on the same page with their timings and with their rehearsing. So gonna have to be a weaker buy though. As you can see, they did carry over that one vandal. They're gonna pass it over to Buzz. Meteor has enough to go for the Guardian, a Stinger for Sylvan. Sheriff for Stacks. Still dangerous. Now this Odin. All right. Oh my God.
That's T1 fishing for it. They catch him with the 0 point. Meteor immediately answers back. And the plan all along was to try to battle through this. Chichu gets a little bit aggressive. Doesn't have faith that he can stay alive long enough. Wants to find his own exit, but he won't be able to do it. But a good pop flash for Simon. Sets himself up for a double. Finds the third as well. He's snappy with it. And now continuing to represent the world champions. Another 4K as Simon cleans up.
Man, that is clean from Simon. And he's laughing. He knows how good that was. The timing on that pop flash was immaculate. And this is going to force a timeout from T1. They can't afford to have this go any more sideways than it already is because it is almost even in the scoreline after such a good start here on this defender side for EDG.
Yeah, I mean, T1 definitely feeling that pressure a bit. So Autumn will be calling that timeout. See what the adjustments are. Now, we have to say that T1 definitely looked pretty promising at the Red Bull qualifiers, right, for home ground over here in APAC. But like you mentioned, I mean, the team is aware that they haven't had that much time. And we also noticed that while promising, there were definitely some shakiness. It wasn't the cleanest tournament, right? It wasn't the cleanest run. So we'll see what they can iron out here in this break. Again, sure, some of the star players not here, but EDG still the reigning world champions. You got to give respect. And Simon showcasing again just why he was such a big part. A lot of us just thought he's just another member, right? He came in to kind of fill in that slot. How good is he going to be? We're not sure. But he's silently supporting, and then when push comes to shove, he can frag just like that. So showing that prowess once again, why he was such a big part of that winning factor.
Imagine the confidence he must have gained.
Sure.
Coming into a squad, kind of being a huge question mark, and he was an integral piece of the puzzle to get them that champion's victory. And even, this round looked like, it might just be another, kind of ego round special for a Korean team, but Simon just says, no, I've been here, I've done that, I know what's up. And he just shuts it right down. Crazy, crazy good stuff.
Yeah, the pop flash timing also so good.
God.
I mean, he's literally out as it pops, like not a second before or after. So that's something that T1 will have to watch out for, right? If you haven't heard the flash drives go out yet, you gotta have somebody ready to ante that, and that's just another part of the puzzle that T1 and Stacks as the IGL will have to keep in his mind. Now, Meteor going for a bit of that lurk over on the B side. So T1 starting to play the map a bit more, spreading things out, drawing out that util. They'll get the early drone out from nobody, and he doesn't get too much information off of it, just to ping all the way down top mid over against Izu. But the reclear comes in from T1.
All this has to be super concerning for T1 because of how good they were on the attacker side on Ascent at Red Bull Homeground. Like, that's where they were really doing a ton of their damage against Zeta, against RRQ even. They were destroying on their attacker side, but here it's getting shut right down, and there you go. Potter just waits it out. Stacks goes for the peek. The good crunch from nobody as well. Izu down. T1 finally Buzz answers, but Teacher's right there.
Yeah, and Meteor left all alone on the B side. Sylvan left all alone on the A side. They both got to fight their way through it. I mean, ideally, Meteor's able to come in, maybe get the kill against nobody, but not going to be in
30
time.
seconds left.
Pushed away, pushed out, Spike stranded and spotted. See if Potter's going to be ready for this potential wraparound. He smells it. He smells something. Fishy coming out, and he finds just a jiggle. He'll get the kill against Meteor.
That's a flawless after a timeout, too. Yes, T1 struggling to adapt to some of these plays that EDG is showing. They're getting aggressive on the map now. They're getting confident. They can afford to start taking some risks. They've got, you know, the pocketbook to throw at T1 to say we can put this crunch play out there because we've got the extra money if this round doesn't go our way. And then they're just pushing deep angles, and T1 just lost, completely scattered throughout the map. Now they're back on yet another eco, and it's tied 9-9. It is probably going to be 10-9 in favor of EDG.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to have to give up the lead here. I mean, sure, you got a couple of great Sheriff members, but we'll have to wait and see. And in that previous round as well, I mean, getting that first kill for Potter over by right outside of Tree, it's Simon giving the fake, right, with his footsteps. I mean, Simon just continuing to play support in so many different ways. Sets Potter up nicely for a nice and early first kill. So Bladestorm now online. T1, they're going to go for this. They're going to go all at once. Meteor now coming as well to try to group up and make sure he can watch them from behind. Drone in first. I mean, T1's very committed to trying to make this round work. They spot one, but it's just Simon. They do shove him out, though. That's a good point, that he's hiding in that smoke. They're aware of that possibility. Don't want to have to deal with that pop flash again. Ooh, Buzz getting scratched up. Trying to reposition. He's been shoved out. They're now all corralled around Jen, and Buzz just can't get the pick. And after the Bladestorms are down, your options are so limited. As Sylvan and Stacks each get one, but that's the end of the story on that round for T1.
Yeah, this is looking really, really nice right now for EDG. You know, even though this time around they don't have somebody at Heaven to really control the execute from T1, that's fine. They're happy to let them get onto site and just play for the retake there. And no one can maintain that short control, so Buzz is kind of left trying to make a hero play, and EDG just knows because of that control they have over short that they're behind Jen or in main, and just play for the angle on Jen and just take them down as they try to pop around the corner, and it's really, really good. And you're going to have, I think, a second timeout from T1 being called in this half.
All right, using them both nice and early, trying to course correct. Of course, that previous round was at eco, so see what they've cooked up. What else can you pull out of the hat on this coming up round? Especially now, you're kind of in the same boat as EDG, right? Your first thing that you have to solve is what are we going to do about this op, right? How do we make it forced to reposition? How do we not take a casualty off of it? But after that as well, I mean, you haven't even gone past that first step really until now, so you're really scratching your heads on, okay, so what is the reaction from EDG if we do succeed in identifying the op or maybe shoving it off of a certain angle?
Yeah, it's exactly. I think you're in a really tricky spot as T1 because nothing that you've thrown at them has worked really at all. So you're going to have to maybe spread the map a little bit, rely on some of those individual plays, try to put some pressure on, you know, mid-market towards pizza, kind of do some of the more traditional ascent maneuvers where you're trying to keep EDG's information as limited as possible because you know, EDG is pushing out every round. They're getting info in mid in one way or another, whether that's short being pushed by Potter or mid being pushed by nobody. So they're really doing a good job of controlling the map and, you know, giving themselves the favorable angles, the favorable situations. And T1 hasn't been able to really respond, and it basically has to be in this round or they're in a world of trouble. They've got a lot of ults in cycle. They've got the rifles. You know, the economy's not going to be great They can't keep this up. Bit of a pop flash there to try to push the corner, expecting that aggression, but this time around, EDG is dialing it back. Other than A main, there's a little bit of pressure there. Everybody else is just kind of chilling. So now, again, you're leaving that one spot of the map open. I like what you're seeing from T1, though. This mid push is good. You're forcing EDG back.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to just shut off all of that info gathering right before it really blooms. So the drone taken out before he gets any more information. Sure, you got spotted, but it doesn't matter. You're holding control of that. And then your own immediate re-clear of A main. You gave up the space for free early on, and barely going to get out of vision. So they know that Wine is clear, reached all the way to the end, but they're not quite sure if anyone's watching it. Potter gets that kill, and he knows that that's the only one he spotted, so this is a pretty big tell that it's going to be B. The question is, Chichu, can he stay alive? And is there going to be that pop flash from afar from Simon? He's getting closer. Nobody's already snuck in, got a single kill for himself. Simon will be starting to look to jump out of that smoke, but not quite in position just yet. As Chichu has been taken down. The 3 members of EDG waiting for the smokes to clear the nano swarms, going for a full-on retake, but he's been stopped, suppressed. Util still not available here for EDG. Time starting to tick down against a spike. We've still got about 30 seconds. Now coming down the stairs, all grouped up, watching each other's backs, going for that double swing. Aside, but they line up for Meteor. Gets the clean double headshot, and Toast just does not have an entrance. Okay, he'll get a nice shot. Looking to save the op, maybe. Wouldn't be the worst scenario. Oh, they're actually just going to go for it. He thought about it a lot. I mean, I was waiting to see what the decision was here. It seems like Toast had just too many things going through his head. Do I save the op? I mean, we've got creds. We don't have to. And eventually kind of decides too late to try to get into the site.
Yeah, that was one of those kind of moments where you're new to the team, new to playing with the team.
Yeah.
Trying to figure out what's their mentality, what's their read on the situation. Nice job by Stax Meteor. Just that's more like Meteor on this map. Find those moments where you can just strike and get the big multi-kill to close the round out for you. But yeah, even though EDG had a really good read on that round, they had a fast rotation. T1 was able to hold on this time. People seem to be a little more dialed into holding their angles, maintaining their discipline that it cost them in some of the early rounds on this half. So seems like at least the second time out was able to get T1's heads back on a little bit more straight. Ooh, that was dangerous, Simon.
Yeah, and Simon's still waiting around to make sure that he doesn't get too much information because he didn't want to go for the pinch, but he's already too low. He gets taken out. Meanwhile, the mid-force already stopped and slowed down. However, Spike has been dropped, so T1, they have to be able to pick it up. It's going to be the Omen Ultimate used to make sure that they are safe and away from opponent's territory. And now Sight taking over. You've got Izu with the Hunter's Fury all the way tucked away in Wine as well. Alarm bot there to make him be safe. You don't know if someone's peeking out or not.
They're going to try to go for the double swing from heaven. It looks like, at least for now, this is doable. It's just going to depend on Izu and his timing. Some nanos pop to delay a little bit more. 2 players underneath. Sylvan throws out a Paranoia and nothing. Spin down, just shut down by Meteor. 1 more to go here. Toast spraying and praying, but Sylvan's going to get him from down below. And yeah, now we're starting to see that T1 synergy, that the gelling coming together as they're finding some round wins.
Yeah, I mean, the positioning and just the comms seem to have been cleaned up. And now they get that lead back 11-10. But Econ's still there for EDG, so T1's not going to be able to calm down. And yeah, there's a timeout for EDG as well, recognizing that this is our last shot to try to really get back into this game. Otherwise, you know, the best we can do is overtime.
Yeah, I like that we're seeing EDG really giving it their all here. Like, in terms of like taking good timeouts, coming up with good strategies. Like, everybody's playing really well, and that's really encouraging for EDG because you think, oh, you know, nobody and Smoggy aren't here, or excuse me, Smoggy and Kong Kong aren't here. Like, no, they look great. They look really solid. Yeah. I mean, I'm like, these guys might just beat them. And T1, this roster is very strong, so this is a really good showing. You have to be super encouraged if you're an EDG fan.
Yeah, I mean, EDG, like you said, they could have just said, oh, we'll give them some experience. Like, nobody see what you can do as the IGL. We're not going to you know, throw everything we have. But it seems like they really want to simulate what it's going to be like to play these matches. You know, maybe you get some new ideas off of it as well. But at the very least, it means Potter and Toast are going to, of course, get as much experience. And the other side of the coin is that you do have a reputation to uphold as the world champions as well. So really recognize that, giving that respect to the fans and saying, we know what you expect from us, and we're going to give it our all. And really send you guys a great game to watch. And that's exactly what the fans are getting, both in the venue and, of course, for all of you watching online. Now timeouts used, all used up on both sides.
What I just also want to like say, this is so important, like for Muggle as a coach to like lead the way, that this is how he's going to lead this team. You know, why we won a championship is because we do things the right way all the time. Like, we're always trying to instill those protocols into you. We're trying to make the best of every situation, get the proper practice. Did he see that jump over?
I think he did. He's waiting for it. He was waiting for a second peek, I think, from somebody else, but at the end of the day, he'll just back off. That's a good read from Buzz as well. Just not wanting to take a big risk. Tries to pre-fire around that corner, forces him away. Here's the tailwind. And T1, they have the information that the op has been repositioned, but do they have much else? They're going to pick up the tempo right away off of that ping. They want to take him out, and Buzz is good for it. Stays alive on site. He's ready for Simon, but Simon gets the shot first. Still alive, too. Not quite able to track all the way to a third. Stax will force his way into the site. A 2v2, and Chichu watching for the flank. Doesn't let that curveball come through from Meteor.
It's going to have to be a massive play from Stax.
I mean, he's no stranger to it, especially on Ascent.
Yeah.
He's done some heroics, hiding right away from that recon. The lockdown will push him away. Turret to make sure that he's not pushing through. Door closed as well, so Stax doesn't really have an option. Just has to respect the space. Has the null command, but not going to be useful here in this 1v2. Not too much. Not much util on nobody. Is he ready for the high-low? They're spread out far and wide, and Chichu so fast on that reaction. Gets the clean one tap against Stax.
Yeah, that's really well handled by EDG. The pressure good off the rip. I mean, again, the execute this time looking a lot more coordinated. The instant decision-making off the back of the ping from Buzz to dive in for the kill. But Simon, again, stepping up big time here today. He has had a really, really... Look at this scoreline for him. 18, 16, and 16 assists?
16 assists.
Blah.
16 assists on top of 18 kills. But he's been putting up these numbers all throughout Champions as well. Like, that's what's impressive, is that if he's not getting frags, he's getting even more assists. But if he is getting frags, he's still getting assists. I mean, he has exactly what you want from a flex initiator on your team. And he's continuing to fulfill that role. EDG tying things up once more, 11-11. Who will rise up to map point first in this set one of the best of three? Potter's just gonna, he's waiting for it. Goes to the pre-fire, almost times it perfectly. Buzz, in fact, getting scratched up there on that peak. And Potter now repositioning for another one. He hasn't taken as much damage. Feeling a bit safer at this distance. There's that pop flash coming in.
It's going to be tough now. Chichu trying to hold this angle. Oh,
Yeah.
he's going to get taken down.
Ooh, that's the double swing of Potter. Okay, he switches to shorty just in time. Still alive with 7 HP. Buzz is going to be too happy about that one. But the round continues. 4v4. And EDG, not too many tools. They do have the double flash rise. They do have the recon. They do have the drone. But Izu with a Hunter's Fury stuck on the site. Does he use it preemptively to try to buy time? There it is. Potter's already gotten through it. And Simon, he's going to try to find an opening as well. Potter just trying to weave in and out. They're actually using this to their advantage, masking their footsteps. Now all in alley. There's the paranoia. Stax doesn't quite have an angle. He gets spotted, but not in time. His sight is cleared. Sylvan there to help save him as well. Stax still alive. 1v3. Toast in a similar situation. Can he change the difference this time? Stuck in the smoke, spot Stax, but can't get the kill, and it's just too many targets. Sylvan this time, bringing T1 to map point.
Yeah, this is just a really good crossfire setup for T1. Everybody doing their job, holding their angles, buying a little bit of extra time for Stax there for that paranoia to wear off. Even though his position had been revealed, there's too many players playing their lives on site, making it tricky. This is really important there for Chichu to win that exchange. Can't quite do it. Okay, yeah, you get Buzz pushing alley, but that's just Buzz creating space for the rest of the team. I mean, that's why the duelists sometimes are, you know, asked to kind of do those roles where they're maybe not going to get any kills out of it, but it's going to win you the round, basically, because you're going to get that plant down, you're going to get those crossfires successfully, make it really, really difficult for your opponent to get that nice retake like they would like, or at least keep you off balance during the retake.
We'll see if this time the shock dart gets the clear it needs. No, neither team really able to land those right on top of the alarm bots. Just constant repositioning as well from the defensive teams. And a nice early drone. I like this from nobody, right? Immediate re-clear, but also helps keep the alarm bot alive just a bit longer. And so EDG sit a bit safely in Chichu. He's coming online right there next to Potter. Bladestorm activated as well.
It's going to be tough.
T1.
Nobody, yeah, just a Spectre, dude.
Yeah, I mean, it's not looking great. And Toast, he's on that side. He doesn't quite have a flash. There's a fragment. Nobody, you're stuck. He's got to back off, and that means Toast has to back off too. So they would have liked an early kill, but you have opportunities here. You have the null command. You have another flash drive. There are options for EDG. Not all is lost. There is the ultimate from the KO. Stax trying to make sure he stops in the flooding from both sides. And there's the flood down from up top. Buzz finds one, but immediate trace for EDG. And in the snap of a finger, they will be taking us to overtime.
Yeah, what a play off the back of that null command. That flood retake, something that you can see why T1 was kind of aggressive in those positions earlier in the half, right? Where they were trying to shut down those flood retakes. Well, that's why. Like, it's looking really, really good. They're really well coordinated on that. And, you know, Stack's trying to do what he can in that corner, dodging the flash, trying to get some frags, but by the time he's really able to get himself readjusted, get himself in a position that he can do any damage, the rest of his team's falling apart. So tip of the cap to EDG, and overtime we go.
How many Ascent overtimes do you think it's going to take for the other guys to regret teaming up with Stax and Buzz? You know, like, at some point you have to wonder, like, was it you two? Like,
Were you the problem? All along.
Hey, the good news is generally they've come out on top.
Yeah.
After all those overtimes.
Yes.
So we'll see if Stax is able to replicate that. Currently leading the scoreboard for T1, something that a lot of us were concerned about if he's back to IGLing. Can he keep up in the gunplay? So far, not looking bad. Moden trades back and forth, but he's just going to have to keep up that space. And there's Potter. He's actually barely tries to stay alive, but the flash not timed well enough. And Meteor able to spam from afar. Now the site flooded. EDG, you're already out of options. I mean, we have Sylvan watching mid from A short. So mid to B rotation isn't an option. Meteor good for 3. It's just Meteor against EDG. He gets the ace. Right shutdown on B main. Nobody enters my home, he says.
That's classic Meteor. The overtime juices are flowing for T1. That flash, though, was brutal.
Oh, yeah.
It landed right in Potter's face. I mean, oh, man.
Yeah, the slight mismatch in timing. And that's one of those where you can't really blame either because it's such a long-range throw, right? It's just a little bit of mistiming from both players. And that is unfortunate.
And Simon's been so good on this map.
Yes.
He's been so good. He's got 20 assists. I mean, the guy's playing point guard over here. You know, he's just doing phenomenal work. But the one little mistake, you know, the one turnover there, essentially, where you're kind of giving up the round because you can't get that execute, that up and over with the dash to work. But so be it. Let's see if T1 can get it done on their attacker's side now. Defensive setup. 3-2 split for EDG. Trying to get a little bit of info. Does catch Simon, so you know someone's over on this side. And what is going on here, Toast?
Oh, wow. Yeah, okay. Well, they got that spot nice and early, I think. So they set up the smoke. They set up the flash. They just want to clear it. And they were ready for the counter peek as well. But eventually it just ends in a 1-1 trade. So no smokes on either side. This is for all those people who didn't like the Harbor Viper meta. No more smokes here for this round. And we'll see as T1 just go for a full rotate. Now, this has been T1's tendency throughout their attacking side is once we get shut down, we'll try to rotate faster than the other team. We'll kind of play off of tempo more than anything, make sure we have the numbers advantage. And this time it will work out, especially since it's a 4v4. Other times EDG seem to keep up the pace, but nobody all alone. And Buzz just walks out. Nobody was trying to get ready for a dash in, but Buzz just casually waltzes onto the site.
That's a huge win for Buzz because that doesn't give EDG's reinforcements the time to get here to disrupt this execute. This is really, really, really nice for Buzz to get that kill. That's why you bring that player onto this team. That's why you spend the big bucks to get this duelist.
Yeah, and that off angle he's holding as well. Goes through the peek out, and look at the synergy from T1. Meteor there to cover, and T1 will take the first map win on their pick of Ascent after overtime.
Yeah, a little bit shaky for sure. I think you can see that T1 is not super thrilled with how that attacker side went. You know, again, with how good it looked at Red Bull, definitely some things that they need to work on, but they still got there. They, you know, those former DRX players still have that overtime Ascent magic, I guess. So even those, you know, Meteor's ace, he just has magic on Ascent. We'll just put it that way.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think the good parts of T1 continue to look good. They continue to impress, but like you said, a little bit of shakiness and a little bit of head scratching, right? Just feeling a bit out of options or lost on the attacking side. And generally, that is the most difficult part about playing Ascent. So I don't know if you can hand that over their heads too much. But at the end of the day, while EDG, still looked very powerful with these two youngsters that they're giving some, play time here at GES, T1 still able to get their map pick.
Yeah, no. I really loved what I saw from EDG here. I mean, the coordination already looks really, really good with two players that probably haven't had a ton of experience playing with these other three. It looked really solid. You gotta be happy about what EDG has been able to do. So fans are getting a treat. We get an overtime. Oh, this is, can't ask for more when you got two brand new players coming into a game like this.
Yeah, and Simon there, 19-19, but why is he at the top? Because of all those assists we can't see on the scoreline. What was it, 20 by the end minimum, right? Maybe
minimum
21 or
20,
something like that. But leading that scoreboard with a KO. Same thing with Stacks. Leading the charge as that IGL, as that Flash initiator. You love to see that from Stacks, someone who's been praised so long in Korea for both his, IGLing separately and his fragging separately, but it was always that combo. Like, when does it really come online? But this game definitely proving that he is up for the challenge. And that's going to be map 1 in this best of 3, ladies and gentlemen. We still have the rest of this series. And next up, it is going to be EDG's choice of Split. Now back in the map pool, we'll see what both teams have prepared in their compositions coming into this map 2 and see if T1 can close things out to carry on the Korean record today against the Chinese teams.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Last player.
We are proud to announce new additions to the XL series. Both are using fast TN panels and newly upgraded Diac 2 technology. Fast TN panel with its faster native response time can reveal enemy outlines quicker during flashbang attacks. For IPS panel, more overdrive is required to enhance response speed, leading to dynamic image blurring due to the panel's inability to handle the load. These new monitors integrate new dynamic accuracy technology, Diac 2. The upgraded dual backlight design not only provides FPS players with clearer visuals at dynamic aiming and spray control, but are also more friendly to your eyes. Moreover, built in the monitor panel, Diac 2 functions independently and doesn't require any sync with PCs, ensuring no impact on game performance. XL setting to share now has auto game mode feature. Besides download, save, share your settings, it will auto apply different color settings based on your usage scenarios. Outlook of the latest monitors are refreshed. It has incorporated industrial-grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. This is a brief introduction of the new XL monitor. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions. Zowie has developed the U2 symmetrical design wireless mouse specifically for claw grip.
Welcome back, everyone. We are in the middle of the second best of 3 of the night here. It is T1 versus EDG, and after a very, very intense match going all the way to overtime, T1 will be able to close it out. Now leading 1-0 against an EDG who does have, some new talent that they're giving experience to.
Yeah, no. And looking really, really solid. The game plans, the structure for EDG overall almost got them a win here on Ascent, coming into their map pick a split. So gotta be happy with it. T1 though able to dig deep, able to get the victory, but it took a lot longer than they probably thought after a solid start to the map. Their attacker side, which had looked so clean, just wasn't quite there yet. And split's gonna be interesting, man. We haven't seen it in a while. It wasn't available at Red Bull home ground,
Yeah.
so it's going to be really, really interesting to see what people are going to bring. I mean, are we going to see a Vise today? Are we going to see a Vise today?
Are we going to see a Vice today? And also, are they both going to run double duelist? Are we going to see Neon?
Yeah.
Tune on Split. I mean, Neon's definitely had her time on Split before as well. And with the condition she's in right now, I wouldn't be surprised at all if we continue to see her pop up again. But it is that ace right there on your screens that allowed T1 to close things out, because otherwise EDG was fragging. I mean, Simon, so many assists, so many frags, picking up right where he left off after Champions. Now supporting Potter, who is standing in for this event, being called up, from the talent discovery of EDG. As we do have Kong and Smoggy taking a break. I believe Kong's watch partying, so he's still there, don't worry. But they are giving some of the youngsters a chance to play on a stage.
Absolutely, and again, it's a lot of fun to be able to see these new players, to see what they're really made of. In their first appearance, what are the initial things that maybe you want to see them work on, but it's hard. Frankly, they look pretty solid. I mean, there's some room for improvement always, but you should have nothing to be worried about it for EDG with these two players. If they are going to hang on to them for the future, try to develop them or whatever, got to be very, very comfortable in T1. This is definitely a roster that's built to win next year, right? This is a roster that's built to win in 2025. So they've got some kinks to work out. There's some things in the game plan that need a little bit of refining, but they seem to be on their way-ish, and it's going to be a challenging offseason for them. But the good news is they're going to get a lot of practice because they're going to Germany in a couple weeks. So
yes, that's the good part. But I just want to add on to anyone who might not have followed the scene entirely. It's the fact that T1's roster looks so good on paper. Individually, we see these good moments, but T1 has also now built up this record of being so good and yet not able to quite deliver. And so we'll have to wait and see if they really shine through. Now, we are going to see Chamber coming out for Meteor again, this time on Split. Buzz will continue to be that primary duelist. Meanwhile, for EDG, it will indeed be the double duelist, but it's going to be Potter and then Simon on that raise. Toast continuing to play that Omen. So the Omen Viper, the same on both sides. The Sky Solo Initiator, same on both sides, but it's double duelist versus the Chamber coming in for T1.
This is exciting. I mean, getting to see Meteor on an agent like Chamber, where he's just allowed to let that aim run wild, should be a lot of fun to see for sure. But man, it's been a while since we've gotten to see Split, so this is, at least for us, so it's a lot of fun to have this map come back through. And as we all know, only bangers on Split?
That is true. Depending on which side you're sitting on, but they are always bangers for somebody.
Yeah, for somebody, one way or another. We can only hope.
Well, EDG on the attack, as you would suspect that they'd be happy about. This is their map pick, and T1 starting the defense with that Chamber. No big surprise there either. Just get a set number of rounds to see what you can do on the attack. It's just going to be an early hit onto A. No holds barred here. And it's going to be a quick drop down for Buzz. He's not quite checked at all. And with the ghost, he gets two. Still holding them back with the paint shells. On for the third onto the headshot. Now Buzz, he's even going to escape back right up into heaven. So Sylvan still safe on the site. Spike just can't make its entry, and look at Stax' position. He's already made it all the way through sewers as well. They are absolutely trapped here in this cage. And T1 closing in on it. Stax will get the double eventually. And that's a clean flawless for the pistol.
That's just amazing stuff from Buzz. That's just very texture-esque, if I may. Remember that 4K he had on A site to change the destiny for Gen G last year in one of these splits that they were playing early in the season. So, you know, things like that kind of change the momentum of games, and you know, maybe it was that ace from Meteor that kind of was the kind of tipping point for T1. We'll see. Also, I want to note that Simon has played Raze before. In fact, he's played it quite a bit before joining EDG, so he's comfortable on this agent for sure.
Oh, he's been spotted. Meteor pushes out after being spotted. He still gets the kill, still is able to rendezvous out. Eventually gets taken down, getting maybe a bit too greedy as there's not any support left over there. Buzz will eventually refill it, and that's hard to suspect. Right there in the smoke, and Simon's just going to jump right in. Bucky in hand, it seemed like. But that is EDG throwing bodies at the problem and not finding the solution as T1 will lead 2-0.
Well, now the concerning thing is Buzz is dangerously close to a showstopper already. So for EDG, you know, you've got a bonus, you know, coming up that could be kind of tricky if things go sideways. You never know. You know, Buzz has already got a Phantom. He just needs a couple more Alt Orbs. Meteor, you are so
Who in the right mind pushes out there to try to get a wider angle? I mean, guess Meteor, he gets away with it initially.
It worked, I guess.
Yeah, and now he gets the op. So all right, you know
it's all according to plan.
And it's going to be Buzz up in heaven. He's going to avoid the paranoia. They do have that trademark on that ramp as well. So really setting up for Buzz. They understand that if they can get that showstopper, this is going to be a smooth round for them. But he's taking too much damage through the wall. So we'll have to back out, and a nice pick off from Meteor right before the momentum comes through for the Rays. Potter now stuck. Main shells keeping him trapped, and Stack spamming against it. Meteor still alive. And there, oh, no, the Headhunter not going to quite find the last kill. Toast now pushing in. Meanwhile, Chichu stuck on ramp, waiting for an opening, waiting for a pick. It's two angles, the double angle here for Toast. He's a little late on the trigger. We'll first of all reposition. No spike in hand for either member of EDG.
Yeah, that's the concerning thing right now, is now you have to get there. Already able to work through there with that smoke in place, and here we go. Buzz is just going to dive right in looking for him. Toast trying to hold the line. Able to best Buzz.
Yeah, but there's a snake bite, just playing it safer. It is the bonus here for T1, so they're much more concerned about the actual round win rather than trying to keep all the weapons alive. And now just double teaming. Sylvan watching from heaven. There's the toxic screen, and that gets the reaction out of Chichu. They know exactly where he's at, and Chichu, I mean, yeah, he has a choice of saving, but it doesn't feel great because no one else is going to be able to really buy anyway in the next round.
Yeah, I mean, it's a horrible position to be in for sure, and this is a pretty disastrous round for EDG. Just really couldn't find the right timings
10 seconds left.
to get their executes to really go, especially because Meteor with that operator just shut down Simon right off the rip. After that, you know, the attempted push just is just completely smothered. I mean, you get Potter stuck in a corner, Stax is spamming him with a Guardian, there's a paint shells right at his feet. What can he do?
Yeah, I mean, just every part of that round was damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Yeah.
Right down to the ending there. So Chichu will save it. So a Hero Vandal, not by choice. But we'll see, as there's not really much to back him up. And Meteor just being calm there on that pickoff, and they just play it, you know, for the round win more than anything. Buzz kind of being the sacrificial scout all the way against the retake of the A site. Operator continues in the hands of Meteor.
Buzz is a judge.
All right. I mean, wants to just play up against the shorter weaponry here of EDG. Not a bad way to continue the snowball of the econ.
Simon too, though, with a judge, looking to try to get that shotgun going, see if they can find some kind of momentum, some kind of success to build off of. Izu going to play underneath Meteor's operator here, so this is really difficult to clear for EDG. Going to have to get that deep angle disrupted.
They're already down, though. If they can maybe get the wraparound against Meteor, maybe a bit of a surprise pickoff, but they don't spin Izu. That's a quick flick onto the second kill, and that gives the time for Meteor to peek right out with the operator. Once again, members stranded on EDG, separated, worlds apart. Simon trying to find the flank with the judge, but given that it's the judge, it's so hard for him to take the initiative here. And Toast, try to draw whatever attention from B main. Try to get them to walk into the sight line. Sylvan caught a glimpse of the elbow, I think. Yeah, there's the last kill. And that's going to be T1 leading 4-0 with another flawless.
Dude, Izu is so cracked, man. And I just love that he's stepping into this role of not playing duelist anymore, back into kind of this flex position where he's playing a bunch of different agents, and he looks so comfortable. I mean, on info initiators, he looks really good. Now here on the Viper, just holding a position nicely, but when you got aim like that, man, doesn't matter what agent you're playing, like if you're just in the right place at the right time.
And it feels like it might also just be the comms thing as well. If you watch their latest comms, going full Korean seems to have made some of these players so much more comfortable than they would have been before. Meteor gets ahead of it, just lets the jet pass by. That's the sky down, no more info, no more flashes here for EDG on the attack. It's already a tough, oh, and the timing for Buzz, he just weaves out of the toxic screen for the double. Stax survives the judge and everything going perfect for T1.
Unbelievable. I mean, just Stax is letting him know something. I don't know. He's just, but the command there from Stax. But really, it all starts with Meteor again on these opening picks with the op, where he's so patient to find that timing between the Vipers, the Viper walls, and then Buzz as well, using those Viper walls against the opponents. It just shows you how much experience these players have and how well they understand this game and they understand the timings, and all those things put together make it so difficult here for EDG to really get anything done on this attacker side. And that's deeply concerning because you're running double duelist. Attacker side is where you need to pick up, usually you're thinking like 5-7, 6-6 to really feel comfortable going into that defender side. And Buzz is just frying right now.
Yeah, I mean, Buzz is locked in, Meteor's locked in, and the rest find their opening.
Nobody though.
Yeah. Trying to find a timing, but Buzz is aware of it. They will just push out ramp, and I love this re-clear as well. Stack setting up Buzz for that positioning, and EDG, they can only hope that they will find picks here with the Sheriff, but they are not given the opportunity.
No, they're not being given any leeway, any hope.
Trademark broken. That's the cue for the Paranoia. Nice reposition from Sylvan as well. Goes a little bit too far. Will eventually drop, but you've still got Meteor watching for you. And now Stack's there as well. I mean, oh, jeez. I mean,
did that go between the legs of nobody?
I think so. Like I don't know what's going on here, man. I don't know what Meteor is on, but it's insane is what it is. It's just nothing going right on the side of EDG. It looks like maybe even a tech pause. Like this is an avalanche.
Oh, this is horrible. I mean, and Meteor's all over the damn map.
It did. Oh my god. Perfectly through. Jeez.
That's unbelievable. I mean, when things are, going your way, when it rains, it pours, they say, it's just crazy. But I mean, Meteor's all over the map right now, and he's doing such a good job of setting the early pressure, the early control of whether it be mid, A main, B main, it doesn't matter where he's at. He's finding that first kill every time, and it makes it so hard because you're losing either one of your duelists or one of your flashes or something, and then it's just like, well, now what do we do? Like, we're trying to just scrape together something out of nothing.
Yeah, I mean, I do like that Meteor is playing Chamber like you really should be playing Chamber, right? Like, the whole point of playing Chamber is that you get away with absolute bullcrap. And he's doing exactly that. I mean, why else would you play? If you're not going to do that, you might as well just play the Reyna until you get a kill, and then you get away with bullcrap.
Yeah.
But the Chamber can do it even if he doesn't get the kill, right? That's the big part. And I think that's something that a lot of people used to forget, is that you can hold these aggressive angles, you can hold these aggressive timings, and that's what made him so good. I mean, yes, he was even more broken before, but I would say that he's still pretty feasible if you have someone as confident as Meteor on your team.
Right. I mean, he's one of those players that it just feels like it is an agent built for him.
Yes.
With how clean he is, with his, not just his sniping, but also his, sheriffing in this case, the headhunter, of course, but he's so clean with every piece of the utility that you would want. He's willing to take those risks. He's willing to be aggressive. You see it all the time, even when he's playing Killjoy or something like that he's taking space. He's looking for those angles, those early picks. He wants to challenge you because he knows he's better. He just knows it, and he knows that he can set the tempo for your team, and he's doing it for Gen.G all year last year.
Yeah, and that's the important part, is that he has been doing that. He was given that role as, okay, we're playing 1-4 default, and you have to create space, you have to create timings for us to work off of, and now he's been doing that. He's trained to be that space creator, that timed lurker, and now he's bringing that flavor over to T1. You actually kind of see that sometimes as we see the EDG timeout comes out, so it looks like they solved the audio, and now going right into the timeout, but you see that a little bit already in these offseason tournaments where it's like, okay, this is the Gen G now being brought in by Meteor, right? Some of these 1-4 defaults, the timings that Meteor creates. And that should add a lot more diversity to what Stax is used to, which is like set play, set play, set play.
Exactly, and that's something that made Gen G and Meteor so successful last year is you have the faith, you have the confidence in him to be that player, to be that guy that you can let be that 1-4. And that gives you so much more flexibility, so much more versatility on the map to react to things, to cover more space, to cover more angles. All those things are part of that equation. So, yeah, for my money, I think Meteor was the best player in Pacific last year overall. If you
I'm so
include
glad
everything.
to hear that because I'm in the same boat.
Nice.
Listen,
nice.
Texture's great. I love Texture.
Yes.
But Meteor's my guy.
Yeah.
Yes.
Texture's number 2, Meteor number 1 in my book for last year.
I will hold my
think-
comments because I think I'm just going to get absolutely flamed if I say anything further. But
Uh-oh. Yeah.
But actually, no, with all things considered, with the results and everything, Texture is obviously right up there. Like, they're kind of tied depending on what you want.
Right.
Right?
go.
Especially because of the roles they play. But if you really take a closer look, both of them were just so necessary
Instrumental.
for
Yeah.
Gen G.
You don't win Shanghai without both of them playing out of their minds.
Yes, absolutely. And now Meteor bringing a little bit of that spark to T1, pairing up with Buzz this time around. And EDG, see what the adjustments are. I mean, the timeout, very necessary because, okay, it's attacking side, and sure, we have double duelists, but if we can still get like 4 or 5, it's a doable map. But you got to start now since you've already given over 6.
And you got to fish for that showstopper right now. That's exactly why you see Simon going out there, spraying a little bit. You know, Buzz has been playing up in that ropes area, so you want to try to get that baited out. Oh, noes.
What? Yeah, that was a bit of a mistake here on the timing, thinking the Trailblazer would have run out. They're already spotted. Potter goes in a little bit too deep out of the team. The snake bite completely cuts them off, and Stax still staying alive. Buys time for Sylvan to come in over from the rafters with the support. Stax taking hits through the box, but just pretending that he's Paper Mario, staying alive there, right through the gaps.
He did such a good job reacting to that push. I mean, just the snap over to take down the entry, the reposition to get a second. Meteor. Ooh!
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, that's a hard one to read right up on that elevated platform. So Meteor not quick enough with that one, but I mean, sure you drop the op for the time being, but how are you going to actually get into the site? The smoke comes out. There's the paint shells.
Time.
Yeah, now with time, T1 knows that you just have to come in through main if at all.
10 seconds
So
left.
they will just wait, and then they'll exit with the operator. Stack securing that well ahead of time.
It's just, you know, even if you try to make this execute as EDG, you know there's a showstopper potentially coming around, and Buzz knows he can go gun hunting here. Plenty of money for T1. Not going to happen, not going to find him in time, but just tremendous stuff on the front line by Stax. Buying a lot of extra time, you know, as well with that vulnerable from Izu with the snake bite. It's everything going T1's way. They look so clean right now.
Yeah, and all the tools already in the tool shed here for T1. You've got the ults, you've got the op, you've got creds to continue to refill for most of the remaining rounds here in the first half, no matter what happens. But EDG, one more shot as they have their own showstopper this time for Simon. See if he can create an opening ahead of Buzz and Meteor. I mean, look at the setup. You got the op here, watching all the way down A, and then you've got the showstopper up in heaven, and that gives time for Stax to push out all the way in mid. So much space cleared, and you got a bit of a reaction out of A, so he's already going for the early pinch.
Oh, this is so scary right now for EDG. They're going to have no clue.
Oh, and he hears all the footsteps as well, so he can send his teammates back. He's not quite going to check for nobody. So this is maybe a bit of a wild card, potentially an opening for EDG, but neither of them have really any idea of what the remaining forces look like. He's going to eventually hear the guiding light flying out on the minimap, but the main forces of both teams now prepped for a head-on fight on B site. EDG not quite aware of it, though.
So much of this is going to come down to Stax's timing. You know, is nobody going to come through there? Is he going to catch him? Is somebody going to push through Ramen? Is he going to, you know, be able to read that? He's in a tricky spot.
Yeah, and here comes the showstopper, but Buzz shuts him down after the decay. Walking in through the poison cloud. Can't do much about that, but there is the Omen ultimate. So always there was that backup plan of going to the other side of the map. You already sent Potter there as well, but they have no idea that Stax is here this early. He's just going to let him pass. Trailblazer gives him time. He's going to pick off one. Already getting an angle onto Heaven, but doesn't quite get the hits onto Potter. Sylvan, he's not able to reposition quick enough, and this gives an opening. Potter now getting pinched by 2 members. Can he stay alive long enough? He weaves out of the cloud, but not able to find the kill. Now Meteor watching from above. Everyone's eyes trained onto the site. Chichu has to find the timing here before Toast goes down, but Toast not able to get the first kill. Now Chichu just has to hope that he's going to be able to get the spray all the way through the wall here against the spike. Stax is ready for it, and he swings out for a 3K.
What a round from Stax. So much that he's doing in that round for the team. It's hard to have a better round as an IGL than that.
Yeah, I mean, you had the right read, right? You called for the setup, and then you wait for the patience. I mean, so much gained by Stax.
It's unbelievable. I mean, that's just tremendous stuff. I feel for EDG because they actually played that round pretty well, given how bad it looked from our perspective. You know what I mean?
Yes. Because we knew what information Stax had gathered,
Exactly,
right?
exactly.
And EDG had no idea.
Yeah, they still recovered decently. I mean, Potter hits a banger shot here onto Sylvan. But Stax is just an absolute nuisance the entire time, and he just reads that last moment perfectly. I mean, that goes to show you what happens when you've been playing this game since day friggin' one. You've been so good since day one. You've been to so many international events. You've had so much success, like Stax has. You have those kind of moments just in you.
Yeah, we'll see if it continues to carry through as this time a new setup, the op now in B main, which we hadn't seen for a little while. But now the reposition onto the site. The trademark has everybody gunked up here in heaven, but it's a fast entry in, and there it is, space created. Potter not able to quite find Meteor just yet, but nobody will get the cleanup. Nice sheriff shot from Chichu as well. Guns getting upgraded on the side of EDG. Doesn't begin here, trying to claw back on the attacking side. Looks like they were primed for their first round win.
Yeah, it just felt like T1 wasn't super sure that was going to be an actual B execute. They kind of paused and waited, and EDG found that timing, that gap in the defenses. You know, Potter obviously exploding with the Blade Storm, getting that first opening kill so big on this map to find that opening pick. And Potter is going to find his third of the round. It's going to be a thrifty win for the side of EDG and a much needed round. I mean, it's still going to be tough no matter what. No. You go away, referee. There's no technical
Stax.
issues. No, it's
Stax.
fine.
Everything's
No!
fine. Stax, come on, Stax. No, it looks like maybe something with the audio again as he's taking his headset off.
Yeah, man. It's still, though. I mean, the thing that I was really keeping my eyes on during that round after the trademark hit and slowed up all of EDG was Buzz. I'm like, are you going to run over with the showstopper and just run through ropes or something? But he actually held his ground at A Heaven. Just waited that out until they knew for sure. But by the time they knew for sure that it was the B hit, it was over. Like, it was already EDG exploding onto the site. So there's no opportunity there for Buzz to use that showstopper. He's been sitting on it for a long time.
That is true, yeah. It's been there since, what, round 4, round 3?
Something like that. Dude.
Yeah. Hasn't really found an opportunity yet. And for the most part, it's because things were going so well.
Yeah.
But, you know,
he didn't really have opportunities to use it, to be frank.
Yeah, but we'll see if he can find the right timing this time around. So it looks like they're just double-checking what's going on with Stax' station here. It looks like Buzz is the most interested in this scenario right now. He's invested, man. He wants to know the conclusion of this episode.
Buzz has a future in IT. I mean, he's so interested in this technical problem, yeah.
Oh, man. And we'll take this time to talk about the two youngsters. You can tell who the two youngsters are, by the way, because they just look way younger than the rest of the squad here on EDG. Like, everyone else looks battle-trained and battle-hardened.
Yeah.
Then we got two kids just playing Valorant, but Potter and Toast, being given an opportunity to step in for Kong and Smoggy at this event. Kong and Smoggy taking a bit of a break. And again, mechanically, especially Potter, like we saw it in that round as well. When he's left to his own devices, when he knows who to fight or where to fight, the fighting is very good. It's the teamwork and stuff that they're going to need to learn, and this is where you learn it. It's these off-season events.
Yeah, and there's like a couple different ways you can look at a player, like a new duelist or something, is how does he do when he's given the right support, when the timings are correct and all that. He's pretty solid in that regard, but it's impressive when he has rounds where he's called upon to go above and beyond, when he needs to be that guy who finds those frags on his own. Sure, there's some support on that Blade Storm, of course, but he needs to get that done quickly and efficiently, and he has, and that's what's good. You're seeing those good moments, you're seeing those explosive moments that you're going to have as a duelist if you're going to find success at the T1 level, at the Tier 1 level.
We'll see if that can continue down in the future, and also just this weekend as well. So we are going to have matches tomorrow. You know, this continues for both days. And we'll take this chance to kind of explain how this tournament is going to work. So this event is Korea versus China is the theme. So we had Genji up against Trace earlier, T1 going up against EDG right now. And then tomorrow they swap opponents. So it will be T1 versus Trace, Genji versus EDG. And in the case that both regions have 2 wins each, where they trade off of each other, then it's going to be a bit of an ace match, a decider, best of 1. And, you know, I'm hearing rumblings that we could maybe see mixed rosters as well if it gets to that. So we'll see. Yeah, we'll see if the teams on both regions can kind of equalize out. Right now, that pressure lies on EDG as Trace took that defeat against Genji earlier.
Yeah, exactly. And coming into your map pick as well to have such a rough start, it just is it's a massive mountain you got to climb against some of the best that have ever played the game on the other side of the stage there. So it's tough for sure. But I also want to give a real big shout out to GES. You know, the way they put this together. Like, this stage is incredible. Look at this. This is gorgeous. This whole venue, facility, everything is amazing.
I also love shouting out my TOs during a tech
I do.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
This is the time. I'm trying to deflect. Okay, just.
No, it has been good though. It has been good.
This stuff is actually like rarely their fault. It's because like every player has like different peripherals.
Yeah, and then there's drivers.
Yeah,
and sometimes
exactly.
like my drivers act up all the time at home. So
yeah.
Generally, if it's something simple, it gets fixed. It does seem like they do have to double check some extra things here on the side of T1. So we are gonna have to wait around just a bit longer. We'll keep you guys posted if we hear any more details. But just a bit of a review and double checking needed is what I've been told from production. So we'll wait on that. But overall, yeah, it's been smooth. And again, we talked about the venue. Like, Gwangju has their own esports arena. That's where we're at. It's in a university campus, so it's kind of readily available. Actually, you and I, Paperthin, we're in a side arena. We're in like a smaller sub-arena that can be used for show matches. It's got a bit of a different look, and maybe even for university clubs and students to kind of use it to get their own training and dip their toes into esports as well.
Yeah, and there's huge monitors in here. There's seats for fans on both sides of our room, like our small little room. It's so cool. Like, this whole facility is absolutely insane. Like, top tier stuff, recently built, not too long before they had the first one here in 2022. So this is like just a state-of-the-art facility, and it's great for like, students that are here that want to come and learn esports. You've got a top-notch facility to come and learn like anything, whether it be production or casting or what the heck ever you want to do. Players as well. We saw players here sitting out in front of us, practicing. Not sure if that's like the Gwangju team or just, you can just come in here as a student and goof around with your friends or whatever. But still, it's a tremendous venue. A gorgeous city. Really, really happy to be here again. I'm really enjoying it.
Yeah,
and in fact, I'm enjoying it so much, I'm staying a few extra days after the event is over.
Yeah, I'm actually trying to find an earlier train to get home earlier, but you are going to Gwangju.
You have a wife to go home to.
Also true. Also true. Yes. She was very miffed when she found out that I might be staying the extra night in case the event ends late tomorrow. But it's looking like maybe I'll be able to find an earlier train. But yeah, overall, yeah, it's been looking good here, and I am being told, so it sounds like it was an in-game thing that they wanted to review.
Oh.
So I think there might be some discussion, about potentially, rolling back, things like that. Obviously, you have to make sure you double check, and then you got to get agreements from both sides. So yeah, we're gonna have to wait a little bit to see what the results are here. So a little bit longer, and we'll take this time to tell you a little bit about Gwangju. We don't know much, or I don't know much, but what I can tell you is that they're famous for different types of food, as every region is.
Yeah.
And they're famous for their own take on these stews that Korea loves. And you and I and Binban, one of the Korean casters, went to have one yesterday. And I don't know about you, but Binban and I, the two Koreans,
you guys were sweating.
Well, we thought we were going in for just some stew. Like, we just thought it was some good pork stew, man.
Yeah.
We did not realize it was volcano stew. We were not ready for that.
The sauce was actual lava. Yeah, you're
right. But it was very good. It was very tasty.
So good.
So if you like spicy food, even if you can't handle it well, like I can't handle it well, but I do enjoy it.
Yeah.
So it was good, but it was just, I kept thinking while we were eating, it was just so funny that you have two Korean guys and one American, but it's the two Koreans who are just like just sweating and we just can't talk because it's too spicy. And meanwhile, you're just like, oh,
I'm
this
just
is good.
shoveling it
Yeah,
in.
you're just chilling.
It was amazing. I heard some of the people next to us talking as well
Oh, okay.
about me, like just like,
Oh, yeah,
is it
yeah.
gonna be okay? Like it's really spicy, and I'm
Yeah.
like just mowing it down.
Yeah, they don't know. They don't know.
They don't understand. I love spicy food.
I always like to tell people that out of the VCT Pacific English casters, at least those of us that reside in Korea, you and Seth probably handle the spiciest foods best. I
Yeah.
probably handle it the worst.
It's
Yeah.
so funny. Like Achilleos and I, we love spicy food. I don't know why. It's not like, but I grew up with it. I didn't.
Okay, that's what I was wondering. Yeah,
No.
'cause you're not from a region that's
No.
known for spicy food in the States.
No, Wisconsin does not have spicy food. They have cheese and brats.
Yeah, interesting.
That's not spicy.
Huh.
Maybe like sometimes they put jalapenos in the brats. You know what I mean?
That's spicy, huh?
Yeah,
the
that's-
jalapenos.
that's
yeah.
spicy.
We're really throwing a curveball today with the jalapeno.
But it's weird. As I got older, I just liked it more and more and more. I mean, I did. One of my uncles is actually from Iran.
Oh,
So he
okay.
married my dad's sister. And he always would bring spicy food to like family gatherings. And I was always really scared of it initially
Gotcha.
when I was younger.
Yeah.
But as I got older, I was just like, yeah, give me that. Like, this is so good.
Oh.
Let's go, man.
I mean, I also got better with it as I got older, but we started at very different standards. So I used to wash my tteokbokki, which is the spicy rice cakes in Korea. I used to wash it in a cup of water before I ate it, so which
Ooh.
completely ruins the purpose, by
Yeah.
the way. But
You can get duck without the, the gochujang, right? Like,
yeah, but I wanted the experience of tteokbokki
Ah,
with
I see,
everybody
I see.
else. I just
Okay,
couldn't
okay.
handle it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
but
fair.
I guess that's similar to like for people who never had it. It's like you get a cheeseburger, but you scrape the cheese off. Right?
Yeah,
and it's
yeah.
like, well, what's the point of getting a cheeseburger? Yeah,
That's true. That's true. That's a good way to put it. I don't know. But in general, I love this part of South Korea. Like this, I come down here a lot, whether it be like here or Yeosu or something else. Like beautiful countryside, really good food. It's spicy though. They do make it spicier down here. Just amazing stuff. Beaches. There's scenic views, mountains. Historical sites. Here in Gwangju is a ton of that kind of stuff. These gorgeous temples up in the mountains. I'm a big nature guy. Like
You're a big nature guy.
My idea of a good vacation is going out into the mountains, going doing some hikings, seeing a cool temple or like a historical place, going to some museums. I'm not a city guy when it comes to vacation. I like to live in cities.
Lives in Seoul.
Yeah.
Says he is not a city
Not a city guy that lives in Seoul. I like living in cities. I don't like vacationing in them as much. I still do, but
yeah, I'm kind of the opposite. I would prefer to live in suburbs, but I've found myself living in New York, LA, and Seoul. So tell me how that works.
just like three of the biggest cities on the planet.
Yeah. So it does sound like we're gonna reach the conclusion here, and I think we are gonna have the potential to get that round rolled back here, as we might have had somebody on the T1 side that wasn't able to participate in the round before the fight started. So just waiting the final confirmation. We'll know for sure when we get into the game. But yeah, there it is. So it is going to be rolled back. So this is before the first round win of EDG. So it sounds like probably it was Stax, right? Of course, he was the one who was kind
On my
of
way.
bringing up the issue, but it seems like he was disconnected briefly before the fight started. So going to reset this round, and T1 will see if they can continue to lead or if EDG is still going to be able to regain, that round win. Because it was a good round win. I mean, Potter comes in with the Blade Storm off of Heaven. Still looks like they want it to be a B hit here on the side of EDG.
Stax, by the way, hasn't died now that we've rolled back. He's 12-0-2.
Maybe that was the real problem.
Yeah,
I was like,
Stack
wow,
is
I thought
like,
I wasn't supposed to die. Like,
Yeah. What game are we playing?
All right, everyone spotted. Gets in ahead of the Snake Bite once again, the Blade Storm, but this time not finding the kill. And then it's Simon stranded all alone as well, not finding the same success with the Blade Storm this time around. And that's going to be the entry shut down from EDG. They invested as well to try to support that Blade Storm, but the Bulldog and the Guardian now finding themselves in a bit of an awkward spot, stuck in Garage.
Yeah, this is not what they were looking for there, but Izu again playing that very nicely, backpedaling with the Snake Bite. And now he's pushed forward right around the corner. Nobody. Oh, he just turned away at the wrong timing. I mean, Chichu's able to trade it with the Guardian, but still a 2v4. Sylvan just watching this from above. Still have great info on where this is going to be. Now Meteor's starting to lurk. Things are not looking good for Chichu and Toast.
Yeah, I mean, because of Meteor's position, Buzz doesn't have to worry
30
about
seconds
mid at
left.
all. You only got 30 seconds left, so your best bet of option if you wanted to plant the spike at all would be to run through spawn all the way to A. It's already too late for that now, but Meteor would have heard it either way. So Meteor now getting aggressive, wants to find some of those extra kills. Doesn't necessarily need it, but he will find it. This time gets the flick up towards Chichu.
10 seconds left.
And EDG, all the things going wrong once again in this round, not able to find that elusive round win just yet.
Yeah, it's so challenging with T1, the way that they're smothering on defense. They're so proactive, so good at holding their angles. The protocols look really good with like how they're using their utility to either buy time to escape or get ahead of the attack, things like that, or kind of get in the middle of the attack in a few cases where they just cut into the formation that EDG is trying to run, and they take a player out, and then it's just hit and runs all over the place, and it's tough, dude. What can you say? And when Meteor's on with the operator as well, and Buzz can just focus on being a Raze and not having to worry about that stuff.
I mean, it's the perfect scenario for T1. Meanwhile, a very bloody one for EDG. You do have the Seekers, and you do have your own pet as well. So if you can use Seekers, get into the site, right? Things are looking a bit more hopeful. But your options have been shut down. B Garage now taken over by the opponent's Viper's Pit. Mid still being spotted with the guiding light. I mean, T1 has all the information they need so far.
Yeah, it's going to take a well-coordinated play from EDG. You're going to have to dial up one of those really good executes. You're going to have to not fall into the open arms of an operator. You're going to have to get around that. It's a lot of boxes you're going to have to check just to get to the spot where you're going to be able to put that ultimate down, put that Viper's Pit down. So far, so good. You're able to bully your way up towards heaven. That's not too bad. Buzz, though, is actually going to change his angle. Oh, a good flash, but he still gets two?
He still antes it. He hears it coming. We saw his silhouette turn it right towards the wall, and then he just sprays down for the second as well. And that's what I was going to say. I mean, you can get up the ramp, but can you actually get into heaven was the big question. And the talking screen comes up just in time to save Buzz, give him that opportunity to go for the anti-flash. Stacks gets an inkling, not able to find the frag, but can they get the spike into a position? Sylvan continuing to hold the ground, and we still have Buzz alive up on heaven as well. Chichu, so much to do. Him and Toast starting to break through, but there's still Meteor, the final boss, the operator, online. Paranoia comes out, he's past it, tries to find his target, not getting it, but a Vandal at his feet. Ready to go. Shorty just to shut down the spike, and that's no time for the plant. Izu's just going to run away. Round win for T1, 10-0 lead.
Yeah, you just have to be so thrilled if you're a T1 fan with what you're seeing now. Rough start and ascent, but they bounce right back in such a strong way, and great decision making. Even though EDG makes it dicey for T1, Chichu winning that battle against Stacks breaks things open a lot, makes it so that T1 has to play a lot more 1v1s, has to worry about a few more extra angles. That's a huge, I don't know how in the world he lands those shots.
Yeah.
That's crazy good. But
One enemy remaining.
Meteor knows the time, he's got a Shorty. That's all you need when you're that good, and now he can use the tour de force.
Yeah, he's ready for another one, plays a bit aggressive, but you do have Stacks waiting with another flash. Now maybe a bit of a switcheroo with Buzz with the Judge. I mean, that's another kind of curveball, right? That can really break your mental. You think you're going to chase the chamber out, and then you run to the Judge. So EDG doesn't want to deal with that. Just going to go head on into the garage. Takes out the early snake bites this time around. So you're going to have an opportunity to dive in, not get cut off by that utility from the Viper.
Yeah, this is 2 more rounds to go in the half, and so crucial for EDG. The money is not good for a couple of the players, and for T1, especially with Buzz going with this Judge, that guarantees that they're going to have rifles the rest of the way through. Probably an operator again, even.
He's just looking for the spray down, and Izu gets it. Headshot on, and Stacks is there to back him up. 2 members just spraying down with the Phantoms. Phantom supremacy through those smokes. It's going to be T1 leading 11-0.
Yeah, just every step of the way.
Round before the switch.
The answers that T1 has are correct. They're just acing this right now.
Oh, man.
What do you do, man? I mean, 15-1 for Stacks.
Yeah. That's the crazy part, yeah.
And then the other Sky is 0-10.
Yeah, nobody's not really. But the thing is right, when you're playing double duelists and your double duelists are dying without any entry frags, I mean, sure, it's not just their fault. It's some of the timings and it's the util and whatnot, but then it's real hard on Split for the remaining members to really get any value done unless you're going on a deep lurk. This is just one of those things that makes Split very difficult to attack into. Look at the timing from Buzz. He knows exactly what the jump's going to be. Peeks in, sprays through with the judge as well. Paranoia to help him push out even further into ramps. He's switched out to a Vandal. He wants it. There's the showstopper. Finally, he uses it and he gets the kill as well. 12-0 looking for an absolute shutdown against the reigning world champions.
Yep.
Yeah, not much to say, really.
Yep.
I'll be honest. I think while Double Duelist can be very good and always has had a very good opportunity on Split, I also think it's one of the harder things to really mesh, right? Yeah. Especially just because the way Raze and Jet works on Split, it's so tight that you get like pushed away from your own blast pack or you block each other. Like it's actually harder than it can look or sound. And I was actually a little bit surprised on that note as we were watching this game on, oh yeah, it is interesting that they're playing with these two, youngsters kind of standing in, and then you're bringing back this map that just entered the map pool. So yeah, a bit of an interesting choice, but maybe they felt, hey, we want to just get some reps in, ahead of time. That could be it. You got to think long term. But at the end of the day, they're not able to see the light at the end of the tunnel just yet.
Yeah, I agree with you. Double Duelist is one of the hardest things to pull off because everybody else, that's at the tier 1 level has seen everything, so they kind of understand what their protocols need to be, what their reactions need to be. So you have to be so clean, not only with your entries, your spacing, your positioning, all that stuff. The support behind you has to be really, really good as well. And all of that together takes, top level talent to make it work. You have to have just duelists who are just insane. They have to have no fear for their own life.
Yes.
They have to really understand when they need to just commit to things, to die for the cause, stuff like that. And I'm not saying that EDG isn't doing that, but it's so hard to do. And, every time they try to make an execute, it's either like Meteor gunning one of them out of the air with the operator, or Izu's right on point with his Viper, or Stax is right there just spamming down. I mean, it's every time it's been read by T1. So they're not getting themselves as a team as well into position, put those duelists in positions to succeed.
Well, it's do or die time, but that is going to be the Omen spotted, pushed out with the paint shells, but Simon's there to make sure Buzz is the one actually trapped here on the A side. But a good distraction to allow T1 to enter onto B, but Potter's ready for it from above. Gets to Sylvan trying to stabilize, only a classic. Stax still needs some time to gather himself onto B heaven, provide some backup. Now that he's here, Sylvan getting ready to pick up that spike. 2v4 for T1. Can they get the perfect game here? A 13-0. No, not looking likely. EDG clawing their way back in just to survive.
Yeah, it was an attempted kind of curveball thrown by T1. Just send Buzz more or less out on his own to try to create space. It's really well handled. Understanding where Buzz would have to back up to on the back of that Viper's toxic screen. Look at this. This is so well read. I mean, that's just good understanding of space, good understanding of the game. Potter hits some banger shots.
One enemy remaining.
Nobody's swinging down in there, and they're just so prepared for that B hit. Got to tip your cap there. Yeah, it has been not great for EDG, to put it nicely, but that round was solid.
Yeah, there is still a long way to go. Tunnel still winding through the mountains as T1 looking for just a flood into the site. And look at that space created from Buzz, but still Stax goes down, so the angle's not going to matter much. Good coverage from Chichu right on the side. Keeps nobody alive and still gets an extra kill for himself. Spike down, looking like a flawless as Potter lands the headshot with the Outlaw. EDG coming alive.
Yep, okay. Good start. Now you got to get the bonus, and every round after that.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? You just have no margin. Like, if they had even gotten, like, 10-2, we'd be looking at this and saying, okay, they might have a shot. Like, they could have a shot. But right now, it's like one small thing goes wrong, and it's over. So I wonder how many more looks we're going to get at EDG's defensive side here. But so far, they understand their own tempos as well. They understand what T1's mission is going to be. I imagine, like, if EDG is able to drag this out further, that's when we really start to see Meteor activated, right? Start to fish for some solo kills.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think for now as T1, it's a good opportunity to maybe practice an execute or two, see if you can just get one to go, just get the timing and coordination there. But yeah, you don't want to start spreading the map just yet. You don't really need to do that. You can sort of toy around with them a little bit, and tons of rounds to play with, tons of extra. It's not real money, but you know, it's not real credits, it's fake credits that you have to essentially work with in terms of like round economy. You've
Sure,
got all these
sure.
extra rounds that you can toy with and kind of practice some stuff, or you know, just see if you can get something to work. Of course, you can't, you know, let that slide too out of control. But
Yeah, no, we've seen that go wrong before.
Uh-huh.
But T1 right now still has some room for error, room for experimenting. Looks like it's just going to be another flood out, this time with no Yuto trying to sneak their way in. A good trade from Buzz. He's going to dash past it, create some space again. Constantly trying to hold these double angles on the entry, but loses out on that wide swing. Battle with nobody, and he holds his ground against 3. Simon with the cleanup with the judge, and EGG keep their hopes alive.
Yo, nobody. That was ridiculous. 3 headshots in a very short amount of time.
He heard you talking.
Yeah, man, good.
Wanted to
Good.
put some numbers on the board.
I like it. You needed it.
Oh, absolutely. Now up to 6, trying to just look a bit more alive. Now be a bit active on the scoreboard. Potter and Simon slowly starting to get a kill or 2 here and there as well. But no time to rest. We're going right into the next one. Operator now online for Potter. If he can continue to hold on to this every round as they continue to win, again, maybe T1 starts to feel the pressure just a bit. There's the jump out. Doesn't quite hit the shot, but there's nobody there to force them out. T1 not able to gain control of ramps.
Yeah, trying to bait a little bit there was Meteor. His teammates behind him, but had to dip out. And there was no kill to be found on the back of it. He took a little bit of damage for his trouble as well. And Trailblazer for Trailblazer. Buzz is going in with the shotgun.
Whoa!
He's got one.
Yeah, finds one. Can he get a second? He lands the shot. He's so weak. Potter just has to run. You have to hightail it out of there, and he will safely create some space. But now they've been completely shoved out. Spike has been dropped in mid, though. We'll see. Can they keep their eyes on an EDG? No, Buzz just swings out. Gets both. How does he slice up the angles like that? Potter all alone, 13 HP. Operator in hand. And Meteor ready to shut him down on his way over to the rotate. Meteor picks up the Bucky. I mean, he's so weak that the Bucky's probably the perfect weapon right now. And Potter, I mean, this is match point. You have to try. Here's that the spike is planted. It's on the other side.
This is nearly undoable. I mean, just so difficult for him with only 13 HP in particular. Oh, and there's a showstopper.
Yeah, just to scare him off as well, which is really going to slow down his advancement. You can see the panic coming through on Potter, but can he land the first shot? He's going to be able to weave in and out of it. There's the Bucky at long range, and that will be T1 closing the match out 2-0 with a thrifty in fashion.
Yeah, really clean here on EDG's map pick for T1. They got to be feeling really good about the defender's side. Very little to say about it negatively. I mean, it was almost as good as it gets, so got to be happy about that as T1 after a rough ascent, playing really well, some smiles. These players know each other. They had a good time out there. You know, I saw a lot of laughter on EDG, even though they're kind of getting blown out. They were still, you know, taking it in stride, so.
I mean, listen, I think EDG, obviously their position right here is they want to deliver as much as they can, but they're also working on, you know, developing this new talent, giving them a shot, interacting with the fans. And so, you know, they don't have too much to lose, right? Because especially on Ascent, we saw some great plays, especially from the 4 members. So I don't think you can really take anything away from there. But obviously the focus is going to be on T1 then, who is going to try to give it their all in every single match they play in this offseason to really build up that chemistry. And after a bit of a rough back and forth Ascent, that split looked absolute pristine from T1.
Yeah, no, I mean, I could sense a little bit of frustration from T1 after that first map, but now they figured it out. Now they're kind of vibing. They're back to normal. This is kind of how it started at Red Bull as well. They lost that best of 1 to Zeta.
Yes.
They looked a little flustered. Everybody, all the fans were, oh my God. But they're fine. Sometimes it just takes them a map or 2 to really get in the groove. Once they hit that groove, this is a scary, scary team.
Yes, I mean, again, we're constantly seeing that potential Buzz with 22-6. Nearly 400 ACS, 6 first kills. I mean, you get these games every now and then from Buzz, and that's why he's right up there, right, with some of those other duelists, with the likes of Texture. We'll see if he can rise really up to the same level this year with this squad of T1, now paired up with Meteor.
Yeah, almost 400 ACS. That is crazy good stuff. Stax had a whale of a map, too. That first half, he was frying. So was Buzz. It just made it so tough for EG. But again, the younger players look good. I'm very happy.
Well, let's take a look at the highlights, and then we'll come back to wrap up how the matches have progressed so far here at GES.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Flawless. One enemy. Spike. One enemy.
Well, welcome back. That wraps up the 2 best of 3s that we had scheduled for the day. Again, this year here for 2024 GES Asia, it is a Korea versus China format. So Gen G up against TE earlier on, closes it out 2-0, and then T1 versus EDG. That was another 2-0 as well. So that is going to be Korea leading 2-0 so far. But of course, tomorrow it's going to be Gen G versus EDG. It's going to be T1 versus Trace. And if Trace and EDG are able to bring it back, then we might have an Ace Finals best of 1, and we'll see, how that's going to work out with the rosters. Is it mixed? Do they pick one of the teams? I mean, we'll have to wait and see. But first up, it has to be Trace and EDG really pulling their weight tomorrow.
I'm really looking forward to that matchup. I mean, Trace, we know what they're capable of, and I want to see them push T1. I want to see a 3-map series against a really good team. Both teams are really good. So I'd love to see them go the distance. I'd like to see TE be a little bit more coordinated. T1, I'd like to see some better adjustments and kind of big picture game plans coming into, like if they pick Ascent again, things like that need to be cleaned up.
Yeah, so we'll have to wait and see, but of course that is tomorrow. So this is that 2-day event down here in Gwangju, South Korea. And so thank you so much for joining us here for day 1. Again, myself, it was Chobra, joined by Paper Thin. Getting a little bit of this offseason look at all of these teams is so exciting, especially for Pacific with all these upgrades in the rosters. But we'll see what the results are tomorrow. You got any bets? I mean, you think we'll get a 3-mapper with Trace?
I think at least that one's going to go 3 maps.
Okay.
I
can see
think
that.
Trace should be good enough to push T1. But with what we saw today, I think it could happen. The Gen G one, though, I don't know.
I mean, Gen G's just looking like they're continuing to find their stride, whereas EDG, again, they're giving some chances to their youngsters, and they're just trying to work out what they want to look forward to in the offseason. So we'll have to wait and see. But, hey, it's the offseason. Anything could happen. I mean, Pacific fans and I think even VCT China fans feasting this year in the offseason. We have so many events, actually.
Oh, it's been amazing. I mean, what an opportunity for everybody, fans, players, everybody around the world, just to get to see these things, get a good look at some of the new changes that are going to be coming into the early part of next year with some different maps and things like that. So that's exciting. Yeah, obviously our first look at Split returning, of course, Pearl in the map pool as well. So ladies and gentlemen, we will be back tomorrow, same time, same place, here live from Gwangju for the 2024 GES Asia Invitational Korea versus China Showdown. We'll see you tomorrow.